legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams. World of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers scatter fights, streaming through the endless nights. Triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Past the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Faces bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are played. Ghostly tears and shattered fight in the
All right. Well, get into another freshy run on the Cake Factory. Um, Nothing in there. Okay. Let's see. Blackstone by Robert E. Howard. Part of Cthulhu Mythos.
The Black Stone by Robert E. Howard.
Robert E. Howard. Of
They say
Conan.
foul things of
Conan.
old time still lurk in dark forgotten corners of the world, and gates still gape to loose on certain nights, shapes pent in hell. Justin Jeffers. I read of it first in the strange book of the German eccentric who was curiously and died in such grisly and mysterious fashion. It was my fortune to have access to his nameless cults in the original edition, the so-called Black Book, published in Dusseldorf in 1839. shortly
Russell
before a
Brand.
hounding doom overtook the author. Collectors of rare literature were familiar with nameless cults mainly through the cheap and faulty translation which was pirated in London by Bridewell in 1845, and the carefully expurgated edition put out by the Golden Goblin Press of New York, 1909. But the volume I stumbled upon was one of the unexpurgated German copies with heavy black leather covers and rusty iron hands. I doubt if there are more than half a dozen such volumes in the entire world today, for the quantity issued was not great, and when the manner of the author's demise was bruited about, many possessors of the book burned their volumes in panic. Ronyan spent his entire life, 1795 to 1840, delving into forbidden subjects. He traveled in all parts of the world, gained entrance into innumerable secret societies, and read countless little-known and esoteric books and manuscripts in the original, and in the chapters of the Black Book, which range from startling clarity of exposition to murky ambiguity. There are statements and hints to freeze the blood of thinking men. Reading what von Janstad put in print arouses uneasy speculations as to what it was that he dared not tell. Dark matters, for instance, were contained in those closely written pages that form the unpublished manuscript on which he worked unceasingly for months before his death, and which lay torn and scattered all over the floor of the locked and bolted chamber, in which von Janst was found dead with the marks of taloned fingers on his throat. It will never be known, for the author's closest friend, the Frenchman Alexis Ledoux, after having spent a whole night piecing the fragments together and reading what was written, burnt them to ashes and cut his own throat with a razor. But the contents of the published matter are shuddersome enough, even if one accepts the general view that they but represent the ravings of a madman. There, among many strange things, I found mention of the Black Stone, that curious, sinister monolith that broods among the mountains of Hungary, and about which so many dark legends cluster. Von Janst did not devote much space to it. The bulk of his grim work concerns cults and objects of dark worship which he maintained existed in the world, and it would seem that the Black Stone represents some order or being lost and forgotten centuries ago. But he spoke of it as one of the keys, a phrase used many times by him in various relations, and constituting one of the obscurities of his work. And he hinted briefly at curious sights to be seen about the monolith on Midsummer's Night. He mentioned Otto Dossman's theory that this monolith was a remnant of the Hunnic invasion and had been erected to commemorate a victory of Attila over the Goths. Von Janst contradicted this assertion without giving any refutatory facts, merely remarking that to attribute the origin of the Black Stone to the Huns was as logical as assuming that William the Conqueror reared Stonehenge. This implication of enormous antiquity piqued my interest immensely, and after some difficulty I succeeded in locating a rat-eaten and mouldering copy of Dossman's Remnants of Lost Empires, Berlin, 1809, the Drachenhaus Press. I was disappointed to find that Dossman referred to the Black Stone even more briefly than at von Janst, dismissing it with a few lines as an artifact comparatively modern in contrast with the Greco-Roman ruins of Asia Minor, which were Athena. He admitted his inability to make out the defaced characters on the monolith, but pronounced them unmistakably Mongoloid. However, little as I learned from Dossman, he did mention the name of the village adjacent to the Black Stone, Strogojkova, an ominous name, meaning something like Witch Town. A close scrutiny of guidebooks and travel articles gave me no further information. Strogojkova, not on any map that I could find, lay in a wild, little-frequented region, out of the path of casual tourists. But I did find subject for thought in Dornley's Magyar folklore. In his chapter on dream myths, he mentions the Black Stone, and tells of some curious superstitions regarding it, especially the belief that if anyone sleeps in the vicinity of the monolith, that person will be haunted by monstrous nightmares forever after. And he cited tales of the peasants regarding
rags
on Midsummer Night, and who died raving mad because of something they saw there. That was all I could glean from Dornley, but my interest was even more intensely roused as I sensed a distinctly sinister aura about the stone. The suggestion of dark antiquity, the recurrent hint of unnatural events on Midsummer Night, touched some slumbering instinct in my being, as one senses, rather than hears, the flowing of some dark, subterraneous river in the night. And I suddenly saw a connection between the stone and a certain weird and fantastic poem written by the mad poet Justin Jeffrey, The People of the Monolith. Inquiries led to the information that Jeffrey had indeed written that poem while traveling in Hungary, and I could not doubt that the Black Stone was the very monolith to which he referred in his strange verse. Reading the stanzas again, I felt once more the strange, dim stirrings of subconscious promptings that I had noticed when first reading of the stone. I had been casting about for a place to spend a short vacation, and I made up my mind. I went to Strigojkova, a train of obsolete style, carried me from Temesvar to within striking distance, at least, of my objective, and a 3 days' ride in a jouncing coach brought me to the little village, which lay in a fertile valley high up in the fir-clad mountains. The journey itself was uneventful, but during the first day we passed the old battlefield of Skumval, where the brave Polish-Hungarian knight Count Boris Vladinov made his gallant and futile stand against the victorious hosts of Suleiman the Magnificent, when the Grand Turk swept over Eastern Europe in 1526. The driver of the coach pointed out to me a great heap of crumbling stones on a hill nearby, under which, he said, the bones of the brave Count lay. I remembered a passage from Larsen's Turkish Wars. After the skirmish, in which the Count with his small army had beaten back the Turkish advance guard, the Count was standing beneath the half-ruined walls of the old castle on the hill, giving orders as to the disposition of his forces, when an aide brought to him a small lacquered case, which had been taken from the body of the famous Turkish scribe and historian Selim Bahadur, who had fallen in the fight. The Count took therefrom a roll of parchment and began to read, but he had not read far before he turned very pale and, without saying a word, replaced the parchment in the case and thrust the case into his cloak. At that very instant, a hidden Turkish battery suddenly opened fire, and the ball striking the old castle, the Hungarians were horrified to see the walls crash down in ruin, completely covering the brave Count. Without a leader, the gallant little army was cut to pieces, and in the war-swept years which followed, the bones of the nobleman were never recovered. Today, the natives point out a huge and mouldering pile of ruins near Skumval, beneath which, they say, still rests all that the centuries have left of Count Boris Vladinov. I found the village of Strigojkova a dreamy, drowsy little village that apparently belied its sinister cognomen, a forgotten back-eddy that progress passed by. The quaint houses, the quaint address and manners of the people were those of an earlier century. They were friendly, mildly curious, but not inquisitive, though visitors from the outside world were extremely rare. 10 years ago, another American came here and stayed a few days in the village, said the owner of the tavern where I had put up, a young fellow, a queer actor. Mama said, a poet, I said. I knew he must mean Justin Jeffrey. Yes, he was a poet, I answered, and he wrote a poem about a bit of scenery near this very village. Indeed. Mine host's interest was aroused. Then, since all great poets are strange in their
Feel
speech and
the
actions,
mighty
must have
potato.
achieved great fame, for his actions and conversations was the strangest of any man I ever knew. As is usual with artists, I answered, most of his recognition has come since his death. He is dead then? He died screaming in a madhouse 5 years ago. Too bad, sighed mine host sympathetically. Poor lad, he's looked too long at the blast. My heart gave a leap, but I masked my keen interest and said casually, I have heard something of this Black Stone. Somewhere near this village, is it not? Nearer than Christian folk wish, he responded. Look. He drew me to a latticed window and pointed up at the fir-clad slopes of the brooding blue mountains. There, beyond where you see the bare face of that jutting cliff, stands that accursed sword. Would that it were ground to powder, and the powder flung into the Danube to be carried to the deepest ocean. Once men tried to destroy the sun. Each man who laid hammer or maul against it came to an evil end. So now the people shun it. What is there so evil about it? I asked curiously. It is a demon-haunted scene, he answered uneasily, with the suggestion of a shudder. In my childhood, I knew a young man who came up from below and laughed at our traditions. In his foolhardiness, he went as a stone one midsummer night, and at dawn stumbled into the village again, stricken dumb and mad. Something shattered his brain and sealed his lips. Until the day of his death, which came soon after, he spoke only to utter terrible blasphemies or to slaver gibberish. My own nephew, when very small, was lost in the mountains and slept in the woods near the stone. Now in his manhood he is tortured by foul dreams, so that at times he makes the night hideous with his screams and wakes with cold sweat upon him. But let us talk of something else first. It is not good to dwell upon such things. I remarked on the evident age of the tavern, and he answered with pride, "The foundations are more than 400 years old. The original house was the only one in the village which was not burned to the ground when Suleiman's devil swept through the mountains. Here in the house the Sen stood on these same foundations, it is said. The scribe Selim Bahadur had his headquarters while ravaging the country hereabouts." I learned then that the present inhabitants of Strigoi-Kavar are not descendants of the people who dwelt there before the Turkish raid of 1526. The victorious Muslims left no living human in the village or the vicinity thereabouts when they passed over. Men, women, and children they wiped out in one red holocaust of murder, leaving a vast stretch of country silent and utterly deserted. The present people of Strigoi-Kavar are descended from hardy settlers from the lower valleys who came into the ruined village after the Turk was thrust back. Mine host did not speak of the extermination of the original inhabitants with any great resentment, and I learned that his ancestors in the lower levels had looked on the mountaineers with even more hatred and aversion than they regarded the Turks. He was rather vague regarding the causes of this feud, but said that the original inhabitants of Strigoi-Kavar had been in the habit of making stealthy raids on the lowlands and stealing girls and children. Moreover, he said, that they were not exactly of the same blood as his own people. The sturdy, original Magyar Slavic stock had mixed and intermarried with a degraded aboriginal race until the breeds had blended, producing an unsavory amalgamation. Who these aborigines were, he had not the slightest idea, but maintained that they were pagans and had dwelt in the mountains since time immemorial, before the coming of the conquering peoples. I attached little importance to this tale, seeing in it merely a parallel to the amalgamation of Celtic tribes with Mediterranean aborigines in the Galloway Hills, with the resultant mixed race which has taken such an extensive part in Scotch legend. Time has a curious foreshortening effect on folklore, and just as tales of the Picts became intertwined with legends of an older Mongoloid race, so that eventually the Picts were ascribed the repulsive appearance of the squat primitives, whose individuality merged in the telling into Pictish tales and was forgotten. So, I felt, the supposed inhuman attributes of the first villagers of Strigoi-Kavar could be traced to older, outworn myths with invading Huns and Mongols. The morning after my arrival, I received directions from mine host, who gave them worriedly, and set out to find the Black Stone. A few hours' tramp up the fir-covered slopes brought me to the face of the rugged, solid stone cliff which jutted boldly from the mountainside. A narrow trail wound up it, and mounting this, I looked out over the peaceful valley of Strigoi-Kavar, which seemed to drowse, guarded on either hand by the great blue mountains.
Strigoi-Kavar.
No huts or any sign of human tenancy showed between the cliff whereon I stood and the village. I saw numbers of scattering farms in the valley, but all lay on the other side of Strigoi-Kavar, which itself seemed to shrink from the brooding slopes which masked the Black Stone. The summit of the cliffs proved to be a sort of thickly wooded plateau. I made my way through the dense growth for a short distance, and came into a wide glade, and in the center of the glade reared a gaunt figure of black stone. It was octagonal in shape, some 16 feet in height and about a foot and a half thick. It had once evidently been highly polished, but now the surface was thickly dinted, as if savage efforts had been made to demolish it. But the hammers had done little more than to flake off small bits of stone and mutilate the characters, which once had evidently marched up in a spiraling line round and round the shaft to the top. Up to 10 feet from the base, these characters were almost completely blotted out, so that it was very difficult to trace their direction. Higher up, they were plainer, and I managed to squirm part of the way up the shaft and scan them at close range. All were more or less defaced, but I was positive that they symbolized no language now remembered on the face of the earth. I am fairly familiar with all hieroglyphics known to researchers and philologists, and I can say with certainty
Philologists.
that those characters were like nothing of which I have ever read or heard. The nearest approach to them that I ever saw were some crude scratches on a gigantic and strangely symmetrical rock in a lost valley of Yucatan. I remember that when I pointed out these marks to the archaeologist who was my companion, he maintained that they either represented natural weathering or the idle scratching of some Indian. To my theory that the rock was really the base of a long-vanished column, he merely laughed, calling my attention to the dimensions of it, which suggested, if it were built with any natural rules of architectural symmetry, a column 1,000 feet high. But I was not convinced. I will not say that the characters on the black stone were similar to those on that colossal rock in Yucatan, but one suggested the other. As to the substance of the monolith, again, I was baffled. The stone of which it was composed was a dully gleaming black, whose surface, where it was not dinted and roughened, created a curious illusion of semi-transparency. I spent most of the morning there, and came away baffled. No connection of the stone with any other artifact in the world suggested itself to me. It was as if the monolith had been reared by alien hands in an age distant and apart from human ken. I returned to the village with my interest in no way abated. Now that I had seen the curious thing, my desire was still more keenly whetted to investigate the matter further, and seek to learn by what strange hands and for what strange purpose the black stone had been reared in the long ago. I sought out the tavern keeper's nephew and questioned him in regard to his dreams, but he was vague, though willing to oblige. He did not mind discussing them, but was unable to describe them with any clarity. Though he dreamed the same dreams repeatedly, and though they were hideously vivid at the time, they left no distinct impression on his waking mind. He remembered them only as chaotic nightmares through which huge whirling fires shot lurid tongues of flame, and a black drum bellowed incessantly. One thing only he remembered clearly. In one dream he had seen the black stone, not on a mountain slope, but set like a spire on a colossal black castle. As for the rest of the villagers, I found them not inclined to talk about the stone, with the exception of the schoolmaster, a man of surprising education, who spent much more of his time out in the world than any of the rest. He was much interested in what I told him of von Janssen's remarks about the stone, and warmly agreed with the German author in the alleged age of the monolith. He believed that a coven had once existed in the vicinity, and the possibility all of the original villagers had been members of that fertility cult which once threatened to undermine European civilization and gave rise to the tales of witchcraft. He cited the very name of the village to prove his point. It had not been originally named Stragoitabar, he said. According to legends, the builders had called it Zakultan, which was the aboriginal name of the site on which the village had been built many centuries ago. This fact roused again an indescribable feeling of uneasiness. The barbarous name did not suggest connection with any Scythic, Slavic, or Mongolian race to which an aboriginal people of these mountains would, under natural circumstances, have belonged. That the Magyars and Slavs of the lower valleys believed the original inhabitants of the village to be members of the witchcraft cult was evident, the schoolmaster said, by the name they gave it, which name continued to be used even after the older settlers had been massacred by the Turks, and the village rebuilt by a cleaner and more wholesome breed. He did not believe that the members of the cult erected the monolith, but he did believe that they used it as a center of their activities, and repeating vague legends which had been handed down since before the Turkish invasion, he advanced the theory that the degenerate villagers had used it as a sort of altar in which they offered human sacrifices, using as victims the girls and babies stolen from his own ancestors in the lower valleys. He discounted the myths of weird events on Midsummer Night, as well as the curious legend of a strange deity which the witch people of Zatteltown were said to have invoked with chants and wild rituals of flagellation and slaughter. He had never visited the stone on Midsummer Night, he said, but he would not fear to do so. Whatever had existed or taken place there in the past had been long engulfed in the mists of time and oblivion, had lost its meaning, save as a link to a dead and dusty past. It was while returning from a visit with his schoolmaster one night, about a week after my arrival at Strogojtova, that a sudden recollection struck me. It was Midsummer Night, the very time that the legends linked with grisly implications to the Black Stone. I turned away from the tavern and strode swiftly through the village. Strogojtova lay silent. The villagers retired early. I saw no one as I passed rapidly out of the village and up into the firs which masked the mountain slopes with whispering darkness. A broad silver moon hung above the valley, flooding the crags and slopes in a weird light, etching the shadows blackly. No wind blew through the firs, but a mysterious, intangible rustling and whispering was abroad. Surely, on such nights in past centuries, my whimsical imagination told me, naked witches astride magic broomsticks had flown across the valley, pursued by jeering demoniac familiars. I came to the cliffs and was somewhat disquieted to note that the elusive moonlight lent them a subtle appearance I had not noticed before. In the weird light, they appeared less like natural cliffs and more like the ruins of Cyclopean and Titan-reared battlements jutting from the mountain slope. Shaking off this hallucination with difficulty, I came upon the plateau and hesitated a moment before I plunged into the brooding darkness of the woods. A sort of breathless tenseness hung over the shadows, like an unseen monster holding its breath, lest it scare away its prey. I shook off the sensation, a natural one considering the eeriness of the place and its evil reputation, and made my way through the wood, experiencing a most unpleasant sensation that I was being followed, and halting once, sure that something clammy and unstable had brushed against my face in the darkness. I came out into the glade and saw the tall monolith rearing its gaunt height above the sward. At the edge of the woods on the side toward the cliffs was a stone which formed a sort of natural seat. I sat down, reflecting that it was probably while there that the mad poet Justin Jeffrey had written his fantastic People of the Monolith. Mine host thought that it was the stone which had caused Jeffrey's insanity. The seeds of madness had been sown in the poet's brain long before he ever came to Strogojtova. A glance at my watch showed that the hour of midnight was close at hand. I leaned back, waiting whatever ghostly demonstration might appear. A thin night wind started up among the branches of the firs, with an uncanny suggestion of faint, unseen pipes whispering an eerie and evil tune. The monotony of the sound and my steady gazing at the monolith produced a sort of self-hypnosis upon me. I grew drowsy. I fought this feeling, but sleep stole on me in spite of myself. The monolith seemed to sway and dance, strangely distorted to my gaze. And then I slept. I opened my eyes and sought to rise, but lay still as if an icy hand gripped me helpless. Cold terror stole over me. The glade was no longer deserted. It was thronged by a silent crowd of strange people. My distended eyes took in strange barbaric details of costume which my reason told me were archaic and forgotten even in this backward land. Surely, I thought, these are villagers who have come here to hold some fantastic conclave. But another glance told me that these people were not the folk of Strogojtova. They were a shorter, more squat race, whose brows were lower, whose faces were broader and duller. Some had Slavic and Magyar features, but those features were degraded as from a mixture of some baser, alien strain I could not classify. Many wore the hides of wild beasts, and their whole appearance, both men and women, was one of sensual brutishness. They terrified and repelled me, but they gave me no heed. They formed in a vast half-circle in front of the monolith, and began a sort of chant, flinging their arms in unison and weaving their bodies rhythmically from the waist upward. All eyes were fixed on the top of the stone, which they seemed to be invoking. The strangest of all was the dimness of their voices. Not 50 yards from me, hundreds of men and women were unmistakably lifting their voices in a wild chant. Yet those voices came to me as a faint, indistinguishable murmur, as if from across vast leagues of space or time. Before the monolith stood a sort of brazier from which a vile, nauseous yellow smoke billowed upward, curling curiously in a swaying spiral around the black shaft, like a vast, unstable swirl. On one side of this brazier lay two figures, a young girl, stark naked and bound hand and foot, and an infant, apparently only a few months old. On the other side of the brazier squatted a hideous old hag, with a queer sort of black drum on her lap. This drum she beat with slow, light blows of her open palms, but I could not hear the sound. The rhythm of the swaying bodies grew faster, and into the space between the people and the monolith sprang a naked young woman, her eyes blazing, her long black hair flying loose. Spinning dizzily on her toes, she whirled across the open space and fell prostrate before the stone, where she lay motionless. The next instant, a fantastic figure followed her, a man from whose waist hung a goatskin, and whose features were entirely hidden by a sort of mask made from a huge wolf's head, so that he looked like a monstrous nightmare being, horribly compounded of elements both human and bestial. In his hand he held a bunch of long fir switches bound together at the larger ends, and the moonlight glinted on a chain of heavy gold looped about his neck. A smaller chain depending from it suggested a pendant of some sort, but this was missing. The people tossed their arms violently and seemed to redouble their shouts as this grotesque creature loped across the open space with many a fantastic leap and caper. Coming to the woman who lay before the monolith, he began to lash her with the switches he bore, and she leaped up and spun into the wild mazes of the most incredible dance I've ever seen. And her tormentor danced with her, keeping the wild rhythm, matching her every whirl and bound, while incessantly raining cruel blows on her naked body. And at every blow he shouted a single word over and over, and all the people shouted it back. I could see the working of their lips, and now the faint, far-off murmur of their voices merged and blended into one distant shout, repeated over and over with slobbering ecstasy. But what that one word was, I could not make out. In dizzy whirls, while the lookers-on, standing in their tracks, followed the rhythm of their dance with swaying bodies and weaving arms. Madness grew in the eyes of the capering votress, and was reflected in the eyes of the watchers. Wilder and more extravagant grew the whirling frenzy of that mad dance. It became a bestial and obscene thing, while the old hag howled and battered the drum like a crazy woman, and the switches cracked out a devil's tune. Blood trickled down the dancer's limbs, but she seemed not to feel the lashing, save as a stimulus for further enormities of outrageous motion. Bounding into the midst of the yellow smoke, which now spread out tenuous tentacles to embrace both flying figures, she seemed to merge with that foul fog and veil herself with it. Then, emerging into plain view, closely followed by the beast thing that flogged her, she shot into an indescribable explosive burst of dynamic, mad motion, and on the very crest of that mad wave she dropped suddenly to the sward, quivering and panting as if completely overcome by her frenzied exertions. The lashing continued with unabated violence and intensity, and she began to wriggle toward the monolith on her belly. The priest, such I will call him, followed, lashing her unprotected body with all the power of his arm as she writhed along, leaving a heavy track of blood on the trampled earth. She reached the monolith, and gasping and panting, flung both arms about it and covered the cold stone with fierce, hot kisses, in frenzied and unholy adoration. The fantastic priest bounded high in the air, flinging away the red-dabbled switches. The worshippers, howling and foaming at the mouths, turned on each other with tooth and nail, rending one another's garments and flesh in a blind passion of bestiality. The priest swept up the infant with a long arm, and shouting again its name, whirled the wailing babe high in the air and dashed its brains out against the monolith, leaving a ghastly stain on the black surface. Cold with horror, I saw him rip the tiny body open with his bare, brutish fingers and fling handfuls of blood on the shaft, and then toss the red and torn shape into the brazier, extinguishing flame and smoke in a crimson rain, while the maddened brutes behind him howled over and over. The priest flung wide his gory hands as in triumph. I opened my mouth to scream my horror and loathing, but only a dry rattle sounded. A huge, monstrous, toad-like thing squatted on the top of the monolith. I saw its bloated, repulsive, and unstable outline against the moonlight, and set in what would have been the face of a natural creature, its huge, blinking eyes which reflected all the lust, abysmal greed, obscene cruelty, and monstrous evil that has stalked the sons of men since their ancestors moved blind and hairless in the treetops. And those grisly eyes were
Wrapped in rags,
vile secrets that sleep in
and
the
have
of the
to
sea,
make a
that
fish
skulk in the light
bowl.
of day in the blackness of primordial caverns. And so that ghastly thing that the unhallowed ritual of cruelty and sadism and blood had evoked from the silence of the hills leered and blinked down on its bestial worshippers, who grovelled in abhorrent obeisance to the floor. Now the beast-masked priest lifted the bound and weakly writhing girl in his brutish hands and held her up toward that horror from the monolith. As that monstrosity sucked in its breath, lustfully and slobberingly, something snapped in my brain, and I fell into a merciful faint. I opened my eyes on a still white dawn. All the events of the night rushed back on me, and I sprang up and stared about me in amazement. The monolith brooded gaunt and silent above the sward, which waved, green and untrampled in the morning breeze. A few quick strides took me across the glade. Here had the dancers leaped and bounded until the ground should have been trampled bare, and here had the votress wriggled her painful way to the snow, streaming blood on the earth. But no drop of crimson showed on the uncrushed sword. I looked shudderingly at the side of the monolith against which the bestial priest had brained the stolen baby, but no dark stain or grisly plot showed there. A dream! It had been a wild nightmare, or else I shrugged my shoulders. What vivid clarity for a dream! I returned quietly to the village and entered the inn without being seen. There I sat meditating over the strange events of the night. More and more was I prone to discard the dream theory, but what I had seen was illusion without material substance was evident. I believed that I had looked on the mirrored shadow of a deed perpetrated in ghastly actuality in bygone days. But how was I to know? What proof to show that my vision had been a gathering of foul spectres rather than a nightmare originating in my brain? As if for answer, a name flashed into my mind. Salim Bahadr. According to legend, this man, who had been a soldier as well as a scribe, had commanded that part of Suleiman's army which had devastated Strigoi-Kavar. It seemed logical enough, and if so, he had gone straight from the blotted-out countryside to the bloody field of Stumval, and was doomed. I sprang up with a sudden shout. That manuscript which was taken from the Turk's body, and which Count Boris shuddered over, might it not contain some narration of what the conquering Turks found in Strigoi-Kavar? What else could have shaken the iron nerves of the Polish adventurer? And since the bones of the Count had never been recovered, what more certain than that the lacquered case with its mysterious contents still lay hidden beneath the ruins that covered Boris Vladimir? I began packing my bag with fierce haste. 3 days later found me ensconced in a little village a few miles from the old battlefield. When the moon rose, I was working with savage intensity on the great pile of crumbling stone that crowned the hill. It was back-breaking toil. Looking back now, I cannot see how I accomplished it, though I labored without a pause from moonrise to dawn. Just as the sun was coming up, I tore aside the last tangle of stones and looked on all that was mortal of Count Boris Vladimir. Only a few pitiful fragments of crumbling bone, and among them, crushed out of all original shape, lay a case whose lacquered surface had kept it from complete decay through the centuries. I seized it with frenzied eagerness. Piling back some of the stones on the bones, I hurried away. I did not care to be discovered by the suspicious peasants in an act of apparent desperation. Back in my tavern chamber, I opened the case and found the parchment comparatively intact. And there was something else in the case, a small, squat object wrapped in silk. I was wild to plumb the secrets of those yellow pages, but weariness forbade me. Since leaving Strogojkova, I had hardly slept at all, and the terrific exertions of the previous night combined to overcome me. In spite of myself, I was forced to stretch myself on my bed, nor did I awake until sundown. I snatched a hasty supper, and then, in the light of a flickering candle, I set myself to read the neat Turkish characters that covered the parchment. It was difficult work, for I am not deeply versed in the language, and the archaic style of the narrative baffled me. But as I toiled through it, a word or a phrase here and there leaped at me, and a dimly growing horror shook me in its grip. I bent my energies fiercely to the task, and as the tale grew clearer and took more tangible form, my blood chilled in my veins, my hair stood up, and my tongue clove to my mouth. All external things partook of the grisly madness of that infernal manuscript, until the night sounds of insects and creatures in the woods took the form of ghastly murmurings and stealthy treadings of ghoulish horrors, and the sighing of the night wind changed to twittering obscene gloating of evil over the souls of men. At last, when grey dawn was stealing through the latticed window, I laid down the manuscript and took up and wrapped the thing in the bit of silk. Staring at it with haggard eyes, I knew the truth of the matter was clinched, even had it been possible to doubt the veracity of the terrible manuscript. And I replaced both obscene things in the case, nor did I rest nor sleep nor eat, until that case containing them had been weighted with stones and flung into the deepest current of the Danube, which, God grant, carried them back into the hell from which they came. Well, for Justin Jeffries, he tarried there only in the sunlight and went his way. For had he gazed upon that ghastly conclave, his mad brain would have snapped before it did. My own reason held I do not know. No, it was no good. I gazed upon a foul rampant ghost, long dead, come up from hell to worship as a world. Ghosts that bowed before a ghost. For hell has long claimed their hideous god. Long, long he dwelt among the hills, a brain-shattering vestige of an outworn age. But no longer his obscene talons clutch for the souls of living men, and his kingdom is a dead kingdom, peopled only by the ghosts of those who served him in his lifetime and theirs. By what foul alchemy or godless sorcery the gates of hell opened on that one eerie night, I do not know, but mine own eyes have seen. And I know I looked on no living thing that night, for the manuscript written in the careful hand of Selim Bahadur narrated at length what he and his raiders found in the valley of Strogojkova. And I read and set down in detail the blasphemous obscenities that torture wrung from the lips of screaming worshippers. And I read, too, of the lost grim black cavern high in the hills where the horrified Turks kept a monstrous, bloated, wallowing toad-like being and slew it with flame and ancient steel blessed in old times by Muhammad, and with incantations that were old when Arabia was young. And even staunch old Selim's hand shook as he recorded the cataclysmic, earth-shaking death howls of the monstrosity, which died not alone, but a half-score of his slayers perished with him, in ways that Selim would not or could not describe. And that squat idol carved of gold and wrapped in silk was an image of himself, and Selim tore it from the golden chain that looped the neck of the slain high priest of the Mars. Well that the Turks swept out that foul valley with torch and cleanly steel. Such sights as those brooding mountains have looked on belong to the darkness and abysses of lost eons. No, it is not fear of the toad thing that makes me shudder in the night. He is made fast in hell with his nauseous horde, freed only for an hour on the most weird night of the year, as I have seen. And of his worshippers, none remains. But it is the realization that such things once crouched beast-like above the souls of men which brings cold sweat to my brow, and I fear to peer again into the leaves of Von Jantz's abomination. For now I understand his repeated phrase of keys. Aye, keys to outer doors, links with an abhorrent past, and who knows, of abhorrent spheres of the present. And I understand why the cliffs look like battlements in the moonlight, and why the tavern keeper's nightmare-haunted nephew saw in his dream the black stone like a spire on a cyclopean black castle. If men ever excavate among those mountains, they may find incredible things below those masking slopes. For the cave wherein the Turks trapped the thing was not truly a cavern. And I shall contemplate the gigantic gulf of eons which must stretch between this age and the time when the earth shook herself and reared up like a wave those blue mountains that, rising, enveloped unthinkable things. May no man ever seek to uproot that ghastly spire men call the Black Stone. A key, aye, it is a key, symbol of a forgotten horror. That horror has faded into the limbo from which it crawled loathsomely in the black dawn of the earth. But what of the other fiendish possibilities hinted at by Von Jantz? What of the monstrous hand which strangled out his life? Since reading what Selim Bahadur wrote, I can no longer doubt anything in the Black Book. Man was not always master of the earth, and is he now? And the thought recurs to me, if such a monstrous entity as the master of the monolith somehow survived its own unspeakably distant epoch so long, what nameless shapes may even now lurk in the dark places of the world?
Booga.
Thank you for listening today. If you'd like to support our work,
Booga.
your horror
Booga.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Horror Stories. I ignored the pain and played back all the festivities in my head. I skip the carnival now. It doesn't do anything for me anymore. So imagine my dismay as my girlfriend, who helps work the carnival, dragged me along one night after all the crowds had left. No lines, she squealed. I even know how to turn on the Ferris wheel. I tried to look excited. She yanked me over to the shooting gallery, and we sat down in front of a counter lined with water pistols. Several bullseye targets hung about 15 feet away. We fired away, but of course, I let her win. I jumped the counter and made my way over to the prize rack. Huge stuffed animals, baseball caps, and T-shirts lined the wall. Which one do you want? I yelled back. She tried to look like she was making a life-altering decision. I'll admit now, it was kind of cute. Before choosing, I see her whip out her cell phone and snap a picture of me next to the prizes. I'm stuck between picking you or the stuffed octopus next to the clown head doll. I'll take the octopus. I rolled my eyes and reached past the clown head doll for the octopus. From there, she pulled me over to the carousel. I watched her disappear into the engineer's control room, and a few seconds later the pipe organ started and the carousel came into motion. During the ride, she felt it was time for another picture. I really tried to smile this time. We only stayed in the hall of mirrors for a few minutes. It was pitch black in there. We kept bumping into the mirrors and each other. Of course, she snapped a picture in there too. The blinding flash didn't help our disorientation. After the terrifying hall of mirrors situation, we decided to leave. She told me she was going to go home and post pictures of the great night. The next morning, I got on Facebook and noticed the small album she uploaded. I started reading through the comments. Lucky bastards. Carnival all to yourself. Nice. What caught me off guard were the next comments. Love the photobombing clown. Who is that dressed up as the clown? Wait, what? I looked through the pictures again, and sure enough, there it is. In the carousel picture, there was a tall clown in the background. The speed of the ride somewhat blurred his image, but I could see him just standing there, arms at his sides. In the hall of mirrors, the flash illuminated the face of a smiling clown. In one mirror in the corner of the picture, there was something chillingly twisted about his expression. How many times did I collide into him thinking it was my girlfriend? And lastly, there was the picture of me standing next to the shooting gallery prize rack. There he was next to the octopus I grabbed for my girlfriend. I thought he was a doll. The realization made me absolutely sick. I was a hair's length away from him. His warm breath probably grazed my skin. What sort of sick delight did he get from doing this? I called up my girlfriend who was still asleep and asked her if she knew the clowns that were hired for the carnival. Her reply made me shudder. They got rid of clowns 5 years ago when parents complained that they were scaring the kids.
It's because clowns are gross.
I was camping with my best friend in the summer of 2006. We always went to the same area, about 100 miles away from our hometown. Camping was our thing, our favorite thing to do. We always brought a bunch of food, drinks, and equipment. And one time, when we woke up in the morning and came out of our tent, all of our stuff was gone. So from then on, we would always set up a camera at night. We would skim through the usually boring footage the next day. Honestly, we never saw anything exciting and never caught anyone stealing from our sight. But this one time, we were watching the footage while eating breakfast and were horrified to see a guy walk into our campsite and sit in a chair that was facing our tent. We watched the clock on the footage, and he sat there for 20 minutes. Then, without warning, the footage showed the man get up, walk over to our tent, and unzip it. He then climbed inside. As you can imagine, we were freaking out. 5 minutes later, the man climbed back out and disappeared. I have no idea how we didn't wake up, and I have no idea what he did while he was in the tent with us. It literally makes me shiver every single time I think about it. Camping in Yellowstone National Park with my wife. It started pouring rain unexpectedly one night, and we were forced to ditch our tent and sleep in the SUV. It was thundering very loudly, and all of a sudden we hear a knock on the driver's side window. I was looking at the window when it happened, and when I looked up at it, I saw no one. My first thought was that it was someone who needed something, or needed help. Hesitantly, I rolled the window down. The rain was coming down hard, and it was so dark. I couldn't see anything. I yelled outside, "Hello." But nobody responded, and a few seconds later, someone walked by my window towards the front of the car and circled around the front to the passenger side. My wife flipped out and locked the door. We could both see whoever it was stopped by her door, and then they tried opening it. I rolled my window back up and locked my side, and seconds later, the person vanished. It was horrifying. I was on summer break and went camping with my friend and his parents. We went to the lake during the day and did the s'mores thing at night. His parents shared a tent, while my friend and I had our own. I can't remember where the campsite was, and I'm not really in contact with my friend anymore. But 15 years later, I'm assuming it was the safest place to camp. Here's why. I woke up sometime in the early morning, like 3 or 4 a.m., and immediately saw a man's face looking in the tent at us. He had unzipped the door, just enough to stick his head in. He looked absolutely insane. He had
Thank
big
you for
eyes
that gifted
and
sub.
wild hair. I was so stiff from fear, I literally couldn't do anything. The man kept moving his head from left to right, very, very slowly, as if it was uncontrollable. I guess my friend could hear me breathing loudly or something, because he woke up too. He had the same reaction as me, and just laid there in
Dude, he
terror,
coming in with
looking at this mysterious
coming in
man.
like a boss,
I'm
man.
not certain how long he was sitting there looking at us,
Hi, fatty.
but it felt like hours,
How are you, buddy?
shaking his head back and forth. At some point, we heard a noise close by, and so did the man. He disappeared quick,
Yeah, don't
and a
surprise
couple
me none.
minutes later we got out of our
That's
tent
okay.
and woke up his parents.
I seen
The
him
guy was long
lurking
gone.
in the background there. I'm
I'm
not
still
going to
afraid
call
of
him out if
camping
he
to this
doesn't say
day.
anything. Just enjoyed some drinks and some scary
This
stories.
happened to my friend Jane earlier this summer. Jane lives in a bungalow a block away from Green Lake in Seattle. For those of you unfamiliar, Green Lake is a really popular place for running, outdoor and park
Enjoying the
activities,
spooky,
dining,
scary, creepy
etc.,
stories.
and is super busy during the summer. It's common for people to be out late at night
I
during the
like
summer,
creepy
so Jane
stories.
didn't think anything was amiss when she heard noises outside her house at midnight. She woke up again around 3 a.m., but this time the noises were louder, like something was hitting or tapping her house. She turned on all the lights and walked around her place, but didn't see anything and went back to bed. She felt uneasy and didn't sleep well the rest of the night, and woke up just before her alarm went off at 5 a.m. As she sat up in bed, she looked
5
through her
a.m.
open bedroom door to see a man on all fours army crawling down the hall towards her bedroom. Jane screamed, and as she goes to grab her phone to call 911, the man calmly stands, looks at her,
911.
and says, "Don't worry, I'm leaving." The man turned around and walked toward the front door.
We are
She
doing
shut her
another
bedroom
freshie
door
run
and called the
on
police.
a
After the
different
police
cake
arrived,
factory.
she discovered the man had removed all of her window screens and presumably entered her home around the time she woke up at 3 a.m. The police did not believe he intended to rob her since he didn't take any of her valuables. The only things he did take were her car keys and her house keys that were in her purse by the front door. Jane's friend, a cop, believes the only reason this guy was so calm is because he has likely done this before. He also thinks that he had probably been watching her for some time and knew her schedule well enough to attack her when she was most defenseless. Whether he took her keys just to confuse her or because he intended to come back is beyond me.
Oh, yeah?
It was not uncommon back in the day for my mom to go to the store and leave me at home to watch TV.
You don't have to
Nothing
take all
bad
the
ever
loot.
happened.
I mean, you can
But
get a
one
good
time
gun
while
and
watching TV, I heard
go
the
wild
piano
out
downstairs start to play.
do all
I
the
just
shooty
thought my
shooties.
mom was home, but was
Oh, there we
confused
go.
because she never played the piano.
Green to go with the rest of
I
our
went
green.
downstairs and walked into the room where the piano was. There was a crazy-looking man sitting at the piano and was looking at me with a huge, exaggerated smile as soon as I entered the room. I was frozen, and he continued to smile and play the piano. He stopped suddenly but
You have
never
to,
looked
you
away
have
from
to
me.
pick up everything.
It was pure terror and shock. I finally somehow was able to move and ran. I ran
all
out my
free
front door,
stuff.
which was unlocked, and ran to the neighbor's house across the street.
It's all free
The
stuff.
lady
I
that
have
lived
to
there
have
was
it
very
all.
concerned, and I was surprised to see her walk over to my house by herself and go inside, and I was even more surprised when she came back out with the man. Apparently, the man was her mentally disabled brother, about 50 years old. I never saw him again, but I can remember his crazy, exaggerated smile like it just happened yesterday. When I was 22, I was dating
Ooh,
a guy
Glock
that lived out in the
17.
country, pretty far away from where I lived. It was about 60 miles out, and while driving to his house one day, the sun started going down. It was about 8 p.m. It was still bright enough outside to see, but almost to the point where I needed my lights on. As I'm driving down this long stretch of road, I see something off in the distance. As I came a bit closer, I could see it was another car, a small red Toyota. It was stopped and turned kind of sideways in the opposite lane. When I came closer, I was horrified to see a woman lying face down in the middle of
Got
the
a whole
road.
group of people
I
that
came
play
to
all
a
the
stop
time.
about
I
30 feet away
basically ride in
and
their
grabbed my
cars,
cell phone.
so they
I
let me
forgot that I
out.
didn't have any reception out here, and I sat
Let me
thinking
out,
of
let
what
me
to
out.
do for a few minutes.
I want to be in the back
Even though
no
there was
more.
nothing that seemed threatening about the situation, I felt scared. I didn't want to leave my car, and I realized I had no way of providing any kind of help anyway, so I decided to drive past the body and keep going. When I got to the store about 20 miles away, I would get some help. So I started to drive by the body very slowly, going about 2 miles per hour, and when I was sure I cleared the body, I hit the gas. Only about 5 seconds go by and I look in the rear view mirror. The body is now standing up in the middle of the road facing me. I'm laying in bed reading with my
Watch all
dog
the
at night.
houses go by. And
My bedroom door is open, and
all
my
the
room
stuff.
is the only room in the house with the lights on. It's completely silent.
It's all
I took a
good,
quick
man.
glance
It's
at my
all
dog.
good.
My
We're gonna
dog
have
is staring
to
out the door
do a
into
little
pure
thing.
darkness. I see him slowly tilting his head to the side, which he only does when he
Sure he
sees or
wouldn't
hears
need
something
them?
that seems bizarre. Then he slowly stands up and starts growling and snarling towards the dark hallway. I start to call his name, but he ignores me, and his growling is becoming more and more aggressive. I stand up next to him and look out the door, but I can't see anything, it's so dark. He then starts to bark. I look down at him, and he is definitely staring at something in the hallway. I lean down to pet him, and as soon as I touch his head, he stops. His mouth opens, and he starts panting while wagging his tail. It was so unnerving. I'm going to tell this story for my grandpa
Human
since he is
steak.
no longer with us. He told me a long time ago that he was living in Hawaii, and one weekend day he was at the beach with some of his friends and a group of girls. He said they were all swimming and having a great time, and that he and a pretty girl had hit it off and went for a walk down the beach. The stretch of beach was terribly long, according to my grandpa, and they walked all the way down the beach until nobody else was in sight, and they eventually had to stop walking on the sand when they hit some huge rocks. My grandpa says they swam out into the water and around the rocks and were amazed and excited to see a hidden area on the other side of them. They swam over to the sand behind the rocks and kept walking. The way my grandpa put it, they were walking and saw a person laying in the sand. Him and the girl both knew right away somehow that the person was dead. The girl became scared and wanted to turn back, but my grandpa kept going and she followed. He says that when they got to the person, they were horrified to see it was a woman covered in blood who had looked to have been stabbed many times. He says at that time the woman vomited, and here's the weirdest part of the story. I'm not sure why he told me this, but he said he briefly thought that this would be a damn good place to stab someone to death, and that it was a good thing he didn't have any knives on hand. He laughed after telling me that and then said they just walked away and told their friends. He never told the police department and isn't sure that any of them did.
These are all
All
really
right, so
short
it was
stories,
summer,
by the
and
way.
my two best friends and I just finished our shopping for the camping trip. We were all 16, and my friend's dad was taking us. It was quite a long drive, and we arrived about 4 hours after we had left. We set up a couple of tents, and it was
Yeah, I
already
like
getting
the
dark by the
spatula.
time we finished.
I like the noise
We
that it
made a
makes,
fire in
too.
the pit and ate dinner.
It's a lot
We
like the
stayed
fly
up late
swatter.
at night talking, and my friend's dad even let the three of us drink beer. We finally went to sleep after talking and screwing around for hours. The next morning, we woke up early and breakfast was already being made. My friend's dad had told us about a waterfall he had seen a long time ago that he was sure was nearby. He said he went swimming in the water below the waterfall and that it was secluded and really cool. He said we would have to go on a hike to get there, and I was looking forward to seeing that waterfall more than the others, and I really wanted to go swimming. After breakfast, we changed into some hiking clothes, grabbed our swim trunks, and walked off into the direction of the supposed waterfall. 3 minutes into the hike, we were walking through the woods and saw a very small shack or something like that that somebody had built. It looked very old. It was run down and falling apart. We, of course, became curious and started walking over towards it. That's when we saw him, a clown standing in the open doorway of the shack. The three of us stopped dead in our tracks and didn't know what to do or what to say. I can't really speak for them, but at first I wanted to laugh, but then terror quickly swept over me because of the realization that this was completely messed up. Why the hell would there be a clown out here? The clown stood there like a statue, and it was obvious that he was trying to scare us. Then he started running in our direction, and we of course turned around and ran. All three of us fell and tripped over each other because of the adrenaline and how scared we were. We made it back to camp and stared in the direction we had just come from,
Need a
but he
long
never
stick.
emerged from the trees. My friend's dad said he believed us when we told him, but I don't think he really did. He was way too calm about it. The three of us freaked out and laughed about it after a while, but I think about it whenever I hang out with the two of them, and we always bring it up. This was 9 years ago, and I still think about it whenever I think of them or see a clown. What the hell was he doing out there? Planning to kidnap or murder someone? Was he just sitting
Creepy.
out there waiting for people to see him?
Creepy freaking clowns.
The
Creepy
most horrific
clowns.
night of my life. Halloween 2010. My cousin Chris and I were roommates at the time, and we had just moved in together 2 months before Halloween. We were pretty well known in our town and wanted to throw a Halloween party at our new place. We spent the day getting the party ready, buying drinks and food and setting up spider webs and other decorations. It was a pretty good time. I dressed up as a mad doctor and Chris dressed up as a clown. He was the life of the party and was doing ridiculous clown-like things to make everyone laugh. I was 18 and wasn't really used to drinking very much, but at that party, that night, I drank a lot. I started with beer, but then started taking shots with people. I can't really remember when people started to leave, but I think it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. I remember being so drunk that I couldn't move from the chair I was sitting in the living room. I was so drunk, people started leaving, and I didn't even notice or care. I was just watching TV. I kind of remember Chris telling me he was going out to buy some alcohol for some people, and then I passed out. The next thing I remember is waking up to Chris coming back, walking through the garage door and sitting on the couch opposite of me. The whole room was spinning fast, and I could not keep my vision still enough to focus on anything. I remember asking Chris if he bought the booze, and he just shook his head no. After that, I just remember going in and out of consciousness. My phone was ringing, but I ignored it. I was too drunk and tired to reach into my pocket and answer it.
That's
But it
pretty
kept
drunk.
ringing over and over and over. I finally pulled it out and hit the green button on the screen. Yeah, I said into the phone drunkenly. Then I heard Chris' voice saying, "Shit, dude, finally." We were just about to leave. We're at Jack in the Box. Do you want anything? In my drunken state, I didn't put it together right away. But I remember looking over at Chris on the couch. But the room was spinning so much I couldn't make out his face. Just the bright colors from his costume. I then said to Chris sitting on the couch, "Dude, stop. I think I'm going to throw up. Stop calling me. Just stop." He said nothing back. And then I heard Chris' voice on the phone say, "Later," and he hung up. I sat there for a minute, barely able to think. But then somehow I had a moment of clarity. I realized that I heard girls in the background on the phone. And then I put it together. I sat up on the chair and then stood up on my feet. Whoever was sitting on the couch in front of me was a complete blur. So I started walking over to him. Each step was extremely difficult. I stopped in front
I
of
don't know
him,
how to do
squinted
this
my
fishing
eyes,
pod.
and put my hands on the side of my head. It worked. It steadied my vision, and I could clearly see the older man sitting on the couch smiling at me. I asked him who the hell he was. And then he got up and walked past me. I stood there facing the couch, unable to turn around. That's the last thing I remember.
Anybody
The
know
next
how this
thing I
fishing
knew,
mod works?
I woke up in a hospital and I felt a very different kind of drunk. I asked a random nurse
Oh, you
standing
just
near me
release
where
it.
I was
Okay.
and what the hell was going on. And she told me that I had been attacked. About 24 hours later, I was finally thinking clearly again when I woke up. Chris, my sisters, my parents were all in the room. I
Oh,
asked what happened
goddamn.
again. And Chris said that he found me laying on the living room floor in a puddle of blood. They were as confused as I was, but I tried to tell them that I thought that it was Chris in the room with me. They didn't understand. But I told them there was a man. There was a man in the house. It was a clown. "6 years ago, I had a group of friends that always hung out together. My girlfriend at the time was also a part of this group. One day I get a phone call from the cops and they tell me my girlfriend is at the police station because she found a body at our friend Jessica's house. She went over to Jessica's house to pick her up and found her in a pool of blood in her bedroom. She was stabbed repeatedly by her boyfriend, who was also a part of our group. It was shocking, but over time, she got over seeing what she did and we moved on. That is until one day I picked up her phone while she was in her backyard gardening and started looking through her photos. I stumbled onto an unbelievably gruesome picture. She had taken a close-up picture of Jessica before the cops picked her up. Her face was mangled completely. I left her house immediately and took the phone to the cops. It was a crazy situation. I was told later that she also stole some of Jessica's jewelry. From that day on, I've had this disturbing feeling that she might have had something to do with Jessica's murder.
But she's
I was on my way
crazy.
home from work years ago riding the subway as I always did. The subway was always packed, but I had managed to find a seat this day. As I was sitting there, people watching, I felt something stuffed in between the seat and the window. I looked down and it was an envelope. I pulled it out and it was sealed. There was nothing written on it and I, of course, opened it. There was a small slip of paper folded in half. I pulled it out and read the single sentence printed on it. I've killed 16 people. Back in the 60s and the 70s, my family lived in Chatsworth, California. The town was at the foot of the Santa Susana Mountains, which
AI.
seemed to be
AI
a wonderful
is not
wilderness
very
playground
bright.
to all of the kids in the area. Browns Canyon Road wound up the mountains with maybe only 2 houses along it 6 or 7 miles. It really was a beautiful area with a stream, wildflowers, and live oaks, and the local teens liked to party up there at night. One night, a bunch of teens were sitting by the stream, the starlight, the rippling noise of the water, and the warm summer night. All were made even more intense by the fact that they were stoned on LSD. One of the boys leaned back on his hands where he was sitting in the boat, lost in thought. He started running his hand over something behind him. It was bumpy in a regular sort of way, so his fingers made kind of a rhythm. Bump, 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 bump. After a while, he finally turned to see what it was. He had his hand in the mouth of a decapitated girl. He had been running his hands over her teeth over and over again. That was the bump, bump, bump. The poor girl had been chopped up and dumped along the stream with some dirt
That's
thrown over
fucked
her,
up.
and the kids were sitting on her. Of course, they all freaked out, but I heard that the kid who found her never came down from his acid trip.
Got killed by the
I
first
can't
AI
verify
that you
that
saw.
part, but I do know we didn't see
Yeah,
him
it
around the area
happened.
again. The entire neighborhood was spooked for quite some time. In 5th grade, coming back inside from recess, I found a note in my desk. It read, "I am going to kill you." I showed it to my teacher, and she tried getting the person who wrote it to come forward by scolding the entire class, but nobody ever admitted to doing it. The next day, coming back from recess, I found a note that said the same thing in the same handwriting. The teacher tried to compare the writing with everyone in the class, and she contacted my parents and the principal, but nothing became of it. 3 years later, in 8th grade, at a different school, I was finishing up my 3rd period gym class. I went into the locker room to change back into my school clothes. When I opened my locker, a note fell to the floor. I picked it up and read it. My blood turned ice cold as I read the same words in the same handwriting.
I'm going to kill you.
This started when my 2 brothers, David and Luke, and Luke's girlfriend, Sarah, all drove down to the desert to spend some time in the country. This is reservation land, as it were, so red dirt everywhere. We had some pistols and decided to go target practice. We took our gear and some old targets to this place called Devil's Heartbeat. I had never been before, but the 3 of them were familiar with the area. It was a canyon about 200 feet deep, and we stayed on one end of the canyon by the drop-offs, and to our left was a ravine. and about 50 feet over, the opposite side of the canyon rose up above us. On the opposite end, there were some Anasazi ruins. The Navajo may disagree with historians on the Anasazi's origins and departure, as according to the Navajo, they simply disappeared from existence, leaving behind plates, dishes, and food, and went into another dimension, or some equivalent. But whatever the history, the Navajo do not like to wander into Anasazi ruins. I never asked why, but figured it had something to do with disrespect or preserving history. As such, none of the others cared a bit about these canyon ruins. They were more interested in shooting pistols. I could see old beds, ladders, and even cave drawings on the cliffs with my naked eye. And I got this strange fixation going over me. I'm not Navajo, and felt that their rules didn't apply to me. I set off down the cliffs with a rope, and decided I would climb down, cross the canyon floor, and then climb back up. This was a bad idea for a million reasons, but it was like an obsession. I can't explain the feeling. It was like magnetism. I wanted to be in those ruins. And it wasn't just some touristy curiosity. I felt as if I were meant to go there. I kept slipping and getting stuck on the rocks. I was so frustrated. I started crying. Finally, I was deterred by the unmistakable sound of a growl coming from the canyon floor below me. There were trees down there, so I couldn't see what was making the growl-up mountain lion immediately rose to mine. And I got my ass
Bear.
back up the cliffside. I said nothing to the others, and we shot the guns for a while. The only other strange occurrence was that while Sarah was aiming, things got eerily quiet. We all heard sounds from around us, behind us, maybe 20 feet away. It was like a growl, then a hoarse laugh, almost like a lion, and then a hyena. We had a clear view of the entire area, and there was nothing. Certainly not on the cliff tops where we heard it anyway. The creepiest part was that while David, Sarah, and I all heard it from a close distance, Luke heard the exact same noise right by his ear. We ended up camping out to see if anything would happen. And this is when things got completely terrifying. Before, I was only scared of wild animals. We had guns that I'm sleeping with no bags nor tents. Just some blankets under the stars with a little fire. So I felt safe when we had all laid down. And I fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up a few hours later to see everyone else laying down with their eyes wide open, listening. The canyon was completely full of noises. The only way
be
to describe
right
it is
back,
people
Jeff.
banging rocks together. There would be one set maybe 300 yards away, then another clacking 200 yards away. And then 50 feet away. The canyon echoes. So it was hard to tell exactly how many rock smacking noises there were, but they sounded like Morse code. We listened for perhaps 10 minutes. No other animal noises. No, nothing. Finally, David, who is a hard ass and the least superstitious of his family, shouted, "Shut up." And everything immediately stopped. My heart was in my throat. We
I
just
got
sat
an
there
early
and stared at each
birthday
other wide-eyed.
slash Christmas
It was dead
presents
quiet.
today, by the way.
And then we heard another super weird set of noises from the Anasazi ruins.
I got the smaller
I don't
screen
know how to explain this one either, but it almost sounded
From
like a zebra. And then the
a
rock
family
slash
member.
stick slash whatever started up again,
got
but this was worse.
new
Because
earbuds,
now
which
other
I
animal
need to
noises
figure
came
out
out.
how to make
We
those
heard
work
what sounded
instead of
like
my
wolves
crappy
or
headset.
coyotes barking, monkeys screeching, owls hooting,
And then
and
I also those
those
got a foot
terrible
pedal.
zebra noises.
And I need to figure
We
out how
said
to
no.
get that going
We got
without
our
a
happy little asses
screen
out of
deck.
there immediately. It took
I don't
us
know if
maybe
you can
10
use them
minutes
without
to
a
rouse the
stream
fire,
deck,
pack
or
up
you have to have a
blankets, and
stream
speed
deck,
away,
or anything like that.
with the noises continuing the entire time.
They're
I
the
was obviously pretty shaken. Before I could fall
you
asleep
can
again,
see them if you go to
my
my
never-home mother
Amazon
came and
wish
sat by
list.
me and said
You'll
that
see
she
them.
could
They're
tell I had a
they're
rough
not
day.
the
We
over the
hadn't mentioned
ear
the creepy shit
headsets
to Royal
anymore.
lecture about
I got the
messing
ones
around
that
with the
go
spirits.
actually in your ears,
She
like
asked me about
earbuds.
it, and I ended up spilling
They're
my guts
the
about not seeing the canyon
CX
ruins. It was something
CR
personal.
something or other.
I felt like I wanted to go there. Why couldn't I go? It would have been beautiful. After I word vomited all
ZSN
over her,
Pros.
I could see that she had a really concerned look over her face.
They got a really nice
What
sound
is it,
to
I
them,
asked, totally
but
confused. And she
don't know how to
explained
make 'em
something
work.
I had no idea about.
with
The
doing the whole
spirits in the
streaming
rooms like
thing, I
fellow
can plug
people.
them in and they have
When
great
they get
sound.
up to the ground,
But if I
the
plug it
spirits push
into
them
my
out.
streaming
That's
PC
why we don't go there.
so that I
I
can
remain
hear
creeped out
all
for
my
the
alerts and
remainder of the
everything,
visit. The town has a
I
public
get this
accessible
horrible,
kind of
horrible
like a
fan
tourist trap for
whine
little potted
from it,
places.
and it's just
But since I
terrible.
didn't see the ruins up close, I went down via the Kiva. And I went alone. As of course, my
But I also
superstitious
wanna
family
figure out-
refused to
I-
enter other neighbors'
I'm not sure.
dwellings.
Am I supposed
I
to just
figured that
plug
nothing
the
could
pedal
push me off
into
a cliff if I
the
were in a Kiva. I
card?
was right. But something even worse happened.
That how that
Fast
works,
forward a
or
few weeks
do I
later,
have to
I
have a
worked at
stream
a shitty
deck
call center in Salt
to
Lake
make
City.
that work?
Third shift. It was
I
my
don't-
first night alone.
I don't know how that works.
And I
but
was feeling jumpier than ever since the Kiva. My
do.
brothers already warned
do.
me
I have a
that
separate
had
mic
skin
that I
walker following
use.
me. But I, of
So
course, did not believe it. I don't smoke. But I follow
does
my
that go in the
coworkers
mic
out for smoke breaks because I
mic
like
slot,
to chat.
and then you plug the
Tonight I
mic
looked in the
into
doorway.
the pedal?
Because I had this horrible cloud of dread
Is that how
hanging
that
over
works?
me. I was
I
peeping
didn't
out
open
of
the box
glass
yet.
door.
I didn't.
I'm being a total weirdo. It hit me then how paranoid I had been.
Oh
That's what
yeah,
skinwalkers
yeah. Yeah. I have a separate mic.
They messed
The
around
mic that I
with
have
mind. Whilst
on
I was
my
pacing in
headset,
front of the glass door, I decided that
Corsair
this whole thing
and
was
me
stupid.
don't really
And I
mix
was
all
going
that
to
great.
go outside and stand there for the
The
rest
headset
of my
mics
10-minute
have
break.
always been
Most of
horrible
the
for me.
smokers were
So
already filing back in. But I walked out, put my hands in my pockets, and looked at the sky. I looked at the
so
moon, mentally patting myself on the back for not being a person. Then I saw something I will
I
never
now
be able
have,
to have a rational
a separate
explanation
mic
for.
that
We have 6 parking lots.
for the mic.
In one of the lots far away from me,
Headphones.
perhaps 100 feet away. I could see something.
I don't.
lurking,
I don't
was
want
like a
this
dog, obviously.
the headsets.
but it was almost limping.
The
and
headset,
walked like
I
it were tired or
Don't
hurt.
want this headset. The
Animals
coating
of the
for
moon
it,
forgot
all the
about
shit's
skin
falling
walkers.
off of it. Otherwise,
And I started
I would
walking
just keep
towards
using
it,
it. But
making the Dobby noises.
that's why I was looking
And
into
then I
getting
stopped
separate
abruptly.
headphones.
The dog had
because
the
I
body
also
form of a
don't need
greyhound,
the
and
mic.
it was gray.
I just need
But there
the
was
headset.
something
I
really
just
wrong
need
with
the
it.
earpiece.
It had bloody legs and limped. But it walked more like a person would on their feet and hands. Its butt was moving to and fro and didn't make any sense.
Oh, I've never used the
When it
mic
heard
on my
me, It
headsets.
just stopped
Ever.
without turning.
Except for
Something I've
streaming
never known
purposes,
any
I
dog
would
to do.
always talk into there. That's
And
why I
finally,
was wound up
It looked over its shoulder at
running
me.
solo on
And this
DayZ.
is the freakiest
Because
part.
nobody wanted to be
The
around
dog
me if
was
I was
looking at
talking
me
in
the way a
game.
person does.
Because it was
It had
just
huge
horrible.
eyes, way too big for a greyhound. And its teeth were barred as if it was considering
And it
biting
didn't
me.
matter where I moved
When
the
it
mic
growled.
at. I could move it away
it
from
was
my
like a
mouth.
whistle
I
growl.
could keep it close. Didn't
Noises no regular animals make. It almost sounded like it wanted to talk to me, or that it was taunting me. Somehow, in the middle of all of this, I realized it didn't have a tail. And I'd heard from all the Navajo stories that skinwalkers, when they appear
But I
as
have the
animals, don't have
still
tails.
using my Corsair headset,
All
but I
logic
need to
and
figure out how to
rationality. I turned
make
and
the new earbuds
I
work.
didn't look back until I was
Because
inside
they're
the
a pin
building and
connector,
had
they're not a
pulled the door shut
USB.
behind me.
So
And when I look back, of
I
course,
need to
it was
figure
gone.
out how to
When I described this to my
How to
brothers, they were
hook that
absolutely
all
sure
up
it
so
was a
that
skinwalker.
I can hear my
And then
alerts
went
and
through the trouble
everything.
of blessing me,
And I
my
think that
apartment,
has to be
them and
through
their
my
apartments.
streaming PC
I never saw the creepy bloody dog again.
so that I can
And
hear
have
that
ever
shit
since
that's
never
on the
slightly wanted
streaming
to visit
PC.
those
Otherwise, I
clip
won't get any notification sounds.
I began babysitting at 13 to earn extra money to spend on horribly embarrassing things, like Fall Out Boy CD. I would almost always work for my father's clients. He's a lawyer, and get referred by word of mouth. I was babysitting for one family who had a little girl of 9 and a little boy of 7. The parents seemed okay, a tad crotchety, giving me a full schedule to follow and jokingly threatening to be any boy who might mysteriously show up after they left. It felt cruel for them to accuse me of even knowing a boy, given that I basically looked like an overgrown baby with
Well,
frizzy hair at
I
my
mean,
age.
most everybody's
Almost
audio is
immediately after
fucked
the
up
parents leave,
half
the
the
little
time
girl sings
anyways
in a creepy high-pitched
because
voice.
of
We're all
OBS
alone
and
Righto, cue the Shining soundtrack. I know the
Twitch.
little boy chimed in. Let's play rape. Looking back now, I know the kid probably just heard that term on TV and knew the word was shocking and said it just for a reaction. I totally bought into it at the time, sputtering wide-eyed and changing the subject quickly. These kids were held for the next hour. I wouldn't let them watch South Park on the TV because their parents did not seem to allow their precious 9 and 7-year-olds to watch a show like that. As soon as I said no, the little girl said casually, "Oh, that's fine. We'll just go play PlayStation in the family room. Feel free to watch it out here." I knew exactly what was headed. I said to them that they could go watch any other TV show in the living room whilst I made them dinner. The parents had left instructions to make them sandwiches. I could handle that. Before I'd even got the bread out, I hear a massive crash. It seems like the little girl had broken a glass. Tutting and pissed, but ultimately with no way of punishing her. I cleaned it up whilst the two incredibly weird kids watched with wide eyes. So I dumped the broken glass into the trash and went back to making the sandwiches. I'm a vegetarian. So whilst the children had chicken, I made a simple salad sandwich for myself. Just as I was finishing, the little boy screamed out in what sounded like a pantomime of pain. Nonetheless, I ran over to the couch in the living room to check on him. My ankle, he howled, dramatically flopping back into the couch. While I tried to figure out how he had hurt his ankle, the little girl slipped out of the room. Peripherally, I was aware of this, but didn't really pay it any mind and focused on the little boy pretending to be in pain. He kept saying, "I went to stand, but it hurt too much." I don't know, over and over until his eyes suddenly flicked to just behind me, where I could see the little girl standing with a perturbing smile on her face. It was a miracle he was healed. At this point, I was just thinking these kids were very strange and craved attention a little too much and probably needed more parental involvement. But whatever, I was 13 and that $60 was only 4 hours away. I set out the sandwiches for the two to eat at the dining table, and I went to get a soda and returned. After pouring soda for both of them, I realized that they hadn't taken a bite out of their sandwiches yet. I asked them what they were waiting for. They smiled for you to take a bite out of yours. I am so glad I had a gut feeling to open my sandwich. Because when I did, I saw glass. Broken glass, the broken glass that I had put in the trash. I stared in horror at these two little children staring at me, giving me maniacal grins. I lost it shouting, "Are you too serious? At the very least, you could have really injured my mouth. What's wrong with you?" Instead of crying or apologizing, or pretending to be ashamed or confused, these two little kids began laughing, and not a childish laugh either. It was a low and threatening laugh. I'll never forget that noise. My immediate reaction was that these kids are too young to be laughing like that. I called my older sister, who was 17 at the time, told her over the phone what happened, and cried about it a little. She came and took over for me. We left the house with chills after the parents arrived. I never babysat for those two again. What I can't get past is the level of predetermination that went into sprinkling that broken glass into my sandwich, and the total remorseless way that they responded to me being upset. They were unlike any two kids I've ever met before or since. I was a new nurse at our hospital and had only been working there for a couple of months. I had brought a patient of mine up from day surgery from the ER for an endoscopy, and they called me back down and asked me to bring up her family, as she didn't speak enough English to communicate, and we needed her consent for a procedure. After dropping them off, I walked past the waiting room and headed back down the hall to the elevators. I took the way back to get to the ER, and all the hallways were deserted. You see, this used to be the pediatric wing of the hospital, but it has been shut down for years, and all the rooms are deserted, full of broken equipment, beds, and just general crap. As I reached the nurse's station at the T-junction between the pediatric hallway and the hallway that goes down to the elevators, I saw a little girl standing across from the nurse's station further down the hall. She had big pigtails and was wearing a brown dress and white shoes, holding a teddy bear. I thought perhaps she was a family member who had walked away from the day's surgery waiting room. I was concerned that she would go into one of these rooms and might get hurt or lost. So I said, "Hey little girl, what are you doing? You don't need to be over here. You're going to get hurt." And I walked around the nurse's station so that I could grab her hand and bring her back. But I shit you not, as I got about 15 feet away from her, she vanished. Every hair on my body stood up straight, and I turned and ran like a bat out of hell to the elevator. I pounded that button for what seemed like an eternity until the elevator got to the floor I was on. As I got back to the ER, I walked up to the nurse's desk, and one of the older nurses looked at me and said, "Geez, what's wrong with you?" I remember babbling like an idiot as I tried to tell them what happened. After listening to me for a moment or two, the nurse said, "Oh, you saw the little ghost girl. Yeah, she's been around here for years." And I remember replying, "Well, thanks for telling me about this before." Apparently the ghost has been here ever since the ER, ducking in and out of patients' rooms and peeking around curtains. My wife worked up on the 7th floor and said that one time on nights, a whole row of patients started yelling about a little girl that was running around in the rooms. I guess she gets around. I was working at an 100-year-old abandoned farmhouse several years ago. My coworker and I were told to find the well for the house since they were thinking about developing the property. After looking for a while, we figured it might be in the old house. I grabbed my flashlight and we headed into a window that wasn't boarded up very well. The place was creepy. The 2nd floor had a burned goat carcass and pentagrams drawn in ash all over the walls. So that started the chills and goosebumps. We eventually made our way to the basement, where I almost fell into the very deep well at the end of the steps. I'm not sure how deep it was, but our 25-inch tape wouldn't hit the bottom. Anyway, my curiosity was still running wild. So we went searching around the basement. My coworker noticed that one of the stone walls didn't make it all the way up to the ceiling, and it was probably a fake wall. Good call on his part. He boosted me over the wall, and I helped him climb over. The first room was empty and had nothing exciting. Just dark, wet, and cold. Looking around, there was another wall with an opening. I decided to go first, and I was boosted over the wall. My coworker thought it would be funny to hang on to the flashlight for a while, whilst I stumbled in the dark. Finally, he tossed it over to me, and that's when I began freaking out. The room had chains built into the walls with wrists and ankle shackles. The walls had scratch marks from nails, and I'm guessing that someone tried to escape. I lasted about 30 seconds in that room before I started to dash over both walls and the well, right out of the window we climbed through to get into that creepy house. I don't think it was just the shackles or the scratch marks that creeped me out, but the ice-cold chills that shut down my spine. Like there was something truly evil lurking in that place. This is a story that I'm not supposed to be telling, a family secret that I'm not supposed to know about. When my grandfather was younger, he became the principal of an elementary school. He was in his late 20s, early 30s at the time. And despite being young, he was a born leader. He was a great principal, and everyone loved him. I can attest to that, as I attended multiple award ceremonies for him, and the respect and admiration he received was crazy. There was a young boy at the school who was having behavioral issues in class, and my grandfather saw the kid didn't have a lot of parental support. So he called the father and had a talk with him about spending more time with his son, and just a general parenting session. It turned out that all the boy needed was his dad's attention, and after a few weeks, he was happy and was a model student. Whenever my grandfather would leave school late, he would see the dad was playing basketball with his son after he got home from work. It was one of those moments that he took pride in being able to make a difference in people's lives. However, not everything had such an easy solution, and my grandfather found himself having to deal with an employee, Stanley the janitor, who was showing up for work drunk. Stanley was an alcoholic with a mean streak, and my grandfather tried on multiple occasions to deal with his behavior. Finally, though, Stanley one day showed up so drunk that my grandfather sent him home and called the superintendent to let him know that he was going to fire him the next morning, after he sobered up. He then warned them to let him deal with Stanley when he was sober, because he was not a stable person. As it goes in these kinds of stories, the superintendent was furious and decided that he was going to call Stanley himself and fire him, despite my grandfather's warning. No one called my grandfather to tell him about it either. So he was completely in the dark and thought that he would just deal with it in the morning. Stanley was furious and went to the school that evening. He searched the offices, my grandfather's included, and tore things apart until finally he had what he wanted. He was in a blaze of fury, and on his way out, he saw the father and son playing basketball. He walked towards them and pulled something out of his trousers. It was a gun. He then proceeded to shoot the little boy, killing him instantly. The father was so upset and was crying hysterically, but somehow he managed to get the gun away from Stanley and shot him. My grandfather was called to the elementary school immediately by police because there were 2 dead bodies, the little boy's and Stanley's. But what was even worse was the crying from the father and him saying that he couldn't save his son. It was clear that he would never forgive himself for that day. My grandfather was pulled aside by one of the police, who would search Stanley for evidence. They had found a list, a hit list of people that he was going to kill, and all the addresses of the people that he had received when he was searching the offices. My grandfather was number 1 on that list. So if it was for that father, it's likely that I would have never been able to meet my grandfather, and possibly my mother and grandmother would have been killed if Stanley had been able to complete his mission. To this day, I get goosebumps whenever I hear that story, and it's just so chilling. My grandfather never uttered a single word about this after his initial recount to my mother, and she made me swear to never tell him that I knew. He carried the weight of that boy's death until the day he died. So Stanley, I'm glad we never had to meet, and that you were stopped before you could cause more harm. Thank you
Stanley
for
was-
listening, and I wish you good health. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support us. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. My robot voice.
You fool! The Phantom Coach by Amelia P. Edwards. The circumstances I am about to relate to you have truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years, I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with a reluctance which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away. I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and, having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun, and had had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east, the month December, the place a bleak wide moor in the far north of England, and I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way, with the first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the leaden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand, and staled anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, not the tiniest cultivated patch or fence or sheep track met my eyes in any direction. There was nothing for it but to walk on, and take my chance of finding what shelter I could by the way. So I shouldered my gun again, and pushed wearily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak, and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile, the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this, the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already
shit.
watching for me
Train
through the
wreck.
window of our little inn parlor, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and having spent our autumn in the Highlands, were now lodging in a remote little village situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love and, of course, very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would.
Bad zombie.
What would I not have given to have kept my word? Even now, weary as I was, I felt that with
now
a
I
supper,
get a
an hour's rest,
flashlight.
and a guide, I might still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. And all this time the snow fell and the night thickened. I stopped, shouted every now and then, but my shout seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travellers who had walked on and on in the falling snow until, wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail and my resolution give way? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death. Death! I shuddered. How hard to die just now, when life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling, whose whole loving heart but that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, louder and longer, and listened eagerly. Was my shout answered, or did I only fancy that I heard a far-off cry? I hallooed again, and again the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to my great joy, face to face with an old man and a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "What for?" growled he sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time. What's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord so minded?" "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dwelding?" "A good 20 miles, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 miles to the side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," said he, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't at all use," growled he. "He won't let you in. Not he." "We'll see about that," I replied briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's nought to you," was the unceremonious reply. Well, well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and a supper tonight." "You can try it," muttered my reluctant guide, and still shaking his head, he hobbled, gnome-like, away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, it's the house. Don't me." He fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw in the little circle of light shed by the lantern that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked round with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served, apparently, a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with flour sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, biscuits, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the center of the floor stood some huge object, gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping cloth and reaching halfway to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude movable platform with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal rudely fashioned. The speculum, so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument, asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell rang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low black door at the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in without waiting for an invitation. A huge, white-haired old man rose from a table covered with books and papers and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" said he. "How came you here? What do you want?" "James Murray, barrister at law, on foot across the moor. Meat, drink, and sleep." He bent his bushy brows into a portentous frown. "Mine is not a house of entertainment," he said haughtily. "Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger?" "I didn't admit him," grumbled the old man. "He followed me over the muir and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2". "And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house?" "The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation." "Self-preservation?" There's an inch of snow on the ground already," I replied briefly, "and it would be deep enough to cover my body before daybreak." He strode to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out. "It is true," he said. "You can stay, if you choose, till morning. Jacob, serve the supper." With this, he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Smaller and less incongruous in its arrangements than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to awaken my curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange
I guess they
diagrams,
just
and in others
fucking
covered with shelves crowded with
Sue shit
philosophical
back in the
instruments,
day.
the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios. On the other, a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-open door of a cupboard at the further end of the room, I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantel shelf beside me, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden. Every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen. It seemed it stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid those wild and solitary moors. Over and over again I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what he could be. His head was singularly fine, but it was more the head of a poet than of a philosopher. Broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair, it had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness that characterizes the head of Louis von Beethoven. There were the same deep lines about the mouth, and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me. "I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir," said my entertainer. "Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder." I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly and sat down to his own supper, which consisted, primitively, of a jug of milk and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, said, "Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long?" "Pray interrogate me," I replied. "I am heartily at your service." He bent his head in acknowledgement, leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees and his chin supported in the palms of his hands, stared fixedly into the fire, and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the later progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied as well as my slight information permitted, but the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud. I had never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all systems of all philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and, still leaning forward in the same moody attitude, with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer. From practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reichenbach, from Reichenbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condillac, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi, the mystics of the East, were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seemed easy and harmonious upon his lips as sequences in music. By and by, I forget now by what link of conjecture or illustration, he passed on to that field which lies beyond the boundary line of even conjectural philosophy, and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which, under the names of ghosts, spectres, and supernatural appearances, have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages. "The world," he said, "grows hourly more and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius, and our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resists experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war as against the belief in apparitions? And yet what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various, attested by all races of men in all ages and in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savage of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. This phenomenon is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical sciences, put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of competent witnesses, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned as a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool. He spoke with bitterness, and, having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands, and added, with an altered voice and manner, "I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I, too, was branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and hooted from that field of science in which I had labored with honor during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me, as I have forgotten the world. You have my history." "It is a very sad one," I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer. "It is a very common one," he replied. "I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man has suffered before me." He rose, as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window. "It has ceased snowing," he observed, as he dropped the curtain and came back to the fireside. "Ceased?" I exclaimed, starting eagerly to my feet. "Oh, if it were only possible! But no, it is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight." "Walk 20 miles tonight?" repeated my host. "What are you thinking of?" "Of my wife," I replied impatiently. "Of my young wife, who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror." "Where is she?" "At Dwolding, 20 miles away." "At Dwolding," he echoed thoughtfully. "Yes, the distance, it is true, is 20 miles. But are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours? So very, very anxious that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse." "Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate," said he, smiling. "The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you into the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one?" "Easily, gladly." He smiled again, rang the bell, gave
Somebody's
the
got a
his
serious
directions,
gun.
taking a bottle of whiskey and a wine glass from the cupboard in which he kept his chemicals, said, "The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking tonight on the moor. A glass of usquebaugh before you start?" I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. "It is strong," he said, "but it will help to keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night." I thanked him for his hospitality and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall. Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound, save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet, disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in his hand, and his shadow at his feet. I followed, with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears, his eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day, with surprise, how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images, and fragments of splendid reasoning, and the very words in which he had uttered them. Musing thus over what I had heard, striving to recall a lost link here and there, I strode on at the heels of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently, at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt and said, "Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and you can't fail of the way." This, then, is the old coach road? Aye, it is the old coach road. And how far do I go before I reach it? Nigh upon 3 mile. I pulled up my purse, and he became more communicative. "The road's a fur road enough," said he, "for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident." "What accident?" It's the night mail pitched right over into the valley below, within 50 feet and more, just at the worst bit of road in the whole country. "Horrible. Were many lives lost?" "All. 4 were found dead, till the 2 died next morning." "How long is it since this happened?" "Just 9 years. Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night." "Good night, sir, and thank you." Jacob pocketed his half-crown, made a faint pretense of touching his hat, and trudged back by the way he had come. I watched the light of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for despite the dead darkness overhead, the line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up enormous sums in my head, and accumulated them at compound interest. I did my best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had but just been listening, and, to some extent, I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder, and though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands, and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet north country highway, I was scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I had first concluded that Jacob had retraced his steps and followed me, but even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel with the first, and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seemed strange that any private vehicle should take a road professedly disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied I could already see the dark outline of the carriage between them. It was coming up very fast, and quite noiselessly, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me.
I'll give it a
Was
few
it
minutes.
possible that I had passed the crossroads in the dark
I'm
without
gonna go use
observing
the
the
restroom,
signpost? And could this
get
be
a
the
fresh
very
drink,
coach which
and
I
I'll
had come
be
to meet?
right back.
No
Enjoy
need to
the
ask myself that
rest
question
of
a second time.
the Phantom
For
Coach.
here it came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, one outside passenger, and 4 steaming greys, all wrapped in a soft haze of light, through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment, I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up, the guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travelers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself on my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outer air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle, as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbor. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me. Yet he answered never a word. At any other time I should have felt and perhaps expressed some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I shivered from head to foot, and, turning to my left-hand neighbor, asked if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question somewhat more loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost patience, and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation, apparently, of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last stage of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch. The leather fittings were crusted over with mold and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse, in which it had been mouldering away for years, to do another day or 2 of duty on the road. I turned to the 3rd passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in a deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair?" He moved his head slowly, and looked me in the face, without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now when I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back, as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips, and a strange horror, a dreadful horror, came upon me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbor. He, too, was looking at me, with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow. I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own, and saw— oh, heaven, how shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men, like myself. A pale phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces. upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their eyes, their terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy, burst from my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you, in half a dozen words, the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that had accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In this snowdrift I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocketbook showed my name and
Compound
address.
fracture of the
My wife
skull.
was summoned to nurse me, and, thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened at the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I have just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again, until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago I was the fourth inside passenger in that phantom coach.
Two, one. Bingo.
Blind Man's Buff by H.R. Wakefield. Well, thank heavens that yokel seemed to know the place, said Mr. Court to himself. First to the right, second to the left, Black Gates. I hope the oafing Wendover who sent me 6 miles out of my way will freeze to death. It's not often like this in England. Cold as the penny in a dead man's eye. He'd barely reached the place before dusk. He let the car out over the rasping, frozen roads. First to the right. Must be this. Second to the left. Must be this. And there were the Black Gates. He got out, swung them open, and drove cautiously up a narrow, twisting drive, his headlights peering suspiciously round the bends. Those hedges wanted clipping, he thought, and this lane would have to be remetalled, full of holes. Nasty drive up on a bad night. Would cost some money, though. The car began to climb steeply and swing to the right, and presently the high hedges ended
Spinner
abruptly,
Bay.
and Mr. Court pulled up in front of Lawn Manor. He got out of the car, rubbed his hands, stamped his feet, and looked about him. Lawn Manor was embedded halfway up a Tilton spur, and, as the agent had observed, commanded extensive vistas. The place looked its age, Mr. Court decided, or rather ages, for the double Georgian brick chimneys warred with the Queen Anne left front. He could just make out the date, 1703, at the base of the nearest chimney. All that wing must have been added later. Big place, marvelous bargain at 7,000. Can't understand it. How those windows with their little curved eyebrows seemed to frown down on one. And then he turned and examined the vistas. The trees were tinted exquisitely to an uncertain glory as the great red sinking sun flashed its rays on their crystal mantle. The Vale of Aylesbury was drowsing beneath a slowly deepening shroud of mist. Above it, the hills, their crests rounded and shaded by silver and rose coppices, seemed to have set in them great smoky eyes of flame, where the last rays burned in them. It is like some dream world, thought Mr. Court. It is curious how, wherever the sun strikes, it seems to make an eye, and each one fixed on me, those hills, even those windows. But, judging from that mist, I shall have a slow journey home. I'd better have a quick look inside, though I have already taken a prejudice against the place. I hardly know why. Too lonely and isolated, perhaps. And then the eyes blinked and closed, and it was dark. He took a key from his pocket, went up 3 steps, and thrust it into the keyhole of the massive oak door. The next moment he looked forward into absolute blackness, and the door swung to and closed behind him. This, of course, must be the palatial panelled hall which the agent described. He must strike a match and find the light switch. He fumbled in his pockets without success, and then he went through them again. He thought for a moment, I must have left them on the seat in the car, he decided. I'll go and fetch them. The door must be just behind me here. He turned and groped his way back, and then drew himself up sharply, for it had seemed that something had slipped past him. And then he put out his hands to touch the back of a chair, brocaded, he judged. He moved to the left a bit and walked into a wall, changed his direction, went back past the chair, and found the wall again. He went back to the chair, sat down, and went through his pockets again, more thoroughly and carefully this time. Well, there was nothing to get fussed about. He was bound to find the door sooner or later. Now let him think. When he came in, he had gone straight back, because he'd stumbled into this chair. The door must be a little to the left or the right of it. He'd try each in turn. He turned to the left first, and found himself going down a little narrow passage. He could feel its sides when he stretched out his hands. Well then, he'd try his right. He did so, and walked into a wall. He groped his way along it, and again it seemed as if something slipped past him. I wonder if there's a bat in here, he asked himself, and then found himself back at the chair. How Rachel would laugh if she could see him now. Surely he had a stray match somewhere. He took off his overcoat and ran his hands round the seam of every pocket, and then he did the same to the coat of his suit, and then he put them on again. Well, he'd try again. He'd follow the wall along. He did so, and found himself in a little narrow passage. Suddenly, he shot out his right hand, for he had the impression that something had brushed his face very lightly. I'm beginning to get a little bored with that bat, and with this blasted room generally, he said to himself. I could imagine a more nervous person than myself getting a little fussed and panicky, but that's the one thing not to do. Ah, here was that chair again. Now, I'll try the wall the other side. Well, that seemed to go on forever. So he retraced his steps till he found the chair and sat down again. He whistled a little snatch, resignedly. What an echo! The little tune had been flung back at him so fiercely, almost menacingly. Menacingly. That was just the feeble, panicky word a nervous person. Well, he'd go to the left again this time. As he got up, a quick spurt of cold air fanned his face. Is anyone there? he said. He had purposely not raised his voice. There was no need to shout. Of course, no one answered. Who could there have been to answer, since the caretaker was away? Now let him think it out. When he came in, he must have gone straight forward and then swerved slightly on the way back. Therefore, no, he was getting confused. At that moment, he heard the whistle of a train and felt reassured. The line from Wendover to Aylesbury ran half left from the front door, so it should be about there. He pointed with his finger, got up, groped his way forward, and found himself in a little narrow passage. Well, he must turn back and go to the
Somebody's
right this
getting
time.
down.
He did so, and something seemed to slip just past him, and then he scratched his finger slightly on the brocade of the chair. Talk about a maze, he thought to himself. It's nothing to this. And then he said to himself, under his breath, curse this vile, godforsaken place. A silly, panicky thing to do, he realized, almost as bad as shouting aloud. Well, it was obviously no use trying to find the door. He couldn't find it. Couldn't. He'd sit in the chair till the light came. He sat down. How very silent it was. His hands began searching in his pockets once more, except for that sort of whispering sound over on the left somewhere. Except for that, it was absolutely silent. Except for that. What could it be? The caretaker was away. He turned his head slightly and listened intently. It was almost as if there were several people whispering together. One got curious sounds in old houses. How absurd it was. The chair couldn't be more than 3 or 4 yards from the door. There was no doubt about that. It must be slightly to one side or the other. He tried the left once more. He got up and something lightly brushed his face. "Is anyone there?" he said, and this time he knew he had shouted. "Who touched me? Who's whispering? Where's the door?" What a nervous fool he was to shout like that. Yet someone outside might have heard him. He went groping forward again and touched a wall. He followed along it, touching it with his fingertips. And there was an opening. The door it must be. And he found himself going down a little narrow passage. He turned and ran back, and then he remembered. He had put a match booklet in his note case. What a fool to have forgotten it and make such an exhibition of himself. Yes, there it was. But his hands were trembling, and the booklet slipped through his fingers. He fell to his knees and began searching about on the floor. It must be just here. It can't be far. And then something icy cold and damp was pressed against his forehead. He flung himself forward to seize it, but there was nothing there. And then he leapt to his feet, and with tears streaming down his face, cried, "Who is there? Save me! Save me!" And then he began to run round and round, his arms outstretched. At last, he stumbled against something, the chair, and something touched him as it slipped past. And then he ran screaming round the room.
Well, that seems
And
simple
suddenly
enough.
his scream slashed back at him, for he was in a little, narrow passage. "Now, Mr. Runt," said the coroner, "you say you heard screaming coming from the direction of the manor. Why didn't you go to find out what was the matter?" "None of us chaps goes to manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Oh, I know there's some absurd superstition about the house, but you haven't answered the question. There were screams, obviously coming from someone who wanted help. Why didn't you go to see what was the matter, instead of running away?" "None of us chaps goes to manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Don't fence with the question. Let me remind you that the doctor said Mr. Fort must have had a seizure of some kind, but that had help been quickly forthcoming, his life might have been saved. Do you mean to tell me that, even if you had known this, you would still have acted in so cowardly a way? Mr. Runt fixed his eyes on the ground and
None
fingered
of
his
us
cap.
go to Manor.
None of us chaps goes to
This
Manor after
Sunday.
sundown, he repeated. The Third Coach by H.R. Wakefield. The only objection I have to the Royal Porrick Golf Club is that the sixth green is only separated by a narrow lane from the Royal Porrick Lunatic Asylum, or rather from its exercise enclosure, the saddest playground I have ever seen. So-called mad people fill me with dread, and yet a certain shamefaced fascination. There, but for the grace of God, goes Martin Trump. Though why that grace stopped short of these poor lost souls is a curious mystery understood only by reverend gentlemen. So, whenever I was approaching the sixth green, a hole I played by some muscular aberration consistently well, I felt a flickering unease, hoping to heaven the inmates were locked in their cells. Yet if they were out at their pathetic exercises, I could not keep my eyes off them. There was one considerable compensation, however, in this proximity, for it was through it that I made the acquaintance of Lantern, one of the asylum doctors. I not only took a strong personal liking for him, but he interested me deeply. He is a distinguished alienist, and passionately absorbed in the study of insanity. Yet at the same time, he detests his job. Many a time, he has had to cancel around with me, and nearly always for the same reason, that he has been assaulted by a patient. Didn't get the hyoscine hydrobromide, or whatever it was, in quite quick enough, he will say, as he surveys me quizzingly, yet wearily, through a pair of rainbow eyes. And the asylum chairs are infernally hard. It took 4 of our strongest warders to keep him from creating a vacancy on the staff. As time went on, the strain began to tell, and he has lost his resilience. But he has always remained a charming and, I felt, heroic person. He has promised to chuck it if he gets a definite danger signal, for he has the wrong temperament to resist moving experiences of his day's work much longer. Those patients who are allowed out pick their daily walk along the deserted byroad,
slaughter
runs
the
parallel to the third hole.
cows
And one
for
day,
no
when I was playing with Lantern,
reason.
that shuffling, damned parade was passing by just as I hit a quick, short hook into the hedge bordering the road. As I walked towards it, my eye was caught by an individual walking alone and writing busily in a notebook. He was dressed in a round, clerical hat, a dog collar, a clerical frock coat, a pair of riding breeches, and brown boots. As I approached, he looked up at me with an extremely penetrating, cunning, and yet preoccupied expression on his face. And then he went on with his writing. When we had finished the round, I described him to Lantern and asked who he was. The Reverend Wellington Scott, he replied, and a very curious case. If you would like to know more, come down to my study this evening. That's all about him now. When I arrived at the asylum, Lantern was just about to set out on his evening round. He went to a drawer and got out a notebook. Read this while I'm away. I'll be back in about an hour. There are the drinks and the gold flakes. When he had gone, I picked up the notebook and saw that it was filled with a very delicate script. I began to read. I remember that the reason for my being in the Pantham district that day was that I was paying a visit to a widowed lady of means, whom I wished to interest in a benefit scheme. A benefit scheme is a scheme which benefits me. I was Mr. Robert Porter on this occasion. £10 richer than when I left it, I was approaching Pantham Station along a small road which topped the railway embankment. I noticed casually a train approaching. It was too early to be mine, and suddenly I saw sparks flashing up from it. It rocked violently, left the rails, and crashed into a bridge. I saw that the third coach was smashed to matchwood, and bodies were hurled from it onto the side of the embankment. I started to run, not for assistance, as you might naturally but erroneously imagine, but to get the story through to the evening news, which might well result in my returning £20 to the good. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks, for I subconsciously realized there had been something very peculiar about that accident. What was it? And then I knew. I had not heard a sound. I ran back to the top of the embankment. There was merely a placid row of metal shining in the sun. Whereupon I sat down on the grass and thought things over. Like most superior men, I am somewhat superstitious. I was, therefore, convinced that there was some reason why I, alone of all mankind, should have been vouchsafed this vision. The only supernatural personage for whom I have any respect is the devil, for I believe he looks after his own, which is more than can be said for any of the more reputable deities. I regarded this singular apparition as a hint from him, and carefully recalled the hour of its occurrence in my notebook. I inquired casually at the station, and found there was no train passing Pantham at that time. The vision then probably referred to the future, to some new train not yet in Bradshaw. There were many conceivable ways by which I might benefit by a railway accident. The editor of Truth, for example, might be in that third coach, or various other personages whose demise would not be regretted by me. Pursuing this train of thought, I journeyed back to London. Now, I have described myself as a superior man. I'd better explain that. A superior man is one who rises superior to his environment. All great moralists, from Mr. Pecksniff to the Bishop of London, would agree with me there. Again, a superior man is one who, by grasping some simple principle concerning humanity, and acting ingeniously upon that knowledge, makes a satisfactory livelihood. 95% of human beings are mugs, for example, which is the one I have acted upon. The Bishop and Mr. Pecksniff might shake their heads over this, but I'm convinced it is true. My father followed a peculiar profession. He conveyed second-rate racehorses from one part of the globe to another. Sometimes he'd be conducting a brace of duds to Jamaica, or over to Ireland or France. He received frequent bites and hacks from his charges, but he expected them, and, I believe, was invariably kind to these glorified screws. Consequently, he was away a great deal, but as this traffic was sporadic, had much spare time, most of which he spent in conveying pints of stout from a pot to his belly. My mother was a good-tempered slut, and the only quarrel she ever had with the pater concerned their respective shares of that filthy fluid.
So much
Apart
foggy
from her good
haze.
temper and her
In
thirst,
real life
there is
or
nothing
in the
to
game?
record concerning her. My father, a squat, bow-legged little gnome, had that complete, unquestioning belief in the mingled credulity and rascality of his fellow men, which those who are connected professionally with the sport of kings invariably share. Racing, he was wont to declare, consists of mugs, bloody mugs, crooks, bloody crooks, and horses. "And which are you?" asked my mother. "I ain't neither. I just helps the crooks to skin the mugs by moving about the horses. I've seen too much of it. I've seen blokes who was pretty artful at the doings in the ornery way
Hi,
become
Anthony.
just too bloody silly whenever they hear the bookies' chorus." He was so convinced of the peculiar opportunities afforded to bookmakers for plumbing the depths of human simplicity that he suggested having me apprentice to their profession. But my mother threw a pot at his head for suggesting it. I didn't bear my boy to be a bookie, was her inflexible decision. All the same, these repeated references to mugs and crooks had the effect of convincing my childish mind that the world was entirely peopled by these two classes. As an example of the lasting effect of those lessons learnt in infancy, I remain of that opinion to this day. Most of the money for my education went to quenching my parents' thirst, but I was taught to read and write, and acquired the rest myself. In my errand boy days, the only literature I could afford was a newspaper, but this was sufficient to enable me to test the truth of my father's generalization. For the most part, it seemed to me triumphantly to support it. Let me give a few examples. The head of the firm for which I worked was one of the greatest commercial figures in England, and the papers frequently contained articles from his secretary's pen, dilating on the blessings of thrift, hard work, and early marriage to Miss Wright. Yes, he actually used that expression. Yet everyone from the managing director to myself knew that he gambled wildly, ill-treated his wife, and kept a succession of decorative harpies labeled dancing girls. Then one of our assistants helped herself to the till and was given 3 months. She was anemic, scrawny, middle-aged, yet the papers described her as a pretty girl. I marked that down. Obviously, for some obscure reason, the populace preferred their minor female criminals to be pretty, and the papers fostered this harmless inanity. I found eventually that this rule applies to all women under 50 who earn mentions in the press. Again, we resided in a semi-slum near the Marylebone Road, and one of our neighbors brought to a close an argument with another of our neighbors with a chopper. The papers described this as a West End chopper attack. Yet anything less West End, as I understood the expression, than Milk Row was hard to imagine. I marked that, too. Obviously, the populace found something more stimulating in a West End chopper attack than in a chopper attack in other areas. This extraordinary psychological mystery took me some time to solve, but I learned to understand it perfectly. And so, as I matured and read and read and read, I realized that there is an absolute and comprehensive difference between life as it appears in the press and life as it really is. I shall not enlarge upon that. For anyone who compares what he reads in the papers about sex, religion, sport, business, the theatre, the many-colored globe of human activity, with what he experiences himself, knows this to be beyond dispute. When I had proved to my satisfaction that my father was right, I thought very hard.
Another fresh
95%
run
of human
on
beings must
one of the cake
like to
servers.
be mugs and mugged, I decided, must prefer soft tales to hard truths. They must find a solace and a stimulant in being incessantly bamboozled by the other 5%. Newspaper proprietors, bookies, bishops, financiers, and politicians. Certainly, there must be a percentage of mugs amongst these professional men, but roughly they represent my father's crooks. In other words, exploiters of the mass credulity of the 95%. This is not a thesis on human behavior, so suffice it to say that I eventually definitely decided the inhabitants of Great Britain were 95% mugs and 5% crooks, and I used to find great amusement and instruction in following the workings of this truth down the most obscure and unexpected byways of our comic civilization. I was then 18, a very junior clerk. Not to act upon a profound conviction is laziness and cowardice, so I had to make up my mind which I was to be, mug or crook, exploiter or exploited. With the necessity for this decision harshly exercising my mind, I went to the White City one evening to observe the reactions of humanity to the spectacle of a succession of thin, rather graceful hounds in pursuit of a metal mechanism, which I discovered about as much resembled a hare as poor Miss Flint resembled a pretty girl. As a spectacle, it had its points. That deep, dark pool circumscribed by a green and tan track, the focus of the eyes of 95,000 half-wits and 5,000 live-by wits, The curious, surging, harsh hum of the worst 100,000. The sudden appearance in the distance of a half a dozen tiny white two-legged figures, with still tinier four-legged figures pacing beside them, wandering round the vast arena till they reached a sort of chicken house, into which the two-legged hoisted the dangling four-legged, who, stirred by the sound of a bell and the sight of an individual ascending a peculiarly lousy tower, whimpered and grumbled and thrust eager paws through the bars. All this was admirably calculated to put the mugs into the right mood for the crook's purposes. I wandered about amongst the excited, liquor-sprung horde, fighting their way to rows of leather-lunged sharps who, wedged like unsavory sardines, bellowed out their inane jargon and exchanged pieces of cardboard with their lamentable faces gummed upon them for the silver and paper of the triumphs of evolution. And I made up my mind. Some exploiter, a politician as far as I remember, once, in a gust of vote-snatching sentimentality, declared he was on the side of the angels. He would have been hard put to find an ally at the White City, and he would certainly not have found one in me. It would be humiliating and debasing to be a private in the ranks of muggery. Far better to be an officer and a crook. Only so could I keep my self-respect. I considered that this was the decision of a philosopher and a superior man, and I have never changed my opinion. How to begin? I carefully studied the pages of Truth, an organ I have always found most useful. It is an encyclopedia of muggery. Its editor is kept on my track, but he is at a hopeless disadvantage, for there is a sucker born every minute, and a reader of Truth perhaps once a day. Odds too great even for a Labouche.
Barnum.
The present editor is a charming personality, and I have to thank his ably conducted periodical for many of my most remunerative conceptions. But I'd have liked him in that third coach all the same. I decided to make a beginning with a begging letter. It hardly sounded like that, for it was manly, suggesting rows of medals, a patient little wife, and many hostages to fortune. It ended with a pathetic suggestion of suicide and a defiant repudiation of the dole. I sent this to a carefully selected list and netted £84, 13 shillings, twopence. And then I knew that bounding sense of exhilaration which a man gains from finding that he is desired for success in his life's work. Shortly after, I noticed one who was clearly a policeman in mufti hanging about, so I changed my address. A week later, Truth had a paragraph about me, and was good enough to congratulate me on my epistolary skill, which, it suggested, would eventually bring me to a place where I should have few opportunities of exercising it. My next conception concerned that shocking instance of human callousness, the holiday cat. Or rather the cat that doesn't get a holiday or a square saucer of milk when its thoughtless owner is at Southend. In a carefully composed epistle, I reminded a large number of maiden ladies of this sickening victimization, and stated that I should devote any funds provided to the cause of feline felicity. I enclosed with it a portrait of a tortoiseshell animal in an advanced state of emaciation. £122, 10 shillings, threepence and 3 farthings, and another change of address. This time, Truth sat up and took notice. By a flash of genius, it suggested that the honest victim of circumstances, Wilfred Town, and the humane cat lover, John Reddy, were one and the same person, and expressed the opinion that this combined individual was well worthy of mention in its cautionary list. From these crude beginnings, I advanced to far greater subtlety and versatility, till I was making a steady £2,000 a year, sometimes more. But for one thing I could have retired long ago, and that is the scandalous and narrow-minded and anachronistic bar which prevents women from entering the Church of England ministry. Clergymen are no good for charitable schemes, but they are invariably attracted by possibilities of getting a new suit of clothes by means of a little investment proposition. Maiden ladies, while they like a flutter at times, are splendidly charitable. The combination of these two, and maiden lady parson. Well, it's time our legislators were up and doing. I was convicted once, but knowing more than a little law, got off on appeal. Untruth exuberation was short-lived. I have had 74 aliases and 74 changes of address. Except in their charitable aspect, I had practically no dealings with women for many years. But then it occurred to me that the right type might be useful to me for business purposes. There are many little jobs for which a woman is better than a man. One of them is getting money out of men. I didn't mean to embark upon blackmail. It earns too long a sentence nowadays, and is extremely hazardous, but it is possible for women to get money from men without going to extreme lengths. I resolved to keep my eyes open. It was about this time that I had that curious experience at Panther. I was having tea at an ABC shop one afternoon when the waitress banged down my cup and splashed some of its contents over my spats. I began to remonstrate angrily and found myself looking into a pair of black, indomitable eyes, battle, murder, and sudden death eyes. So I laughed it off and began watching her as she went from table to table. She was tall and powerfully built, and her face, I was convinced, was that sort which compels men, for some queer reason which has always been a mystery to me, to behave in fatuous, unexpected, and erratic ways. I could see by the expression on it that she was furiously discontented and in the mood to do something drastic and dangerous to improve her lot. In the mood to exploit male mugs, I diagnosed. I returned to the shop the next day and had a few words with her, but those few words on my part were very carefully chosen, and she agreed to dine with me that night. She was in the mood I had guessed, prepared to slip a double dose of strychnine into every cup of tea, coffee, or bottle in the establishment. She passionately desired pretty clothes, ease, and power. She expressed utter contempt for every member of my sex. I believed her when she said she was a virgin. Very gently and delicately, I began to explain my means of livelihood, and suggested she should come into partnership. This delicacy, I found, was quite unnecessary, for she agreed with enthusiasm, and like a true enthusiast, expressed herself ready to begin work at once. We started to live together the next day, quite platonically, I may say. I spent £200 on a trousseau for her, and carefully instructed her in the technique of her business. She was a wonderfully apt pupil, and quick study. Within a week, she had a wealthy married member of the stock exchange neatly on the hook. We had agreed that she should retain 75% of any small sums and the value of any present she received. And when I say that my 25% represented £84 in 5 months, the generosity of this expert in American rails cannot be questioned. But then he began to get a little frightened and rather bored, and he gave Charity to understand that she was about to have a more amenable successor. The critical moment. Now blackmail was barred, so Charity merely rang him up at his home and his office about 10 times a day, and he found her waiting for him, weeping bitterly every time he entered and left the exchange, much to his chagrin and the amusement of the men at the door and his fellow members. There is no law against ringing up businessmen at home or at the office, or exhibiting all the symptoms of a broken heart in Threadneedle Street. However, much susceptible stockbrokers may regret the fact. Charity acted beautifully, and I believe aroused genuine sympathy in the breast of this speculator's solicitor as he handed her a cheque for £2,000, which she and I divided equally, as per contract, and she was brilliantly still a virgin. I grew to admire her greatly, and though we had no sexual relationship whatsoever, sometimes when I heard her turning over in bed, or saw her coming back naked from her bath, I knew vague stirrings and excitement. But I repressed them vigorously, and indeed, they were never much more than the ripples on a pond, as compared with the combers off the horn of the average mug. Our combined income for the next 3 years averaged £5,000, not one penny of which went into the coffers of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. By now, I was a badly wanted and notorious person, but I have a sixth sense for evading the constable, and I could see retirement and ease before me very soon, when the one thing I had considered inconceivable happened. Charity fell in love with a poor man in the middle stage of consumption, who most improvidently and prematurely caused her to be with child. After she had told me this, she cut short my remonstrances and protests by informing me she must have money to marry on, and that I must supply it to the tune of £2,000 a year for 6 years. I replied I would make it £200 a year for 3 years, and not a penny more. In that case, she said, I go round to the editor of Truth tomorrow and tell him everything. And ruin yourself? I replied. What's come over you? Be sensible. Have the baby quietly, leave this young dying fool forever, and concentrate on business. A child might be useful to us. I'll think that point over. I shouldn't waste your valuable time if I were you, she answered, and don't be too sure I shall ruin myself. You're the big game thereafter. If I give you away, they won't bother about me, and I doubt if they could convict me anyway. And I don't mind betting the papers will pay me anything I like to ask for my story after you've been jugged. Give me time to think, I said. Was she bluffing? I didn't believe so. She was probably right. The
Put her
police would
throat
merely
and
use
throw
her
her
as
in the
evidence against
river
me,
and say
and
Jack
she
the
would be able
Ripper.
to get thousands of pounds for her version of the last 3 years, yet pay her £2,000 a year for 6 years? It would just not ruin me, and she knew it. The gross ingratitude. I tried to get her to lower her terms, but she was adamant. I don't feel well, and I'm going down to Folkestone tomorrow for a week. I shall expect your answer directly I return, was her ultimatum. I spent the most wretched night of my life. I saw all that I had planned for going by the board. Sooner or later, I should be forced into extreme recklessness by this dreadful drain on my resources. And then 10 years hard labor at least. This little vixen I had reared, making her teeth meet in the hand which had fed her for the sake of some broken-lunged piece of worm fodder. I'd like to have flung her into a cell full of drunken stokers. And then I dozed off, and woke in the most confident, buoyant mood. That is why I am superstitious, for I've had this experience several times. Just when I have felt that I was trapped at last, I have had these sudden flashes of confidence and ease, and always something has happened to save me. It would come this time. I went to see Charity off, pretending to be in despair, and imploring her to make some concession. Oh, shut up, she said. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for Jim. He's sweet and he's straight, and I love him. Words you don't know the meaning of, you mixture of dirty crook and frozen fish. So you can work for him or go to Clink and work for His Majesty, and you've got a week to choose. She had just got into a coach about halfway up the train, and I was about to leave when my eye was caught by an individual in clerical attire who was sauntering down the platform and glancing sharply at the people upon it. As he drew near, he seemed vaguely familiar to me. Suddenly he saw me and gave me a quick, meaning look. He passed close to me, and as he went past, he said slowly and distinctly, "There's more room in the third coach." The third coach? The third coach? And in a flash, I saw a third coach turn to Matchhead. "There's more room in front, Charity," I said. "Come along." The compartment was packed, and she came readily. Just as we reached the third coach, the whistle went, and I bundled her into a compartment already filled to the brim. She gave me a venomous glance as the train pulled out. And then I looked round for that slightly familiar individual. He was far down the platform by now, but he turned round, saw me, waved his hand, and disappeared. As the train was passing out, I happened to catch my reflection in the window glass, and I knew he had seen familiar, for his face was mine. I took a taxi to Paris. During the hour's run, I was in a state of silence. About a mile from the station, we were stopped by a policeman.
Thank you.
You can't go down this road, he said. There's been a smash. What train? I asked anxiously. The Down Folkestone Express. My God, I cried. I had a friend in it. Well, he said, they've got the killed and injured on the side of the embankment. You'd better go down. Anyway, they won't help. It wasn't a pleasant sight. I identified Charity by the remnant of her watch garter, which was still hanging to what had been her leg.
Thank you.
Then, saying nothing to
You
anyone,
good?
I went away. Otherwise, she was never identified.
Can you hear me?
And then, for some reason or other, I became
Okay.
a clergyman. I don't really know why.
Appreciate
In
the
fact, I think
assistance.
I've become that individual who told me about that third coach. Here, the delicate little script came to an end, and a moment later, Lantern came back. Finished? He asked. Well, what do you think of it? A very rascally and curious tale, I replied. But the most curious part of it is, said Lantern, that there's not a word of truth in it. What? The Reverend Wellington Scott was a mild, timid East End curate. Going down for a holiday to Folkestone, he was in the Pantheon disaster and hurled from the third coach onto his head. He was unconscious for 10 days, and when he came to, he had to come here. He spends every moment writing that story in notebooks. He completes it twice a week. We read it carefully to see if his narrative ever changes, but it is always word for word the same. He is very docile and easy to manage so long as he is allowed to write. For an experiment, we took his writing materials away, whereupon he delivered himself of the most appalling filth and blasphemy I have ever heard. He never speaks unless he is spoken to. When he first came in, his face was round, chuggy, and ingenuous in expression. It has slowly lengthened, hardened, and its expression has become cunning, watchful, and malevolent. That is the story of the Reverend Wellington Scott. And the explanation? I asked. Lantern shrugged his shoulders. How can there be one? I have known somewhat similar cases, though never so perfect, where some injury to the head has changed the disposition and to some extent the memory. But, as I say, never to this extent. As a matter of fact, one can find traces of the curate in that narrative. A quotation from Shelley, a familiarity with strange types, a distaste for sex and so on, and, of course, the closing sentences. Otherwise, he is, as he appears in his story, the precise opposite of what he actually was. Perhaps you may have missed almost the most remarkable thing. His description of the accident, as seen in his vision, is precisely identical with that of the 2 eyewitnesses of it. Yet, of course, he never could have seen it, and he hasn't read a word since he recovered consciousness. I said just now there wasn't a word of truth in that narrative, but that, in a sense, is presumptuous and unscientific. The fashionable theory today is that we each one of us create our own particular God and our own particular universe. It is subjectivity's innings. We certainly create our own truths. Fortunately, in the case of most of us, our truth roughly corresponds with the truth of others. The Reverend Wellington Scott's violently diverges, so we have to lock him up. He has been here a year, and I found he went to a greyhound racing meeting at the White City the night before the accident. Would you like to see him again? Yes and no. On the whole, yes. Lantern took me along a corridor and unlocked a door. The Reverend Wellington Scott was seated at a table, his face partly shaded by a reading lamp. He was writing busily, but looked up after a moment and shot that penetrating glance at me. "I hope you have everything you want, Mr. Scott," said Lantern. "Yes, thank you, sir," he replied, in the mild, slightly clipped, slightly sing-song voice of a stage curate. "But I have one little question to ask of you. Should the words Watchgarter be hyphenated, in your opinion, or not?" "Hyphenated, I think," replied Lantern. "I am much obliged to you, and glad to find that we are in agreement. I suppose, sir, I shall be here for some little time yet?" "Oh, yes, just for a little while longer," said Lantern. "Good night." "Good night, sir," he replied, his pencil already busy again. "Poor devil," I said, as we walked back to Lantern's study. "Is he happy?" "Perfectly," replied Lantern. "There ought to be a deep truth hidden somewhere in that fact. And now for a drink." That Time of the Night by Ian Gordon. That time of the night, between 2 and 3 in the morning, when neither day nor night seem absolute. That quietest of hours in the quietest of towns, when the busiest streets are free of vehicles and pedestrians. And if folks are to start up their cars or kick up their heels, they drive or pace in haste, for the quietest of towns are unnerving after dark. In the depths of that hour, when most of us are sleeping, hidden things come out to play. They pour from the gutters and crawl from under stones. They whisper in the alleyways and groan at our windows. Like mosquitoes in the dark, they're drawn to our essence. They employ every trick to force us to perceive, to make us believe. But as the bell tolls 3, they simply retreat, returning to the safety of hidden places. From dawn until dusk they watch from the shadows, inhumanly patient, awaiting that hour, that quietest of hours, that deserted, uncertain time of the night. If I recall correctly, it was Thursday when I first heard it. I'd switched the light off, rolled over in bed, and pinned the sheets between my legs in that inimitable way only a bachelor in a king-size bed can. Superstition meant that the closet door was closed and the window was open. Most Thursdays, out there in the still of the night, the sounds of distant places would lull me to sleep, tempting me to dream, as if able to carry my thoughts on the night air to their sources, slow-moving traffic, the lapping of waves on foreign shores, and the night song of insects in the woods. But that particular Thursday, just after 2 a.m., things were much too quiet, as though the familiar sounds I'd grown to depend on had retreated, making way for this new thing, this uncertain thing, whatever it was. Had I buried my head under the stack of pillows surrounding me, the sound that met my ears that night might have escaped my attention. But the wind carried it through the window, along with the faintest whiff of TCP antiseptic, willing me to hear it. Something was in motion out there, rattling. The sound of rusty joints. An old bicycle, I thought. It was a shrill sound, the kind of tone that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, like nails on chalkboards, ambling towards my window. In the end, I must have drifted off, as the memory of the sound as I heard it that night has faded. The following night, I heard it again. Perhaps a neighbor was working on a bicycle in a nearby yard, basking in the cool night air, enjoying the quietude. It was quite possible he or she shared my sentiment for that strangest of hours, choosing to exploit its unique properties. But as the sound grew louder, I grew agitated. The jarring, high-pitched screeching of those old wheels was preventing my descent into slumber, and so I climbed out of bed and approached the window. As I reached the window and poked my head outside, the sound abruptly stopped. Gazing out onto the road, I searched for the source of the horrible racket, my eyes slowly adjusting to the amber glow of the street lamps. I saw parked cars and the smattering of trees, the phone box and the twin bollards across the street, the steeple of the Bethel Church and its tiny graveyard, and lastly, the weary and dilapidated house of the late Walter Ainscough. But no bicycle. Carefully, I looked again and noticed something. An out-of-place curiosity illuminated by a street lamp some 100 feet or so beyond the phone box across the street. It was a wheelchair. An empty, wooden wheelchair. Although I couldn't be certain it had been the source of the din, a chill ran down my spine as I regarded its orientation. It faced my window. I pulled the window shut and hastily returned to bed. Fortunately, I didn't hear it again that night. Saturday night, I lay awake. The anticipation was killing me. I knew I would hear it again. I could feel it. The familiar sounds of the night had died off just after 2 a.m., then replaced by that new, eerie silence. Repeatedly, I plunged my head under the pillows, hoping to drift off before the need to come up for air overcame me. I should have just closed the window, but it was so bloody hot I couldn't bear it. Besides, what was I afraid of? I dunked my head under once more, but I failed in my efforts to remain there. I peeped out, grabbing a lungful of that stuffy air, and in that moment, that creaking, appalling racket assaulted my ears once more. Worryingly, the sound of what I prayed wasn't that old wheelchair was louder than it had been the night before, as the piercing, dissonant melody of those accursed wheels ambled in my direction. I fought to resist the urge to climb out of bed and look out of the window. I tried so hard to will myself to sleep, to will myself to ignore it, but I just couldn't. I threw back the sheets and, with my hands over my ears in an effort to block the din, I approached the window. Just as it had the previous night, the sound ceased as I reached the window, though this time it wasn't necessary to reassess the scene below to locate the source. The chair, that ugly, dilapidated wheelchair, was right across the street, parked silently beneath the Bethel's entrance arch. The amber light of the street lamps poured onto it, illuminating its blemishes. Deep cracks and ridges crisscrossed its worn seat and backrest, beneath which those wheels, the source of that ear-splitting racket, flaunted corroded spokes, the brittle metal tinted chocolate brown and cherry red. Once more its orientation filled me with dread. The scarred wooden backrest of that ancient chair looked as if it was in possession of a face, riddled with lines of age, eyes of mist, and teeth of rot. Those elderly features scowled at me, as if preparing me for some hideous encounter. Urgently, I once again yanked the window shut and jumped back into bed. In a panic, I switched on the lights and flicked on the television, praying the horrible cacophony of that nightmare chair would spare me further torture. My prayers were answered. Other than the hum and prattle of the television, there were no more sounds that night. But I didn't sleep too well. I dreamt of the wheelchair with the wooden teeth. It was down by the Leeds-Liverpool Canal, and it was after me. In my dream-weakened state, I could barely move. The old machine continued to gain on me as I tried desperately to outrun it. Passing the barges and the willows along the banks, even the shrubs fought to hinder my progress, their green limbs clutching, eager to feed me to that ravenous, cacophonous churr. The wail of its rusty joints threatened to tear me apart, to swallow and digest me in some foul, hellish abyss. I shot up in bed, sweating like a pig. The television was still on. The documentary, Northwest Waterways, ending. Feeling brave, I flicked the television off, dimmed the lights, and lay back down. All was quiet. I slept till noon. The first thing I did when I awoke was look out of the window. Thankfully, the wheelchair was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't surprised, as it was said that hidden things return to hidden places during the day. But that thought worried me too. I thought the chair could be hiding in the grounds of the Bethel, among the scrubs off Alma Road, or behind the sheds in the late Walter Ainscore's yard. He had been wheelchair-bound, hadn't he? Those places were quiet, dark, and mostly undisturbed. The hidden things of the hidden places were said to watch from the shadows, plotting, whilst we, the unwitting public, continue to go about the trials and tribulations of daily life, oblivious to such things. But I was oblivious no longer. I had seen it, the hidden thing, which meant I would see it again, over and over again. Looking out onto the familiar street scene, I recalled the peculiar case of James Pennington. He had been a local lad, with a teenager's interest in the occult. What that meant was, he shuffled tarot cards and carved Ouija boards, sometimes urinating on his possessions in ironic attempts to imbue them with his essence. He was peculiar, off the charts peculiar. He often sang to owls in churchyards, claiming owl chant was good for the soul. But the whispers regarding Pennington's doppelganger, that was something else entirely. Could it have been the result of the things he dabbled with? No one really knows. But it went something like this. Pennington's girlfriend, an out-of-towner called Danielle, was spending the weekend with him at his parents' home, the latter away on holiday. Danielle, too, had an interest in the macabre, and often partook in his strange practices. At around 2 a.m. on the Sunday, that time of the night, James had answered the call of nature, later telling friends he had heard his girlfriend engaged in conversation with persons unknown whilst he was out of the room. Returning to the bedroom, he found Danielle unresponsive. Her face was pale. Her eyes were focused on a dark corner of the room. Pennington said it had freaked him out, especially as his dog, a terrier called Max, would often sit mesmerized for hours, its eyes fixed upon that very corner of the room. Several days later, following a period of silence, James's despondent girlfriend began to talk. She told him, quite fearfully, that she had watched his doppelganger emerge from the wall. The entity asked her questions about the man in the toilet, specifically about the softness of the skin about his face. Danielle swore the stranger looked exactly like Pennington, though his face, she noted, was rubbery, like a mask. Pennington, despite his supposed cool regarding such matters, was unnerved, inferring that discourse with the doppelganger was to invite it into one's life. Undoubtedly, the invited would take steps to replace its twin. Curiously, 3 days later, Pennington disappeared, but his disappearance wasn't supernatural. His body was never found. Well, most of it wasn't. A fisherman, on his way to one of the many ponds of what the locals call the Bonnies, made a gruesome discovery in one of the fields. He stumbled upon the naked body of a young girl, who in place of what should have been her face was a mask of human flesh, haphazardly stitched from brow to chin, ear to ear, Local police later revealed that the girl, Danielle Green, had stabbed her boyfriend, James Pennington, to death, subsequently flaying his face with a blunt knife. In her attempt to wear the grisly shroud, she had succumbed to blood loss as a result of flaying her own face in order to replace it. Strange things aren't uncommon in my neck of the woods. And just as Pennington brought the mentally unstable Danielle Green into his life, I shuddered at the prospect of what I had brought into mine. Someday, that time of the night, there were no sounds during the witching hour, nor any between 2 and 2:45. And so, assuming the hidden thing had skipped a beat, I flicked off the television, dimmed the lights, and pressed my head firmly into the pillows. I was on the verge of sleep when I heard it. It sounded as it had before, that terrible, agonized screeching, but disturbingly, it wasn't the night wind that carried it to my ears. The sound was dampened, as though heard through plasterboard or floorboards. I opened my eyes and scanned the black shapes in the darkness. The wardrobe with the board games stacked upon it, the freestanding mirror, the clunky computer desk and the dusty CRT, the softly billowing curtains in front of the window. The sound persisted, but its source wasn't out there in the night, nor was it in the room with me. It was downstairs. Like a frightened child, I pulled the sheets up over my head. The act of doing so seemed to lure the thing closer. The screeching amplified, and I could smell it. Oh, the stench of old leather and rusty iron. Pervading the room, the odor crawled into the bed with me and filled my nostrils.
I have
lay
some.
clinging inanely to the pillows. My mind rejected the harsh reality of what was assuredly
What'd you say, Blue
an
Eyes?
impossible chain of events.
I have some collectibles.
Suddenly, the screeching
Oh,
sound
do you
terminated
really?
at
Okay,
the
come
foot of
over
the
here
bed.
with me real quick so we
Instead,
can go way out of the middle
I
of
heard
everybody.
labored breathing, sort of gasping for air. The spluttering was coupled with a distinct whiff of TCP antiseptic. A latent memory returned to me. The vision of the late Walter Ainscough across the street, weeding the garden as he often did in his twilight years, bound to a rickety wheelchair, choking dandelions, his aged face cracked and worn, coughing and spluttering, cursing the yard. I recalled the irrational fear I used to feel as I watched him from afar. Just a lad, barely 12, afraid of the old man, brought up on a diet of too much horror and not enough empathy. Blind as a bat, old Walter was, searching the earth for sounds, grasping at weeds from the confines of that ancient chair. Irrational or not, I always felt he knew I was watching. There it was, the memory I had buried. The vision of old man Ainscough, wheezing in that chair, dying.
Hey!
His marbled, listless eyes glaring up at my window as he writhed. In his death throes, he'd spotted me, and he knew I was the only witness to his demise. But I had been too fearful of his outward appearance to intervene, and much too afraid to tell my parents afterwards. I remember hurling myself under the sheets, praying I would never meet that terrible gaze again. But my suppressed guilt had brought him back from the darkest gulfs to punish me for my sin, my childhood secret. And then came the hands, those weathered hands that had once yanked dandelions from the yard across the street, hands that had choked weeds and flowers alike, moving under the sheets, reaching for me. I could smell him, incontinence and TCP. It hit me like a ton of bricks. His spluttering frame inched up the mattress, his immobile legs dragging behind him. As his calloused hands grazed my calves, he mumbled between breaths,
Hidden things, come to thee between 2 and 3.
and with those words, The festering frame of old man Ainscough disappeared. My eyes are on the clock. It's approaching that time of the night. I know he's there. He's always there. Parked across the street under the yellow glow of the street lamps. He's waiting to curse me again and again, just like Danielle Green cursed James Pennington. But I can handle it. The lights are on, and the hum and prattle of the television keeps the whining at bay. The windows stay shut now. It's just that damned smell of leather, iron, and the faintest hint of TCP antiseptic. The Late Mourner by Julius Long.
I'm not sure how much it is. It's,
John Sloane awoke from a sound sleep. He sat up and
maybe 10%.
peered through the gloom of his room.
Excuse you, can I have my bag
The hands
back?
pointed very nearly to 2.
Then you just
He had not intended to nap so long.
You will get a
2 o'clock
ticket
was
inside
the
your
hour set
inventory.
for the funeral rites of his
Take that,
dearest
the
friend.
ticket in your hand. Yeah,
His
as you
failure
have
to
it.
attend the
You go out
services
here,
would be unpardonable.
and then you
He would
throw
have
it
to
with
hurry.
the G button.
He left
Just
his
throw
bed
it on the
with
ground
an
someplace.
ease and agility
And
that
it spawns
surprised
a
him.
quagmire.
He was
And now
very
you
old,
just have to like type
and at
in
times it seemed
your
that every
personal,
muscle and joint of his body
code.
ached and pained him. He rang for Chester, his man. There was no answer, and he repeated the summons with vigor.
Are you
The
buying
house
a car?
remained
You said
silent.
something
Sloane was annoyed by his
about,
desertion, but he had no time to
how
investigate.
much are you?
He dressed himself hurriedly and fairly ran down the stairs. Somewhere in the house, a
And you
clock
want,
struck 2.
the
The funeral
the
services
Jeep?
had probably begun. He decided to walk to the mortuary, an outpost of the commercial invasion of his once aristocratic neighborhood.
I can see that.
He quitted his deserted old house
so
and
happy,
entered
by
the
the way.
street.
Oh.
The autumn sun was warm and comforting. Brown and red leaves brushed playfully against his ankles.
So you're
He
missing,
was
like,
cheered and
how much?
exhilarated by the October scene. It was many years since he had been able to enjoy the outdoors. At the same
70?
time,
180?
he was saddened by the thought of his friend's death. Few of his cronies remained alive. Nearly all the world with which he was familiar had passed on. He had never married. There were not even relatives to dwell in his rambling old house. His reflection was interrupted by the sight of Tom McGann, the policeman who had walked the beat for 15 years. He enjoyed seeing Tom. He was a good-natured and voluble fellow with a cheery greeting for all. "Good afternoon, Tom," said Sloane, trying hard to equal the patrolman's usual
To
smile.
get you there, you can,
Tom did not
easily
answer,
make a couple
but
of
walked
100 grand
silently
and
on,
then sell it
as
and
if he had
buy
not
the
seen it.
Jeep for
Despite his
350.
lateness, Sloane
better than
paused
running.
and stared
Well,
after the
good.
retreating
Oh, yeah.
figure. He was
It's
astonished.
shit to drive
by the snow.
yeah, it's,
He could not account for such
better than
behavior.
nothing.
Had someone circulated a scandal about him? Why had Tom passed
Look at
him
you,
by?
around, buddy. Take
The
care.
sun lost its
You
bright
do
glow,
that. Have fun.
and the air lost its soothing warmth. The leaves at his feet annoyed him, and October seemed a dismal and inimical month. A sensitive soul, he could not lightly pass off a slight from any human
You
being.
remember the insurance?
He
fund?
trudged on to the mortuary, dejected and lonely. Outside the funeral home, there were parked
yeah,
a
if
great many cars.
If
His friend's
you lose your
death was
vehicle,
deeply mourned.
the vehicle
Sloane
falls through the map
was
or
a bit
something.
envious.
You will
When he died,
get
he
it
reflected
back from the
sadly,
ambulance.
there would be few to attend his funeral. 2 ushers loitered in the doorway. They did not
Or
deign to
someone
notice
steals
Sloane
it or
as he
anything.
climbed the several steps.
You will get it back.
He passed
So it worth
mutely
it.
between them and
Not that
entered
much
the
for
building.
insurance. Well, have
To the
fun.
left was the entrance of the room in which the obsequies were underway. He waded through the thick carpets and stepped inside. No one in the crowded room seemed to notice his appearance. He discovered an empty seat in the rear. He made his way to it, not without treading on the toes of 3 persons who were sufficiently well-bred to betray no notice of his clumsiness. He settled himself in his chair and regarded the clergyman, who was concluding the obituary. Its details sounded familiar to his ears, and for the first time that afternoon, he tried to visualize the appearance of his departed friend. He discovered that he could not do so. He had quite forgotten the name and face of the man whom he had regarded as his most intimate companion. The discovery stunned him. How could he excuse such a stupid lapse of memory? Was he so far gone in his dotage that the most important things in his life had escaped his memory? He became frantic, like a schoolboy who has lost his place in his reader and trembles from fear that he will be the next to be called upon. He tried to recall things that might lead to the recollection of his friend's identity. Where, when, and how had he been apprised of his friend's death? How long had he been ill? He plied himself with many such questions, but could answer none of them. He surveyed the people in the room. They were all known to him. Perhaps he could name his man by the simple process of elimination. One by one, he examined them, but his strategy availed him nothing. His bewilderment was increased by the unaccountable presence of his servants, among whom sat Chester. Why, devil take them, had they rushed off without him? He regarded the coffin, which was placed in a front corner of the room. The corpse was not visible. After the services, he would view it and enlighten himself with regard to its identity. By this time, the funeral sermon had been begun, but the minister's words gave no hint as to the name and situation of the departed. Sloane became impatient. The obsequies dragged to a close. The proprietor of the establishment, with professional suavity, invited the late arrivals to favor the deceased with a last look. Sloane and several others rose and left their seats. Again, he tramped on the toes of his neighbors, who took no notice of his second offense. He came abreast of the coffin and looked down upon the countenance of the dead man. Enlightenment did not come. The pallid features were familiar, yet so very strange. Had death wrought such changes in his friend that even now he would be unable to recognize him? Dazed, he continued to stare at the lifeless face. Then recognition came. He clutched the coffin for support. He did not attempt to struggle with his suspicions. He knew. It was his own face that he saw. It was more withered and aged, bloodless and ghastly, yet indisputably his own. It was his body which lay there with its bony hands upon its chest. With understanding came recollection of the scene which had been effaced from his mind. He lay in his bed. His doctor was authoritatively assuring him that his ailment was insignificant and could not possibly prove fatal. Chester, at his side, looked fearful and worried. Then something choked him. He gasped for breath. The faces of the doctor and Chester were lost in a blur. It must have been then that he had died. Now he comprehended all. He knew why Tom McGann had not spoken to him, why the ushers had not noticed his arrival. All were oblivious to his presence, because he was without that ugly body which lay in its coffin. No longer would the desires and disappointments of the flesh pain him. Never again would its diseases rack him and try his soul. He was free of it. It seemed that he was young again, and strong and healthy. His thoughts were clear and lucid. Truly, he was in the prime of life. He was aroused from his reverie by the sobbing of Chester and his old housekeeper. He would have made them understand that their tears were out of place, that he was alive and happy. The mourners filed out slowly. Sloane regarded each appreciatively, but pityingly. The room became empty, except for the attendants. The lid of the coffin was closed. Sloane was relieved when he saw the dead face disappear. He hoped that he would be able to forget it. The coffin was wheeled away. He watched its removal with satisfaction. He lingered a moment in the vacant room, then stole silently out to a new freedom. Ah, make the most of what we yet may spend, before we too into the dust descend, dust into dust, and under dust to lie. Sans wine, sans song, sans singer, and sans end. Alike for those who for today prepare, and those who after some tomorrow stare. A muezzin from the tower of darkness cries, "Fools, your reward is neither here nor there." Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. There was a man dwelt by a churchyard, by M.R. James. This, you know, is the beginning of the story about sprites and goblins, which Mamilius, the best child in Shakespeare, was telling to his mother, the queen, and the court ladies, when the king came in with his guards and hurried her off to prison. There is no more of the story. Mamilius died soon after without having a chance of finishing it. Now, what was it going to have been? Shakespeare knew, no doubt, and I will be bold to say that I do. It was not going to be a new story. It was to be one which you have most likely heard, and even told. Everybody may set it in what frame he likes best. This is mine. There was a man dwelt by a churchyard. His house had a lower story of stone and an upper one of timber. The front windows looked out on the street, and the back ones on the churchyard. It had once belonged to the parish priest, but this was in Queen Elizabeth's days. The priest was a married man and wanted more room. Besides, his wife disliked seeing the churchyard at night out of her bedroom window. She said she saw, but never mind what she said anyhow. She gave her husband no peace till he agreed to move into a larger house in the village street, and the old one was taken by John Poole, who was a widower and lived there alone. He was an elderly man who kept very much to himself, and people said he was something of a miser. It was very likely true. He was morbid in other ways, certainly. In those days it was common to bury people at night and by torchlight, and it was noticed that whenever a funeral was toward, John Poole was always at his window, either on the ground floor or upstairs, according as he could get the better view from one or the other. There came a night when an old woman was to be buried. She was fairly well-to-do, but she was not liked in the place. The usual thing was said of her, that she was no Christian, and that on such nights as Midsummer Eve and All Hallows she was not to be found in her house. She was red-eyed and dreadful to look at, and no beggar ever knocked at her door. Yet, when she died, she left a purse of money to the church. There was no storm on the night of her burial. It was fair and calm, but there was some difficulty about getting bearers and men to carry the torches, in spite of the fact that she had left larger fees than common for such as did that work. She was buried in woolen, without a coffin. No one was there but those who were actually needed, and John Poole watching from his window. Just before the grave was filled in, the parson stooped down and cast something upon the body, something that clinked, and in a low voice he said words that sounded like, "Thy money perish with thee," and he walked quickly away. And so did the other men, leaving only one torchbearer to light the sexton and his boy, while they shoveled the earth in. They made no very neat job of it, and next day, which was a Sunday, The churchgoers were rather sharp with the sexton, saying it was the untidiest grave in the yard. And indeed, when he came to look at it himself, he thought it was worse than he had left it. Meanwhile, John Poole went about with a curious air, half exulting, as it were, and half nervous. More than once he spent an evening at the inn, which was clean contrary to his usual habit, and to those who fell into talk with him there he hinted that he had come into a little bit of money, and was looking out for a somewhat better house. "Well, I don't wonder," said the smith one night. "I shouldn't care for that place of yours. I should be fancying things all night." The landlord asked him, "What sort of things?" "Well, maybe somebody climbing up to the chamber window, or the like of that," said the smith. "I don't know. Old Mother Wilkins that was buried a week ago today, eh? Come, I think you might consider it a person's field," said the landlord. "It ain't so pleasant for Master Poole, is it now?" "Master Poole don't mind," said the smith. "He's been there long enough to know. I only says it wouldn't be my choice. What with the passing bell and the torches when there's a burial, and all them graves laying so quiet when there's no one about. Only they say there's lights. Don't you never see no lights, Master Poole?" "No, I don't never see no lights," said Master Poole sulkily, and called for another drink, and went home late. That night, as he lay in his bed upstairs, a moaning wind began to play about the house, and he could not go to sleep. He got up and crossed the room to a little cupboard in the wall. He took out of it something that clinked, and put it in the breast of his bedgown. Then he went to the window, and looked out into the churchyard. Have you ever seen an old brass in a church with a figure of a person in a shroud? It is bunched together at the top of the head in a curious way. Something like that was sticking up out of the earth in a spot of the churchyard which John Poole knew very well. He darted into his bed and lay there very still indeed. Presently something made a very faint rattling at the casement. With a dreadful reluctance, John Poole turned his eyes that way. Alas, between him and the moonlight was the black outline of the curious bunched head. Then there was a figure in the room. Dry earth rattled on the floor. A low, cracked voice said, "Where is it?" And steps went hither and thither, faltering steps as of one walking with difficulty. It could be seen now and again, peering into corners, stooping to look under chairs. Finally it could be heard fumbling at the doors of the cupboard in the wall, throwing them open. There was a scratching of long nails on the empty shelves. The figure whipped round, stood for an instant at the side of the bed, raised its arms, and with a hoarse scream of, "You've got it!" At this point, His Royal Highness Prince Mamilius, who would, I think, have made the story a good deal shorter than this, flung himself with a loud yell upon the youngest of the court ladies present, who responded with an equally piercing cry. He was instantly seized upon by His Majesty Queen Hermione, who, repressing an inclination to laugh, shook and slapped him very severely. Much flushed, and rather inclined to cry, he was about to be sent to bed, but on the intercession of his victim, who had now recovered from the shock, he was eventually permitted to remain until his usual hour for retiring, by which time he too had so far recovered as to assert, in bidding good night to the company, that he knew another story quite 3 times as dreadful as that one, and would tell it on the first opportunity that offered. The Malice of Inanimate Objects by M.R. James. The malice of inanimate objects is a subject upon which an old friend of mine was fond of dilating, and not without justification. In the lives of all of us, short or long, there have been days, dreadful days, on which we have had to acknowledge with gloomy resignation that our world has turned against us. I do not mean the human world of our relations and friends. To enlarge on that is the province of nearly every modern novelist. In their books, it is called life, and an odd enough hash it is, as they portray it. No, it is the world of things that do not speak or work or hold congresses and conferences. It includes such beings as the collar-stud, the inkstand, the fire, the razor, and, as age increases, the extra step on the staircase which leads you either to expect or not to expect it. By these, and such as these, for I've named but the merest fraction of them, the word is passed round, and the day of misery arranged. Is the tale still remembered of how the Cock and Hen went to pay a visit to Squire Corbs? How on the journey they met with and picked up a number of associates, encouraging each with the announcement, "To Squire Corbs we are going, for a visit is owing." Thus they secured the company of the needle, the egg, the duck, the cat, possibly, for memory is a little treacherous here, and finally
Good
the
morning,
moose.
Will.
And when it was discovered that Squire Corbs was for the moment out, they took up positions in his mansion and awaited his return. He did return, wearied no doubt by a day's work among his extensive properties. His nerves were first jarred by the raucous cry of the cock. He threw himself into his armchair and was lacerated by the needle. He went to the sink for a refreshing wash and was splashed all over by the duck. Attempting to dry himself with a towel, he broke the egg upon his face. He suffered other indignities from the hen and her accomplices, which I cannot now recollect, and finally, maddened with pain and fear, rushed out by the back door and had his brains dashed out by the millstone that had perched itself in the appropriate place. Truly, in the concluding words of the story, this Squire Corbs must have been either a very wicked or a very unfortunate man. It is the latter alternative which I incline to accept. There is nothing in the preliminaries to show that any slur rested on his name, or that his visitors had any injury to avenge. And will not this narrative serve as a striking example of that malice of which I have taken upon me to treat? It is, I know, the fact that Squire Corbs's visitors were not all of them, strictly speaking, inanimate. But are we sure that the perpetrators of this malice are really inanimate either? There are tales which seem to justify a doubt. Two men of mature years were seated in a pleasant garden after breakfast. One was reading the day's paper. The other sat with folded arms, plunged in thought, and on his face were a piece of sticking plaster and lines of care. His companion lowered his paper. "What," said he, "is the matter with you? The morning is bright, the birds are singing, I can hear no aeroplanes or motorbikes." "No," replied Mr. Burton, "it is nice enough, I agree, but I have a bad day before me. I cut myself shaving and split my tooth powder." "Ah," said Mr. Manners, "some people have all the luck." And with this expression of sympathy, he reverted to his paper. "Hello," he exclaimed after a moment. "Here's George Wilkins dead. You won't have any more bother with him, anyhow." "George Wilkins?" said Mr. Burton, more than a little excitedly. "Why, I didn't even know he was ill." "No more he was, poor chap. Seems to have thrown up the sponge and put an end to himself. Yes," he went on, "it's some days back. This is the inquest. Seemed very much worried and depressed, they say. What about, I wonder? Could it have been that will you and he were having a row about?" "Row?" said Mr. Burton angrily. "There was no row. He hadn't a leg to stand on. He couldn't bring a scrap of evidence. No, it may have been half a dozen things, but Lord, I
Did
never
somebody
imagined he'd
say
take anything so
waffles?
hard as that."
No.
I
don't
have
know,"
brain
said Mr.
damage.
Manners. He was a man, I thought, who did take things hard. They rankled. Well, I'm sorry, though I never saw much of him. He must have gone through a lot to make him cut his throat. Not the way I should choose, by a long sight. Oh, lucky he hadn't a family, anyhow. Look here, what about a walk round before lunch? I've an errand in the village." Mr. Burton assented rather heavily. He was perhaps reluctant to give the inanimate objects of the district a chance of getting at him. If so, he was right. He just escaped a nasty pearl over the scraper at the top of the steps. A thorny branch swept off his hat and scratched his fingers, and as they climbed a grassy slope, he fairly leapt into the air with a cry, and came down flat on his face. "What in the world?" said his friend, coming up. "A great string of all things. What business? Oh, I see. Belongs to that kite, which lay on the grass a little farther up. Now, if I can find out what little beast has left that kicking about, I'll let him have it. Or rather, I won't, for he shan't see his kite again. It's rather a good one, too. As they approached, a puff of wind raised the kite, and it seemed to sit up on its end and look at them with 2 large round eyes painted red, and, below them, 3 large printed red letters, I see you. Mr. Manners was amused and scanned the device with care. Ingenious, he said. It's a bit off a poster, of course. I see. Full particulars, the word was. Mr. Burton, on the other hand, was not amused,
positive.
but thrust his stick through the kite. Mr. Manners was inclined to regret this. I dare say it serves him right, he said, but he'd taken a lot of trouble to make it. Who had? Said Mr. Burton sharply. Oh, I see, you mean the boy. Yes, to be sure, who else? But come on down now, I want to leave a message before lunch. As they turned a corner into the main street, a rather muffled and choky voice was heard to say, Look out, I'm coming. They both stopped as if they'd been shot. Who was that? Said Manners. Blessed if I didn't think I knew. Then, with almost a yell of laughter, he pointed with his stick. A cage with a grey parrot in it was hanging in an open window across the way. I was startled, by George. It gave you a bit of a turn too, didn't it? Burton was inaudible. Well, I shan't be a minute. You can go and make friends with the bird. But when he rejoined Burton, that unfortunate was not, it seemed, in trim for talking with either birds or men. He was some way ahead and going rather quickly. Manners paused for an instant at the parrot window, and then hurried on, laughing more than ever. Have a good talk with Polly? Said he as he came up. Oh, of course not, said Burton testily. I didn't bother about the beastly thing. Well, you wouldn't have got much out of her if you'd tried, said Manners. I remembered after a bit. They've had her in the window for years. She's stuffed. Burton seemed about to make a remark, but suppressed it. Decidedly, this was not Burton's day out. He choked at lunch, he broke a pipe, he tripped in the carpet, he dropped his book in the pond in the garden. Later on, he had, or professed to have, a telephone call for something in back to town the next day, cutting short what should have been a week's visit. So glum was he all the evening that Manners' disappointment in losing an ordinarily cheerful companion was not very sharp. At breakfast, Mr. Burton said little about his night, but he did intimate that he thought of looking in on his doctor. My hand's so shaky, he said. I really daren't shave this morning. Oh, I'm sorry, said Mr. Manners. My man could have managed that for you, but they'll put you right in no time. Farewells were said. By some means and for some reason, Mr. Burton contrived to reserve a compartment to himself. The train was not of the corridor type, but these precautions avail little against the angry dead. I will not put dots or stars, for I dislike them, but I will say that apparently someone tried to shave Mr. Burton in the train, and did not succeed overly well. He was, however, satisfied with what he had done, if we may judge from the fact that on a once white napkin spread on Mr. Burton's chest was an inscription in red letters, G-O-W-F-E-C-I. Do not these facts, if facts they are, bear out my suggestion that there is something not inanimate behind the malice of inanimate objects? Do they not further suggest that when this malice begins to show itself, we should be very particular to examine and, if possible, rectify any obliquities in our recent conduct? And do they not, finally, almost force upon us the conclusion that, like Squire Corbs, Mr. Burton must have been either a very wicked or a singularly unfortunate man? An Evening's Entertainment by M.R. James. Nothing is more common form in old-fashioned books than the description of the winter fireside, where the aged grandam narrates to the circle of children that hangs on her lips story after story of ghosts and fairies, and inspires her audience with a pleasing terror. But we are never allowed to know what the stories were. We hear indeed of sheeted spectres with saucer eyes, and, still more intriguing, of rawhead and bloody bones, an expression which the Oxford Dictionary traces back to 1550. But the context of these striking images eludes us. Here, then, is a problem which has long obsessed me, but I see no means of solving it finally. The aged grandams are gone, and the collectors of folklore began their work in England too late to save most of the actual stories which the grandams told. Yet such things do not easily die quite out, and imagination, working on scattered hints, may be able to devise a picture of an evening's entertainment, such an one as Mrs. Marset's evening conversations, Mr. Joyce's dialogues on chemistry, and somebody else's philosophy and sport made science in earnest, aimed at extinguishing, by substituting for error and superstition, the light of utility and truth, in some such terms as these. Charles, I think, Papa, that I now understand the properties of the lever, which you so kindly explained to me on Saturday. But I have been very much puzzled since then in thinking about the pendulum, and have wondered why it is that, when you stop it, the clock does not go on anymore. Papa, you young sinner, have you been meddling with the clock in the hall? Come here to me. No, this must be a gloss that has somehow crept into the text. Well, my boy, though I do not wholly approve of your conducting, without my supervision, experiments which may possibly impair the usefulness of a valuable scientific instrument, I will do my best to explain the principles of the pendulum to you. Fetch me a piece of stout whipcord from the drawer in my study, and ask cook to be so good as to lend you one of the weights which she uses in her kitchen. And so we're off. How different the scene in a household to which the beams of science have not yet penetrated. The squire, exhausted by a long day after the partridges and replete with food and drink, is snoring on one side of the fireplace. His old mother sits opposite to him knitting, and the children, Charles and Lucy, not
Hey,
Harry
Vincey.
and Lucy, they would
How
never
are
have
ya?
stood it, are gathered about her knee.
How you doing?
Now, my dears, you must be very good and quiet, or you'll wake your father, and you know what will happen then. Charles. Yes, I know. He'll be woundy cross-tempered and send us off to bed. Grandmother stops knitting and speaks with severity. What's that? Fie upon you, Charles. That's not a way to speak. Now, I was going to have told you a story, but if you use such like words, I shan't. Suppressed outcry. Oh, Granny. Hush, hush. Now I believe you have woke your father. Squire, quickly. Look here, mother, if you can't keep them brats quiet. Grandmother. Yes, John, yes. It's too bad. I've been telling them if it happens again, off to bed they shall go. Squire relapses. Grandmother. There now, you see, children, what did I tell you? You must be good and sit still. And I'll tell you what, tomorrow you shall go a blackberrying, and if you bring home a nice basketful, I'll make you some jam. Charles. Oh, yes, Granny, do. And I know where the best blackberries are. I saw 'em today. Grandmother. And where's that, Charles? Charles. Why, in the little lane that goes up past Collins's cottage. Grandmother, laying down her knitting. Charles, whatever you do, don't you dare to pick one single blackberry in that lane. Don't you know? But there, how should you? What was I thinking of? Well, anyway, you mind what I say. Charles and Lucy. But why, Granny? Why shouldn't we pick 'em there? Grandmother. Hush, hush. Oh, very well, then. I'll tell you all about it. Only you mustn't interrupt. Now, let me see. When I was quite a little girl, that lane had a bad name, though it seems people don't remember about it now. And one day, dear me, just as it might be tonight, I told my poor mother when I came home to my supper, a summer evening it was. I told her where I'd been for my walk, and how I'd come back down that lane. and I asked her how it was that there were currant and gooseberry bushes growing in a little patch at the top of the lane. And, oh dear me, such a taking as she was in. She shook me and she slapped me. And says she, "You naughty, naughty child, haven't I forbid you 20 times over to set foot in that lane? And here you go dawdling down it at night time," and so forth. And when she'd finished, I was almost too much taken aback to say anything. But I did make her believe that was the first I'd ever heard of it, and that was no more than the truth. And then, to be sure, she was sorry she'd been so short with me, and to make up, she told me the whole story after my supper. And since then, I've often heard the same from the old people in the place, and had my own reasons, besides, for thinking there was something in it. Now, up at the far end of that lane, let me see, is it on the right or the left-hand side as you go up? The left-hand side. You'll find a little patch of bushes and rough ground in the field, and something like a broken old hedge roundabout. And you'll notice there's some old gooseberry and currant bushes growing among it. Or there used to be, for it's years now since I've been up that way. Well, that means there was a cottage stood there, of course, and in that cottage, before I was born or thought of, there lived a man named Davis. I've heard that he wasn't born in the parish, and it's true there's nobody of that name been living about here since I've known the place. But however that may be, this Mr. Davis lived very much to himself, and very seldom went to the public house, and he didn't work for any of the farmers, having, as it seemed, enough money of his own to get along. But he'd go to the town on market days and take up his letters at the post house where the mail's called. And one day, he came back from market and brought a young man with him. And this young man and he lived together for some long time, and went about together, and whether he just did the work of the house for Mr. Davis, or whether Mr. Davis was his teacher in some way, nobody seemed to know. I've heard he was a pale, ugly young fellow, and hadn't much to say for himself. Well now, what did those two men do with themselves? Of course, I can't tell you half the foolish things that the people got into their heads. And we know, don't we, that you mustn't speak evil when you aren't sure it's true, even when people are dead and gone. But as I said, those two were always about together, late and cool, up on the downland and below in the woods. And there was one walk in particular that they'd take regularly once a month, to the place where you've seen that old figure cut out in the hillside. And it was noticed that in the summertime, when they took that walk, they'd camp out all night, either there or somewhere nearby.
They're a
I
fishing
remember once
trader
my
out here.
father, that's your great-grandfather, told me he had spoken to Mr. Davis about it, for it's his land he lived on, and asked him why he was so fond of going there. But he only said, "Oh, it's a wonderful old place, sir, and I've always been fond of the old-fashioned things, and when him," that was his man he meant, "and me are together there, it seems to bring back the old times so plain." And my father said, "Well," he said, "it may suit you, but I shouldn't like a lonely place like that in the middle of the night." And Mr. Davis smiled, and the young man who'd been listening said, "Oh, we don't want for company at such times." And my father said he couldn't help thinking Mr. Davis made some kind of sign. And the young man went on quick, as if to mend his words, and said, "That's to say, Mr. Davis and me's company enough for each other, ain't we, master? And then there's a beautiful air there of a summer night, and you can see all the country round under the moon, and it looks so different, seemingly, to what it do in the daytime. Why, all them barrows on the down." And then Mr. Davis cut in, seeming to be out of temper with the lad, and said, "Ah, yes, they're old-fashioned places, ain't they, sir? Now, what would you think was the purpose of them?" And my father said, now, dear me, it seems funny, doesn't it, that I should recollect all this? But it took my fancy at the time. Though it's dull perhaps for you, I can't help finishing it out now. Well, he said, "Why, I've heard, Mr. Davis, that they're all graves. And I know, when I've had occasion to plough up one, there's always been some old bones and pots turned up. But whose graves they are, I don't know. People say the ancient Romans were all about this country at one time, but whether they buried their people like that, I can't tell. And Mr. Davis shook his head, thinking, and said, "Ah, to be sure. Well, they look to me to be older like than the ancient Romans, and dressed different. That's to say, according to the pictures, the Romans was in armor, and you didn't never find no armor, did you, sir, by what you said?" And my father was rather surprised, and said, "I don't know that I mentioned anything about armor, but it's true I don't remember to have found any. But you talk as if you'd seen 'em, Mr. Davis." And they both of them laughed, Mr. Davis and the young man, and Mr. Davis said, "Seen 'em, sir? That would be a difficult matter after all these years. Not but what I should like well enough to know more about them old times and people, and what they worshipped and all." And my
Old
father said,
timesy people.
"Worshipped? Well, I dare say they worshipped the old man on the hill." "Ah, indeed," Mr. Davis said. "Well, I shouldn't wonder." And my father went on and told them what he'd heard and read about the heathens and their sacrifices. What you'll learn some day for yourself, Charles, when you go to school and begin your Latin. And they seemed to be very much interested, both of them. But my father said he couldn't help thinking the most of what he was saying was no news to them. That was the only time he ever had much talk with Mr. Davis, and it stuck in his mind particularly, he said, the young man's word about not wanting for company, because in those days there was a lot of talk in the villages round about. Why, but for my father interfering, the people here would have ducked an old lady for a witch. Charles, what does that mean, Granny? Ducked an old lady for a witch? Are there witches here now? Grandmother. No, no, dear. Why, whatever made me stray off like that? No, that's quite another affair. What I was going to say was that the people in other places round about believed that some sort of meetings went on at night time on that hill, where the man is, and that those who went there were up to no good. But don't you interrupt me now, for it's getting late. Well, I suppose it was a matter of 3 years that Mr. Davis and this young man went on living together, and then all of a sudden a dreadful thing happened. I don't know if I ought to tell you. Outcries of, "Oh, yes, Granny, you must," etc. Well, then, you must promise not to get frightened and go screaming out in the middle of the night. No, we won't. Of course not. One morning, very early towards the turn of the year, I think it was in September, one of the woodmen had to go up to his work at the top of the long covert, just as it was getting light. And just where there were some few big oaks in a sort of clearing deep in the wood, he saw at a distance a white thing that looked like a man through the mist, and he was in 2 minds about going on. But go on he did, and made out as he came near that it was a man, and more than that, it was Mr. Davis's young man, dressed in a sort of white gown he was, and hanging by his neck to the limb of the biggest oak, quite dead. And near his feet there lay on the ground a hatchet, all in a gore of blood. Well, what a terrible sight that was for anyone to come upon in that lonely place. This poor man was nearly out of his wits. He dropped everything he was carrying and ran as hard as ever he could straight down to the parsonage, and woke them up and told what he'd seen. And old Mr. White, who was the parson then, sent him off to get 2 or 3 of the best men, the blacksmith and the churchwardens and what-not, while he dressed himself. And all of them went up to this dreadful place with a horse to lay the poor body on and take it to the house. When they got there, everything was just as the woodman had said, but it was a terrible shock to them all to see how the corpse was dressed, especially to old Mr. White, for it seemed to him to be like a mockery of the church surplice that was on it, only, he told my father, not the same in the fashion. And when they came to take down the body from the oak tree, they found there was a chain of some metal round the neck, and a little ornament like a wheel hanging to it on the front, and it was very old-looking, they said. Now, in the meantime, they had sent off a boy to run to Mr. Davis's house and see whether he was at home, for of course they couldn't but have their suspicions, and Mr. White said they must send two to the constable of the next parish and get a message to another magistrate. He was a magistrate himself, and so there was running hither and thither. But my father, as it happened, was away from home that night. Otherwise they would have fetched him first. So then they laid the body across the horse, and they say it was all they could manage to keep the beast from bolting away from the time they were in sight of the tree, for it seemed to be mad with fright. However, they managed to bind the eyes and lead it down through the wood and back into the village street. And there, just by the big tree where the stocks are, they found a lot of the women gathered together, and this boy whom they'd sent to Mr. Davis's house lying in the middle as white as paper, and not a word could they get out of him, good or bad. So they saw there was something worse yet to come, and they made the best of their way up the lane to Mr. Davis's house. And when they got near them, the horse they were leading seemed to go mad again with fear, and reared up and screamed, and struck out with its foot, and the man that was leading it was as near as possible being killed, and the dead body fell off its back. So Mr. White bid them get the horse away as quick as might be, and they carried the body straight into the living room, for the door stood open. And then they saw what it was that had given the poor boy such a fright, and they guessed why the horse went mad. For you know horses can't bear the smell of dead blood. There was a long table in the room, more than the length of a man, and on it there lay the body of Mr. Davis. The eyes were bound over with a linen band, and the arms were tied across the back, and the feet were bound together with another band. But the fearful thing was that the breast being quite bare, the bone of it was split through from the top downwards with an axe. Oh, it was a terrible sight. Not one there but turned faint and ill with it, and had to go out into the fresh air. Even Mr. White, who was what you might call a hard nature of a man, was quite overcome, and said a prayer for strength in the garden. At last they laid out the other body as best they could in the room, and searched about to see if they could find out how such a frightful thing had come to pass. And in the cupboards they found a quantity of herbs and jars with liquors, and it came out, when people that understood such matters had looked into it, that some of these liquors were drinks to put a person asleep. And they had little doubt that that wicked young man had put some of this into Mr. Davis's drink, and then used him as he did, and after that the sense of his sin had come upon him, and he had cast himself away. Well now, you couldn't understand all the law business that had to be done by the coroner and the magistrates, but there was a great coming and going of people over for the next day or two, and then the people of the parish got together and agreed that they couldn't bear the thought of these two being buried in the churchyard alongside of Christian people. For I must tell you there were papers and writings found in the drawers and cupboards that Mr. White and some other clergymen looked into, and they put their names to a paper that said these men were guilty, by their own allowing, of the dreadful sin of idolatry, and they feared there were some in the neighbouring places that were not free from that wickedness, and called upon them to repent, lest the same fearful thing that was to come to these men should befall them also. And then they burnt those writings. So then, Mr. White was of the same mind as the parishioners, and late one evening 12 men that were chosen went with him to that evil house, and with them they took 2 biers made very roughly for the purpose, and 2 pieces of black cloth, and down at the crossroad, where you take the turn for Bascombe and Wilcombe, there were other men waiting with torches, and a pit dug, and a great crowd of people gathered together from all round about. And the men that went to the cottage went in with their hats on their heads, and 4 of them took the 2 bodies and laid them on the biers, and covered them over with the black cloths. And no one said a word, but they bore them down the lane, and they were cast into the pit, covered over with stones and earth. And then Mr. White spoke to the people that were gathered together. My father was there, for he had come back when he heard the news, and he said he never should forget the strangeness of the sight. with the torches burning and those two black things huddled together in the pit, and not a sound from any of the people, except it might be a child or a woman whimpering with the fright. And so, when Mr. White had finished speaking, they all turned away and left them lying there. They say horses don't like the spot even now, and I've heard there was something of a mist or a light hung about for a long time after, but I don't know the truth of that. But this I do know, that next day my father's business took him past the opening of the lane, and he saw 3 or 4 little knots of people standing at different places along it, seemingly in a state of mind about something. And he rode up to them, and asked what was the matter, and they ran up to him, and said, "Oh, squire, it's the blood! Look at the blood!" and kept on like that. So he got off his horse, and they showed him, and there in 4 places, I think it was, he saw great patches in the road of blood, but he could hardly see it was blood, for almost every spot of it was covered with great black flies that never changed their place or moved, and that blood was what had fallen out of Mr. Davis's body as they bore it down the lane. Well, my father couldn't bear to do more than just take in the nasty sight, so as to be sure of it, and then he said to one of those men that was there, "Do you make haste and fetch a basket, or a barrow full of clean earth out of the churchyard, and spread it over these places, and I'll wait here till you come back." And very soon he came back, and the old man that was sexton with him, with a shovel and the earth in a hand barrow, and they set it down at the first of the places, and made ready to cast the earth upon it. And as soon as ever they did that, what do you think? The flies that were on it rose up in the air in a kind of a solid cloud, and moved off up the lane towards the house. And the sexton, he was parish clerk as well, stopped and looked at them and said to my father, "Lord of flies, sir," and no more would he say. And just the same it was at the other places, every one of them. Charles. But what did he mean, Granny? Grandmother. Well, dear, you remember to ask Mr. Lucas when you go to him for your lesson tomorrow. I can't stop now to talk about it. It's long past bedtime for you already. The next thing was, my father made up his mind no one was going to live in that cottage again, or yet use any of the things that were in it. So, though it was one of the best in the place, he sent round word to the people that it was to be done away with, and anyone that wished could bring a faggot to the burning of it. And that's what was done. They built a pile of wood in the living room, and loosened the thatch so as the fire could take a good hold, and then set it alight. And as there was no brick, only the chimney stack and the oven, it wasn't long before it was all gone. I seem to remember seeing the chimney when I was a little girl, but that fell down of itself at last. Now, this that I've got to is the last bit of all. You may be sure that for a long time the people said Mr. Davis and that young man was seen about, the one of them in the wood and both of them where the house had been, or passing together down the lane, particularly in the spring of the year and at autumn time. I can't speak to that, though if we were sure there are such things as ghosts, it would seem likely that people like that wouldn't rest quiet. But I can tell you this, that one evening in the month of March, just before your grandfather and I were married, we'd been taking a long walk in the woods together and picking flowers and talking as young people will that are courting, and so much taken up with each other that we never took any particular notice where we were going. And on a sudden I cried out, and your grandfather asked what was the matter. The matter was that I'd felt a sharp prick on the back of my hand, and I snatched it to me and saw a black thing on it, and struck it with the other hand and killed it. And I showed it him, and he was a man who took notice of all such things, and he said, "Well, I've never seen aught like that fly before." And though to my own eye it didn't seem very much out of the common, I've no doubt he was right. And then we looked about us, and lo and behold, if we weren't in the very lane just in front of the place where that house had stood, and, as they told me after, just where the men set down the beers at me, and they bore them out of the garden gate. You may be sure we made haste away from there. At least I made your grandfather come away quick, for I was wholly upset at finding myself there. But he would have lingered about out of curiosity if I'd have let him. Whether there was anything about there more than we could see, I shall never be sure. Perhaps it was partly the venom of that horrid fly's bite that was working in me that made me feel so strange. For dear me, how that poor arm and hand of mine did swell up, to be sure. I'm afraid to tell you how large it was round, and the pain of it too. Nothing my mother could put on it had any power over it at all, and it wasn't till she was persuaded by our old nurse to get the wise man over at Bascom to come and look at it that I got any peace at all. But he seemed to know all about it, and said I wasn't the first that had been taken that way. When the sun's gathering his strength, he said, and when he's in the height of it, and when he's beginning to lose his hold, and when he's in his weakness, them that haunts about that lane had best to take heed to themselves. But what it was he bound on my arm, and what he said over it, he wouldn't tell us. After that, I soon got well again. But since then, I've heard often enough of people suffering much the same as I did. Only of late years it doesn't seem to happen but very seldom, and maybe things like that do die out in the course of time. But that's the reason, Charles, why I say to you that I won't have you gathering me blackberries. No, nor eating them either in that lane. And now you know all about it, I don't fancy you'll want to yourself. There. Off to bed you go this minute. What's that, Lucy? A light in your room? The idea of such a thing. You get yourself undressed at once and say your prayers. And perhaps if your father doesn't want me when he wakes up, I'll come and say good night to you. And you, Charles, if I hear anything of you frightening your little sister on the way up to your bed, I shall tell your father that very moment. And you know what happened to you the last time. The door closes, and Granny, after listening intently for a minute or two, resumes her knitting. The squire still slumbers. Masquerade by Merle Brown. May I cut in, please? It was as simple as that. Yet, for all the gay masquerade throng, Donald shivered at the voice. He looked at the intruder and was not reassured. Tall and gaunt, the man was clad in the long flowing robes of a priest of ancient Egypt. His eyes were shaded, nearly covered by the black hood of his mask. But as he looked into them, Donald had the uncanny impression of looking across a great, dark void. Below the line of the mask, the face was thin and creased, yellow like old parchment. With the barest trace of a smile, the intruder bowed and said again, "If you don't mind." Donald hesitated. Strangely, he felt his partner would not object if he were to refuse the very usual request. But to refuse would be unthinkable. He released his partner, and in a moment the tall man had whirled her away. Yet Donald was aware of her gaze upon him as he threaded across the crowded floor. Away from the dancers, he paused and looked for the first time at the card she had slipped into his hand. Leonora Starr. The name was printed in simple pica type. Beyond that, the card was blank. He frowned at first, then smiled. She so obviously expected him to see her again. He recalled with pleasure her lithe surrender to his arms while they danced, the warmth with which she had pressed the small card into his hand. Who was she, he wondered. The name Leonora Starr told him nothing. They had met less than 5 minutes before, and even then had spoken but
Winter is coming.
the music of the waltz rose to a higher, more exciting strain. Donald searched the crowd with his eyes until he found her, still dancing with the mysterious stranger. They were at the south end of the ballroom now, near the door that led into the garden. The tall man, Donald noted, danced gracefully but stiffly, as though he had once been an excellent dancer, but was now long out of practice. Across the crowd, Donald caught Leonora's eye, and something flashed between them. An appeal, he thought it was. His pulse raced, and he stared across the intervening space. And then his glance clashed with that of the giant. He was conscious of the same chilling sensation at the pit of his stomach, as though he were falling, felt the same prickling at the roots of his hair. Then, in another whirl of the dance, the man had turned away. A little group of people nearby was not dancing. Donald strolled toward them, halted halfway, and looked back across the floor. He felt a light touch at his elbow. "That man who tagged you, who is he?" said Betty Cosgrove as he turned. She was obviously agitated. "I've been wondering. Doesn't anyone know?" "No, except that he wasn't invited." "Are you sure? It might be just the costume." "No, none of the guests is so tall. Besides, he wasn't announced." She shuddered. He looks like a death's head or a mummy. If he asks me to dance, I'll faint." Abruptly, the music ceased, to be replaced by the hum of voices and scattered applause. Apprehensive now, in spite of himself, Donald shouldered his way through the crowd in search of Leonora. She was not on the floor. Hurriedly, he surveyed the guests again. The man, too, had disappeared. The garden, perhaps? Quickly, he stepped to the door. There was no moon, but the garden was dimly lighted by a single Japanese lantern hung near the center. Donald could see no one. Dense shrubbery bordered the walks, and in the far corner a thick grove of trees loomed black in the shadows. He drew a deep breath and walked swiftly toward it. Behind him the music began again, a haunting Viennese melody in waltz time. He looked back at the lighted windows. People in their brilliant costumes were again taking the floor. No one else had come out after him. To all appearances, he was alone in the garden. He hesitated, half-minded to turn back. Fool's errand. Suddenly, above the music, he heard a woman scream, a muffled scream that was not repeated. It came from the grove of trees. His heart leaping, he turned and ran toward it, searching his pockets for a weapon
Gonna
as he went.
run some
There wasn't.
guns.
He reached the trees. It was not as dark there as it had seemed. The level rays of the Japanese lantern, though dim, shone redly through the shadows. Suddenly, in his haste, he stumbled over a creeper of vine, and, catching himself, stopped short at the sight before him. At this spot, the heavy growth of trees gave way to a circular clearing, and the ground was covered by a lush carpet of grass. The light of the Japanese lantern seemed to filter undiminished through the trees and become amplified at this spot, so that everything which occurred was as clear to the watcher as in the light of day. And at the very center of the circle, at the top of a small rise, was the horrifying tableau. Leonora was lying on her side, her face half buried in the grass. Over her, his knee on her shoulder, his left hand covering her mouth, was the tall man in the priestly robe. In his right hand, he held aloft a glittering knife with a long curved blade, which he held poised in a perpetual threat. He had not yet struck. The man, disheveled by the struggle, could be seen better now. From the arm which held the knife aloft, the robe had fallen away, revealing it to the shoulder. It was thin as bone. It had the appearance of bone, stretched tightly over, with a yellow, parchment-like skin. His headdress was lost, revealing a smooth, hairless head which seemed deathly white, even in the red rays of the lantern. The mask, too, was gone, and his eyes. In the shadows they appeared like something which Donald, if he were to remain sane, dared not think about. A cold perspiration beaded his skin. Donald looked about him for a weapon, while the two before him held the same motionless pose. A stone, a broken limb of a tree, any weapon would suffice. If only the demon did not strike, if only Leonora could hold him back a moment longer. In his excitement, he never wondered why he had not already done so. Why, if he wished to kill, he had not killed and fled minutes before. Nor did he wonder how Leonora, facing death, could wait for it so passively. If he had stopped to think of those things, to realize their meaning, perhaps he might have noticed other, more obvious circumstances. That the music, which had sounded so loudly in the garden a few seconds before, had died to nothing the moment he had entered the hellish grove. That the light breeze from out of the west no longer fanned his cheek, and now did not even rustle the leaves of the trees. That the very starlight seemed to drip unwillingly with the interlaced branches overhead. 20 feet to the left, Donald saw a spade leaning against a tree. He started for it, but at that moment a sudden burst of activity on the part of Leonora freed her mouth, and she called weakly, "Quickly, help!" Being young, Donald could not resist that appeal. He left the spade untouched, and turned and ran to fling himself against the gaunt attacker. With a single bound, the other rose to meet his attack, the knife drawn to strike, the lips snarling. The girl, too, rose to her feet and stood. "Back to the house, Leonora! Run!" shouted Donald. He had halted, crouched ready to spring, 10 feet from the towering skeleton before him. But the girl stood still, apparently tense with excitement. "You must kill him," she hissed, "or he'll kill me." "Who is he?" Donald grasped. "He's a priest," she lied. "His name is Osim." Donald knew that she was lying, though he could not tell how he knew it, nor why she was. "Go to the house," he said again, "and send some men out. I'll keep him here." A sardonic smile twisted the features of Osim. "You don't want me alone," he taunted. In that instant it happened. Leonora had crept up behind the priest. Suddenly she charged him, grasped the hand that held the knife. The priest swung upon her, ready to crash a heavy fist upon her face. Donald rushed in. He caught the blow in the chest. It staggered him. Then, with all his power, he flung himself forward and closed. Donald was athletic. In college, he had been a member of the wrestling team. Had been rated fair at boxing. But he knew in a second that he had underrated his opponent. The arms of this fleshless skeleton were like bands of steel, the legs as firm as if rooted in the ground. Suddenly, Osimhen laughed. He tossed the knife from him, picked Donald up bodily, whirled him through the air until he was dizzy, then threw him to the ground with stunning force. Then he dropped quickly upon him and pinned his arms to the ground. Donald lay on his back in the grass, helpless, staring up at the twin caverns of the monster's eyes. A wave of revulsion shook him, left him weak and pale, his body wet with sweat. Those eyes again! Was he insane? But he knew that he was not. This was real. This was happening. Back there, behind those trees, was the ballroom, and a gay throng, and music and laughter. And here, this. His mind, stimulated by terror, worked fast. The knife, it had been lost in the struggle. Then, surely, Leonora. He twisted his head to look for her. She was standing on his left, 10 feet away, her eyes shining, her lips slightly parted. He called to her. "Find the knife, and hurry," he said. She made no reply, but stood smiling, neutral. A gleam in the grass near her caught his eye. "What's the matter? It's there at your feet. Help me," he shouted. As she made no move, he realized that she would not. But what was to be done, he must do for himself. A black rage gave new strength to his arms. She must be in league with the priest. She had confessed to knowing him. He saw now that he had been lured into this unequal contest. But why? The priest tightened his hold on Donald's arms again, so that Donald writhed with the pain. "Why are you holding me? What do you want?" he cried at last. "Only your body," said Osamond softly. His body? The man was insane. If only he could reach the knife. If he could get an arm free. He feigned a struggle, edging toward the knife as he fought. When he was again overcome, he was 2 feet nearer. He rested. Then another struggle, another 2 feet gained. He had a feeling the priest was playing with him, as a cat plays with a mouse, encouraging him to escape and then dashing his hopes. Well, there might be a surprise. 2 more pretended struggles, and the knife was within his reach. Now, if an arm were free. Suddenly, the priest bent his head low, so that his fetid breath seared the nostrils of the prostrate man. "I'm going to kill you now," he said. Simultaneously, he loosed Donald's arms and clutched his neck with bony fingers. Donald felt the breath in his lungs pent up, fighting for escape while he flailed his left arm in search of the knife. He grasped the smooth handle, balanced it a moment in his hand. He focused his staring eyes upon the figure leaning low over him, aimed his blow well. As he struck, the priest inclined his head to the left, leaving a clean path for the knife. It severed the veins in his neck. At once, Donald felt his body galvanized as from an electric shock. He was aware of a mighty force penetrating his brain. Red flashes seemed to shoot from the priest's eyes to play into his own. Giddiness and nausea as in a violent earthquake racked his consciousness. And then, for a moment, he fainted away. When he again opened his eyes, the scene was, to all appearances, unchanged. Over him were the same trees, the same... He raised his hand to a gutting pain in his throat, felt something warm spurt over it. He looked. Blood. But surely this was not his own hand. This was thin and bony. The garment which covered the arm was not his own either, but white and flowing. The garment of a priest. The words of Osamond resounded in his brain like a death knell. "I want your body." And now his dimming eyes beheld a scene which tore his soul with despair. A man, fat as he had been, with the same proud tilt of the head, the same athletic carriage, but with eyes which glittered strangely now in the pale light, stepped toward a beautiful girl. "Come, Leonora," he said, in a voice which Donald recognized as his own. "It is time to go." She looked at him with a slow smile. "You really are very, very handsome, Osamond," she asked. And as the eyes of the prostrate figure slowly filmed in death, the now perfectly matched pair looked back at him and laughed with wild abandon.
Sucker. Chump.
It was 2 sex workers who said at a bar and talked, then one said, "I think I can smell a man coming." Then the other replied, "No, it's just me who burped."
At the gate. By
That's a good one.
A shaggy Airedale scented his way along the high road. He had not been there before, but he was guided by the trail of his brethren who had preceded him. He had gone unwillingly upon this journey, yet with the perfect training of dogs he had accepted it without complaint. The path had been lonely, and his heart would have failed him, traveling as he must without his people, had not these traces of countless dogs before him promised companionship of a sort at the end of the road. The landscape had appeared arid at first, for the translation from recent agony into freedom from pain had been so numbing in its swiftness that it was some time before he could fully appreciate the pleasant dog country through which he was passing. There were woods with leaves upon the ground through which to scurry, long grassy slopes for extended runs, and lakes into which he might plunge for sticks and bring them back to... But he did not complete his thought, for the boy was not with him. A little wave of homesickness possessed him. It made his mind easier to see far ahead. The great gate as high as the heavens, wide enough for all. He understood that only man built
Oh,
such barriers.
that's
By
quite the
straining
run
his eyes, he
for
fancied he
that.
could discern humans passing through to whatever lay beyond. He broke into a run, that he might the more quickly gain this enclosure made beautiful by men and women. But his thoughts outran his pace, and he remembered that he had left the family behind. And again this lovely new compound became not perfect, since it would lack the family. The scent of the dogs grew very strong now, and coming nearer, he discovered to his astonishment that of the myriads of those who had arrived ahead of him, thousands were still gathered on the outside of the portal. They sat in a wide circle, spreading out on each side of the entrance. Big, little, curly, handsome, mongrel, thoroughbred dogs of every age, complexion, and personality. All were apparently waiting for something, someone, and at the pad of the Airedale's feet on the hard road, they arose and looked in his direction. But the interest passed as soon as they discovered the newcomer to be a dog puzzled him. In his former dwelling place, a
Are you
four-footed brother
serious?
was greeted with enthusiasm when he was a friend, with suspicious diplomacy when a stranger, and with sharp reproof when an enemy. But never had he been utterly ignored. He remembered something that he had read many times on great buildings with lofty entrances. Dogs not admitted,
Well, that
the signs had
sucks.
said, and he feared this might be the reason for the waiting circle outside the gate. It might be that this noble portal stood as the dividing line between mere dogs and humans. But he had been a member of the family, romping with them in the living room, sitting at meals with them in the dining room, going upstairs at night with them, and the thought that he was to be kept out would be unendurable. He despised the passive dogs. They should be treating a barrier after the fashion of their old country, leaping against it, barking and scratching the nicely painted door. He bounded up the last little hill to set them an example, for he was still full of the rebellion of the world. But he found no door to leap against. He could see beyond the entrance dear masses of people, yet no dog crossed the threshold. They continued in their patient ring, their gaze upon the winding road. He now advanced cautiously to examine the gate. It occurred to him that it must be fly time in this region, and he did not wish to make himself ridiculous before all these strangers by trying to bolt through an invisible mesh like the one that had baffled him when he was a little chap. Yet there were no screens, and despair entered his soul. What bitter punishment these poor beasts must have suffered before they learned to stay on this side the arch that led to human beings. What had they done on earth to merit this? Stolen bones troubled his conscience, runaway days, sleeping in the best chair until the key clicked in the lock. These were sins. At that moment, an English bull terrier, white, with liver-coloured spots and a jaunty manner, approached him, snuffling in a friendly way. No sooner had the bull terrier smelt his collar than he fell to expressing his joy at meeting him. The Airedale's reserve was quite thawed by this welcome, though he did not know just what to make of it. I know you, exclaimed the bull terrier, adding inconsequentially, "What's your name?" "Tam O'Shanter. They call me Tammy," was the answer, with a pardonable break in the voice. "I know them," said the bull terrier. "Nice folks. Best ever," said the Airedale, trying to be nonchalant and scratching a flea which was not there. "I don't remember you. When did you know them?" "About 14 tags ago, when they were first married. We keep track of time here by the license tags. I had 4. This is my first and only one. You were before my time, I guess." He felt young and shy. "Come for a walk and tell me all about them," was his new friend's invitation. "Aren't we allowed in there?" asked Tam, looking toward the gate. "Sure. You can go in whenever you want to. Some of us do at first, but we don't stay. Like it better outside?" No, it isn't that." "Then why are all you fellows hanging around here? Any old dog can see it's better be on the arch. You see, we're waiting for our folks to come." The Airedale grasped it at once, and nodded understandingly. "I felt that way when I came along the road. It wouldn't be what it's supposed to be without them. It wouldn't be the perfect place." "Not to us," said the bull terrier. "Fine, I've stolen bones, but it must be that I have been forgiven if I'm to see them here again. It's the great good place, all right. But look here," he added, as a new thought struck him. "Do they wait for us?" The elder inhabitant coughed in slight embarrassment. The humans couldn't do that very well, It wouldn't be the thing to have them hang around outside for just a dog. Not dignified. Quite right, agreed Tam. I'm glad they go straight to their mansions. I'd hate to have them missing me as I'm missing them. He sighed. But then, they wouldn't have to wait so long. Oh, well, they're getting on. Don't be discouraged, comforted the terrier. And in the meantime, it's like a big hotel in summer, watching the new arrivals. See, there is something doing now. All the dogs were aroused to excitement by a little figure making its way uncertainly up the last slope. Half of them started to meet it, crowding about in a loving, eager pack. Look out, don't scare it, cautioned the older animals, while word was passed to those farthest from the gate. Quick, quick, a baby's come. Before they had entirely assembled, however, a gaunt yellow hound pushed through the crowd, gave one sniff at the small child, and with a yelp of joy crouched at its feet. The baby embraced the hound in recognition, and the two moved toward the gate. Just outside, the hound stopped to speak to an aristocratic St. Bernard who had been friendly. Sorry to leave you, old fellow, he said, but I'm going in to watch over the kid. You see, I'm all she has up here. The bull terrier looked at the Airedale for appreciation. That's the way we do it, he said proudly. Yes, but... The Airedale put his head on one side in perplexity. Yes, but what? Asked the guide. The dogs that don't have any people, the nobody's dogs. That's the best of all. Oh, everything is thought out here. Crouch down. You must be tired. And what? Said the bull terrier. Soon, they spied another small form making the turn in the road. He wore a Boy Scout's uniform, but he was a little fearful for all that, so new was this adventure. The dogs rose again and snaffled, but the better groomed of the circle held back, and in their place, a pack of odds and ends of the company ran down to meet him. The Boy Scout was reassured by their friendly attitude, and after petting them impartially, he chose an old-fashioned black and tan, and the two passed in. Tam looked questioningly. They didn't know each other, he exclaimed, but they've always wanted to. That's one of the boys who used to beg for a dog, but his father wouldn't let him have one. So, all our strays wait for just such little fellows to come along. Every boy gets a dog, and every dog gets a master. I expect the boy's father would like to know that now, commented the Airedale. No doubt he thinks quite often, I wish I'd let him have a dog. The bull terrier laughed. You're pretty near the earth yet, aren't you? Tam admitted it. I've a lot of sympathy with fathers and with boys, having them both in the family, and a mother as well. The bull terrier leaped up in astonishment. You don't mean to say they keep a boy? Sure, greatest boy on earth, 10 this year. Well, this is news. I wish they kept a boy when I was there. The Airedale looked at his new friend intently. See here, who are you? He demanded. But the other hurried on. I used to run away from them just to play with a boy. They'd punish me, and I always wanted to tell them it was their fault for not getting one. Who are you, anyway? Repeated Tam, talking all this interest in me, too. Whose dog were you? I've already guessed. I see it in your quivering snout. I'm the old dog that had to leave them about 10 years ago. Their old dog, Bully? Yes, I'm Bully. They nosed each other with deeper affection and strolled about the glade shoulder to shoulder. Bully the more eagerly pressed for news. Tell me, how are they getting along? Very well indeed. They've paid for the house. I suppose you occupy the kennel? No. They said they couldn't stand it to see another dog in your old place. Bully stopped to howl gently. That touches me. It's generous of you to tell it. To think they missed me. For a little while they went on in silence. But as evening fell and the light from the golden streets inside of the city gave the only glow to the scene, Bully grew nervous and suggested that they go back. We can't see so well at night, and I like to be pretty close to the path, especially toward morning. Tam assented, and I will point them out. You might not know them just at first. Oh, we know them. Sometimes the babies have so grown up, they're rather hazy in their recollection of how we look. They think we're bigger than we are, but you can't fool us dogs. It's understood, Tam cunningly arranged, that when he or she arrives, you'll sort of make them feel at home while I wait for the boy. That's the best plan, assented Bully, kindly. And if by any chance the little fellow should come first, there's been a lot of them this summer. Of course you'll introduce me. I shall be proud to do it. And so, with muzzles sunk between their paws, and with her eyes straining down the pilgrim's road, they wait outside the gate.
That's kind of a sad story.
Lucy Comes to Stay by Robert Bloch. You can't go on this way. Lucy kept her voice down low, because she knew the nurse had her room just down the hall from mine, and I wasn't supposed to see any visitors. But George is doing everything he can. Poor dear. I hate to think of what all those doctors and specialists are costing him, and the sanatorium bill too. And now that nurse, that Miss Higgins, staying here every day. It won't do any good. You know it won't. Lucy didn't sound like she was arguing with me. She knew. That's because Lucy is smarter than I am. Lucy wouldn't have started the drinking and gotten into such a mess in the first place. So it was about time I listened to what she said. Look, Vi, she murmured, I hate to tell you this. You aren't well, you know. But you're going to find out one of these days anyway. And you might as well hear it from me. What is it, Lucy?
Women are like bacon, they smell good, they look good, they taste good, but they kill you quietly.
They don't want you to.
Yep.
Oh, Lucy, listen to me, you little fool. Why do you suppose they sent you to that sanatorium in the first place? They said it was to take the cure, so you took it. All right, you're cured then. But you'll notice that you still have the doctor coming every day. And George makes you stay here in your room. And that Miss Higgins, who's supposed to be a special nurse, you know what she is, don't you? She's a guard. I couldn't say anything. I just sat there and blinked. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. Because deep down inside I knew that Lucy was right. Just try to get out of here, Lucy said. You'll see how fast she locks the door on you. All that talk about special diets and rest doesn't fool me. Look at yourself. You're as well as I am. You ought to be getting out, seeing people, visiting your friends. But I have no friends, I reminded her. Not after that party. Not after what I did. That's a lie. Lucy nodded. That's what George wants you to think. Why, you have hundreds of friends, Vi. They still love you. They tried to see you at the hospital, and George wouldn't let them in. They sent flowers to the sanatorium, and George told the nurses to burn them. He did? He told the nurses to burn the flowers? Of course. Look, Vi, it's about time you face the truth. George wants them to think you're sick. George wants you to think you're sick. Why? Because then he can put you away for good. Not in a private sanatorium, but in the... No. I began to shake. I couldn't stop shaking. It was ghastly. But it proved something. They told me at the sanatorium, the doctors told me, that if I took the cure, I wouldn't get the shakes anymore, or the dreams, or any of the other things. Yet here it was. I was shaking again. Shall I tell you some more? Lucy whispered. Shall I tell you what they're putting in your food? Shall I tell you about George and Miss Higgins? But she's older than he is, and besides, he'd never... Lucy laughed. Stop it, I yelled. All right, but don't yell, you little fool. Do you want Miss Higgins to come in? She thinks I'm taking a nap. She gave me a sedative. Lucky I dumped it out. Lucy frowned. Why, I've got to get you away from here, and there isn't much time. She was right. There wasn't much time. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks. How long had it been since I'd had a drink? We'll sneak off, Lucy said. We could take a room together where they wouldn't find us. I'll nurse you until you're well. But rooms cost money. You have that $50 George gave you for a party dress. Why, Lucy? How did you know that? You told me ages ago, dear. Poor thing. You don't remember things very well, do you? All the more reason for trusting me. I nodded. I could trust Lucy, even though she was responsible, in a way, for me starting to drink. She just had thought it would cheer me up when George brought all his high-class friends to the house, and we went out to impress his clients. Lucy had tried to help. I could trust her. I must trust her. We can leave as soon as Miss Higgins goes to bed, Lucy was saying. We'll wait until George is asleep, eh? Why not get dressed now, and I'll come back for you. I got dressed. It isn't easy to dress when you have the shakes, but I did it. I even put on some makeup and trimmed my hair a little with the big scissors. Then I looked at myself in the mirror and said out loud, "Why, you can't tell, can you?" "Of course not," said Lucy. "You look radiant, positively radiant." I stood there smiling, and the sun was going down, just shining through the window on the scissors in a way that hurt my eyes. And all at once I was so sleepy. "George will be here soon, and Miss Higgins will leave," Lucy said. "I'd better go now. Why don't you rest until I come for you?" "Yes," I said. "You'll be very careful, won't you?" "Very careful," Lucy whispered, and tiptoed out quietly. I lay down on the bed, and then I was sleeping, really sleeping for the first time in weeks. Sleeping so the scissors wouldn't hurt my eyes, the way George hurt me inside when he wanted to shut me up in the asylum so he and Miss Higgins could make love on my bed and laugh at me the way they all laughed, except Lucy. And she would take care of me. She knew what to do now. I could trust her. And George, and I'm asleep and sleeping. Nobody can blame you for what you think in your sleep or do in your sleep. It was all right until I had the dreams, and even then I didn't really worry about them, because a dream is only a dream. And when I was drunk, I had a lot of dreams. When I woke up, I had the shakes again, but it was Lucy shaking me, standing there in the dark, shaking me. I looked around and saw that the door to my room was open, but Lucy didn't bother to whisper. She stood there with the scissors in her hand and called to me. "Come on, let's hurry." "What are you doing with the scissors?" I asked. "Cutting the telephone wires, silly. I got into the kitchen after Miss Higgins left and dumped some of that sedative into George's coffee. Remember, I told you the plan." I couldn't remember now, but I knew it was all right. Lucy and I went out through the hall, past George's room, and he never stirred. Then we went downstairs and out the front door, and the streetlights hurt my eyes. Lucy made me hurry right along, though. We took a streetcar around the corner. This was the difficult part, getting away. Once we were out of the neighborhood, there'd be no worry. The wires were cut. The lady at the rooming house on the south side didn't know about the wires being cut. She didn't know about me either, because Lucy got the room. Lucy marched in bold as brass and laid my $50 down on the desk. The rent was $12.50 a week in advance. And Lucy didn't even ask to see the room. I guess that's why the landlady wasn't worried about baggage. We got upstairs and locked the door, and then I had the shakes again. Lucy said, "Vi, cut it out." "But I can't help it. What'll I do now, Lucy? Oh, what'll I do? Why did I ever—" "Shut up." Lucy opened my purse and pulled something out. I'd been wondering why my purse felt so heavy, but I never dreamed about the secret. She held the secret up. It glittered under the light, like the scissors, only this was a nice glitter, a golden glitter. "A whole pint," I gasped. "Where did you get it?" "From the cupboard downstairs, naturally. You knew George still keeps the stuff around. I slipped it into your purse just in case." I had the shakes, but I got that bottle open in 10 seconds. One of my fingernails broke, and then the stuff was burning and warming and softening. "Pig," said Lucy. "You know I have to have it," I whispered. "That's why you brought it." "I don't like to see you drink," Lucy answered. "I never drink, and I don't like to see you hang one on either. Please, Lucy, just this once. Why can't you take a shot and then leave it alone? That's all I ask. Just this once, Lucy. I have to." I won't sit here and watch you make a spectacle of yourself. You know what always happens. Another mess. I took another gulp. The bottle was half empty. I did all I could for you, Vi. But if you don't stop now, I'm going. That made me pause. You couldn't do that to me. I need you, Lucy. Until I'm straightened out, anyway. Lucy laughed, the way I didn't like. Straightened out. That's a hot one. Talking about straightening out with a bottle in your hand. It's no use, Vi. Here, I do everything I can for you. I stop at nothing to get you away. And you're off on another. Please, you know I can't help it. Oh, yes, you can help it, Vi. But you don't want to. You've always had to make a choice, you know. George or the bottle, me or the bottle. And the bottle always wins. I think deep down inside you hate George. You hate me. You're my best friend. Nuts. Lucy talked vulgar sometimes when she got really mad. And she was mad now. It made me so nervous. I had another drink. Oh, I'm good enough for you when you're in trouble, or have nobody else around to talk to. I'm good enough to lie for you, pull you out of your messes, but I've never been good enough for your friend, for George. And I can't even win over a bottle of rot-gut whiskey. It's no use, Vi. What I've done for you today you'll never know, and it isn't enough. Keep your lousy whiskey, I'm going. I know I started to cry. I tried to get up, but the room was turning round and round. Then Lucy was walking out the door, and I dropped the bottle, and the light kept shining the way it did on the scissors. And I closed my eyes and dropped after the bottle to the floor. When I woke up, they were all pestering me. The landlady and the doctor and Miss Higgins, and the man who said he was a policeman. I wondered if Lucy had gone to them and betrayed me. But when I asked, the doctor said no. They just discovered me through a routine checkup on hotels and rooming houses. After they found George's body in his bed, with my scissors in his throat. All at once I knew what Lucy had done, and why she ran out on me that way. She knew they'd find me and call it murder. So I told them about her, and how it must have happened. I even figured out how Lucy managed to get my fingerprints on the scissors. But Miss Higgins said she'd never seen Lucy in my house, and the landlady told a lie and said I had registered for the room alone, and the man from the police just laughed when I kept begging him to find Lucy and make her tell the truth. Only the doctor seemed to understand, and when we were alone together in the little room, he asked me all about her and what she looked like, and I told him. Then he brought over the mirror and held it up and asked me if I could see her, and sure enough, she was standing right behind me, laughing. I could see her in the mirror, and I told the doctor so, and he said yes, he thought he understood now. So it was all right after all, even when I got the shakes just then and dropped the mirror, so that the little jagged pieces hurt my eyes to look at. It was all right. Lucy was back with me now, and she wouldn't ever go away any more. She'd stay with me forever. I knew that. I knew it, because even though the light hurt my eyes, Lucy began to laugh. After a minute, I began to laugh too, and then the two of us were laughing together. We couldn't stop even when the doctor went away. We just stood there against the bars, Lucy and I, laughing like crazy.
She's just a little bit crazy in the head.
The Last Incarnation by Wallace West. He sat upon a lichen-covered stone, this grey ghost of what once had been a man, and stared greedily at the dim scene before him. It was a boy's bedroom into which he peered, as through a dark curtain. An 8-year-old tot lay writhing there in the torment of fever. Over him bent a grey-haired physician, his fingers upon the fluttering pulse. Nearby sat the parents, the mother asleep of exhaustion in her chair, the father his eyes wide and dry, seeming to be throwing every effort of his will toward aiding the tortured little body on the bed. "Do you think he has a chance, Doctor?" whispered the father, brushing his hand across his face as though the moth-like wings of death had brushed him. "Perhaps," responded the physician. "This is the crisis. If he rallies, we can save him." Crouched on his rock, close beside the tumbled bed, and yet as immeasurably distant from the room as if he had been on the farthest star, the shadow licked its lips and waited, talons half outstretched as if to throttle the frail form between the sheets. "Save him," sneered the phantom. "Oh yes, by all means, you mustn't let him die." He looked about him. Despite the fact that it was broad daylight in the sick room, this region in which the naked wraith crouched vulture-like upon its rock was shrouded in almost impenetrable gloom. Here and there could be discerned floating blobs of red phosphorescence. Not far away loomed what appeared to be a wall of rock which extended upward into the darkness. The faint gleams which now and then drifted by served to illuminate stretches of broken ground thickly strewn with boulders. The creature on the rock turned its attention again to the sun. There was no change. The thermometer in the doctor's hand indicated that the fever had crept up a degree in the past hour. "Well, let it rise," smirked the ghost. "Let the heat creep up until it drive the boy's spirit, his soul, if you please, out into that vast land of shadows from which some return strangely changed, and others return not at all." The thing's talons suddenly curled in fury. Why should he wander in these cursed glades, playing silly mad pranks with those others who also had lost the right to possess that greatest of treasures, a body soft and warm and strong, capable of strange pleasures and sweeter vices? He deserved something better than this. He had been a king in his day. Still hungrily eyeing the bed, the ghost's fancy flitted back to those times when he had ruled, drunk deeply, lusted with fair women, slaughtered and schemed out in that pleasant world of sunshine, of which he now could catch glimpses only at high noon. He thought of sunny Italy when he, as Cesare Borgia, Duke of Romagna and Valentinois, had ruled with a bloody hand. That was clever, the way he had poisoned his pretty brother-in-law, the Duke of Pichelieu. He shouted with gleeful laughter at the memory. In the sick room, the father started and looked out of the window, as though he had heard some evil sound, whereat the ghost laughed harder. That was good, looking out the window, and he sitting right by the bed. His thoughts wandered back again into the old pleasant lives he had lived before the law of karma began to get its fateful hold upon him. 140 men and 6 women had climbed the scaffold while he ruled Florence as Cosimo de' Medici, besides the countless others who had died by the daggers and poisons of his gay assassins. That time when he had been an inquisitioner also sent his hands rasping against each other in glee. But the old brave days had gone from him during recent incarnations. The mountain of evil karma, which he had been building up since the days of Nineveh and Babylon, had borne him slowly downward during these last centuries. He shivered at the thought of the few short years when he had crawled and sniffled about the rice flats of Shantung as a coolie. His last life had been worse than that, though, spent among the off-scourings of Limehouse. And then, after a knife had been driven between his ribs in a waterfront brawl, he had awakened in this foul place, where it was borne upon him by the brood which inhabited the fetid hills and valleys, that there would be no more sweet bodies entrusted to his care. He had been tried, generation after generation, and found wanting. Each time his sins had dragged him a little farther down, Each time he had been given a chance to improve, and each time he had tossed it away for gold and fair women
Damn it.
and power. This was the end, they said. He would linger on a few
This is
years
the
or
end.
centuries or eons, and finally what was left of his soul would wither
The
away,
end.
cut off as it was from the light of the sun, that giver of all life. And he would float about forever as one of those phosphorescent astral corpses which furnish the only light in this infernal region. Suddenly, the wraith leaped to its feet on the bed. The boy had stirred and shouted incoherently in delirium. Had the time come? But the frenzy passed, and the onlooker resumed his seat on the slimy lava block. Well, he resumed his meditation. Why hadn't they let him know what he had been doing? Of what use this ability to remember his past blunders now that it was too late? He could have been a good man. Really, there had been much good in him, at least at first. Although a good many people died sudden and painful deaths. In Florence and Romagna and Valentinois, the people had built monuments to Borgia and de' Medici after their deaths. Wasn't the Inquisitioner upholding the hands of the Church? His mood changed. No, he had been lying to himself. He had gone down the wide purple way for the pure joy of it, bending people to his iron will to test his power, being cruel because life was short and one was a long time dead. And now, in this Ultima Thule, he had discovered suddenly that he had guessed wrong, that instead one was a long time alive. For a while, indeed, he had even enjoyed playing tricks on good spiritualists, giving malicious messages through their mediums, causing Ouija boards to write obscene words which startled gentle maiden ladies trying to get in touch with their dear departeds. But memories of the old brave days in Italy had spoiled such vicarious evil-doing for him. First, he had become bored. Then, when a leering companion whispered one day that there was no way out, that there would be no more incarnations, that he was in a hell more real than that envisioned by any inquisitioner, he had gone mad and howled about the stony glens and ledges like those poor things making their last struggle against dissolution into phosphorescence. But there was a way out. A cunning little thing with 3 legs and a gaunt, twisted head had whispered it to him one day, as he lay beating his head against a rock in the darkness. Listen, it had simpered. Wait until some human is in the last throes of sickness and has relaxed his will to live. Wait until he is driven out of his body and mind by burning fever.
Restroom, I'll be
Then
right
break
back.
the slender thread which binds body and soul together. Replace his spirit with your own. Many of us have done it. It means one life more at least. And if you do it once, you can continue indefinitely. It is the one loophole in their armor. But if you try and fail, you will never have another chance. And the malformed thing had winked one roomy eye at him and slithered away. So he crouched here in the sick room, bent on doing the foulest deed of all his thousands of incarnations, bent on casting an innocent soul into outer darkness and inserting his soul spirit into its shrinking body. But he defended himself. He had never been given a chance. Take that last life, when as Barry Spivens he had thieved from London wharfs and died with a rusty knife in his lung. What had started him that time on what the mission preachers called the downward path? His eyes envisioned the night when his drunken father had kicked him out of the house into a blizzard. He had crouched against the door, begging and pleading to come in, until he slumped down in the snow and knew nothing more. He had lost an ear and several fingers and toes from frostbite that night, and had consecrated himself to crime and murder as a revenge against the bitter world under the tutelage of a wharf rat who had found him and carried him home, to a shack beneath the wharves. He fancied he could still hear his own childish voice whimpering, "Daddy, I'm cold, Daddy. Please let me in, Daddy. Please let me." What had once been Barry Spivens came to itself with a start. The poignancy of that memory had made him forget his purpose for a moment. In the sick room, the figure on the bed was lying quite still, while the doctor bent over it, an ear to the heart. Then Spivens heard again the cry, which he had thought to be an echo from his own childhood. "Please, Daddy, I'm awful cold. Oh, Daddy, where are you? I'm scared." The voice rose to a wailing, agonized scream. Spivens leaped from his rock. The expected had happened. Spirit and body had become divided by the intense heat of fever. The boy was wandering temporarily across the border of his own dark land. Now was his chance. Mouth drooling, fingers working, he leaped upon the bed, hurled his invisible form upon the boy's body, placed his lips against its mouth, tore at the slender but silver thread of ectoplasm, which still connected body and soul. But again came that wailing cry. "Daddy! Daddy, don't send me away in the dark, Daddy. Can't you hear me? Come and find your little boy." Involuntarily, Spivens turned his head from the task before him and glanced into the surrounding darkness of his ghost realm. Well, he knew that the boy, his eyes unaccustomed to the darkness, would wander farther and farther away, now that he had broken that slender ectoplasmic thread. The ghostly glow from the earthly room faintly lit the lichened rocks. They seemed covered with snow. "Daddy, I'm awful cold." The voice was fainter. Cursing in all the languages he had learned in his many lives, Spivens leaped from the bed. By God, he had never tortured children. He couldn't start now. He stumbled wildly over the rocks after the little white figure, which was wandering about far down the gorge, its hands outstretched like those of a blind person. Bobby Marshall opened his eyes and stared up into those of his father. The fever had broken. The crisis was past. "It's funny," the boy laughed weakly. "I thought I got lost. An Bobby ugly Marshall man opened found his me and eyes brought me home. stared up. He was cussing something awful, crying at the same time. Was he a good man, Daddy? You said only bad people swore." "He must have had some good in him anyway, if he brought you back," soothed the father, while the doctor smiled and poured some medicine into a glass. On the other side of the veil, the ghost of Barry Spivens howled with wolfish laughter. Turning from the scene of his defeat, he fled downhill into the blackest of the gorges, his passage stirring a group of phosphorescent blobs into apparent life for a moment. He had failed, and the three-legged thing said that after one failure, the barrier could not be broken. Suddenly, he stopped in amazement. The darkness of the bleak land, which had been unbroken by star or moon since his arrival, seemed lightening there across the ridges, as though in a faint foreshadowing of dawn. He, by H.P. Lovecraft. I saw him on a sleepless night when I was working desperately to save my soul and my vision. My coming to New York had been a mistake, for whereas I had looked for poignant wonder and inspiration in the teeming labyrinths of ancient streets that twist endlessly from forgotten courts and squares and waterfronts to courts and squares and waterfronts equally forgotten, and in the cyclopean modern towers and pinnacles that rise blackly Babylonian under waning moons, I had found instead only a sense of horror and oppression which threatened to master, paralyze, and annihilate me. The disillusion had been gradual. Coming for the first time upon the town, I had seen it in the sunset from a bridge, majestic above its waters, its incredible peaks and pyramids rising flower-like and delicate from pools of violet mist to play with the flaming golden clouds and the first stars of evening. Then it had lighted up window by window above the shimmering tides, where lanterns nodded and glided and deep horns bayed weird harmonies, and itself become a starry firmament of dream, redolent of fairy music, and one with the marbles of Carcassonne and Samarkand and El Dorado, and all glorious and half-fabulous cities. Shortly afterward, I was taken through those antique ways so dear to my fancy, narrow, curving alleys and passages where rows of red Georgian brick blinked with small-paned dormers above pillared doorways that had looked on gilded sedans and panelled coaches, and in the first flush of realization of these long-wished things, I thought I had indeed achieved such treasures as would make me in time a poet. But success and happiness were not to be. Garish daylight showed only squalor and alienage, and the noxious elephantiasis of climbing, spreading stone where the moon had hinted of loveliness and elder magic, and the throngs of people that see through the flume-like streets were squat, swarthy strangers with ardent faces and narrow eyes, shrewd strangers without dreams and without kinship to the scenes about them, who could never mean aught to a blue-eyed man of the old folk, with a love of fair green lanes and white New England village steeples in his heart. So, instead of the poems I had hoped for, there came only a shuddering blankness and ineffable loneliness, and I saw at last a fearful truth which no one had ever dared to breathe before, the unwhisperable secret of secrets, the fact that this city of stone and strider is not a sentient perpetuation of old New York as London is of old London and Paris of old Paris, but that it is in fact quite dead, its sprawling body imperfectly embalmed and infested with queer animate things which have nothing to do with it as it was in life. Upon making this discovery, I ceased to sleep comfortably, though something of resigned tranquility came back as I gradually formed the habit of keeping off the streets by day and venturing abroad only at night, when darkness calls forth what little of the past still hovers wraith-like about, and old white doorways remember the stalwart forms that once passed through them. With this mode of relief, I even wrote a few poems, and still refrained from going home to my people, lest I seemed to crawl back ignobly in defeat. Then, on a sleepless night's walk, I met the man. It was in a grotesque hidden courtyard of the Greenwich section, for there in my ignorance I had settled, having heard of the place as the natural home of poets and artists. The archaic lanes and houses and unexpected bits of square and court had indeed delighted me, and when I found the poets and artists to be loud-voiced pretenders whose quaintness is tinsel and whose lives are a denial of all that pure beauty which is poetry and art, I stayed on for love of these venerable things. I fancied them as they were in their prime, when Greenwich was a placid village not yet engulfed by the town, and in the hours before dawn, when all the revellers had slunk away, I used to wander alone among their cryptical windings and brood upon the curious arcana which generations must have deposited there. This kept my soul alive, and gave me a few of those dreams and visions for which the poet far within me cried out. The man came upon me at about 2 one cloudy August morning, as I was threading a series of detached courtyards, now accessible only through the unlighted hallways of intervening buildings, but once forming parts of a continuous network of picturesque alleys. I had heard of them by vague rumor, and realized that they could not be upon any map of today, but the fact that they were forgotten only endeared them to me, so that I had sought them with twice my usual eagerness. Now that I had found them, my eagerness was again redoubled, for something in their arrangements dimly hinted that they might be only a few of many such, with dark, dumb counterparts wedged obscurely betwixt high blank walls and deserted rear tenements, or lurking lamplessly behind archways, unbetrayed by hordes of the foreign-speaking or guarded by furtive and uncommunicative artists, whose practices do not invite publicity or the light of day. He spoke to me without invitation, noting my mood and glances as I studied certain knockered doorways above iron-railed steps, the pallid glow of traceried transoms feebly lighting my face. His own face was in shadow, and he wore a wide-brimmed hat which somehow blended perfectly with the out-of-date cloak he affected.
Sombrero.
But I was subtly disquieted, even before he addressed me. His form was very slight, thin almost to cadaverousness, and his voice proved phenomenally soft and hollow, though not particularly deep. He had, he said, noticed me several times at my wanderings, and inferred that I resembled him in loving the vestiges of former years. Would I not like the guidance of one long practiced in these explorations and possessed of local information profoundly deeper than any which an obvious newcomer could possibly have gained? As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of his face in the yellow beam from a solitary attic window. It was a noble, even a handsome, elderly countenance, and bore the marks of a lineage and refinement unusual for the age and place. Yet some quality about it disturbed me almost as much as its features pleased me. Perhaps it was too white, or too expressionless, or too much out of keeping with the locality to make me feel easy or comfortable. Nevertheless, I followed him, for in those dreary days my quest for antique beauty and mystery was all that I had to keep my soul alive, and I reckoned it a rare favor of fate to fall in with one whose kindred seeking seemed to have penetrated so much farther than mine. Something in the night constrained the cloaked man to silence, and for a long hour he led me forward without needless words, making only the briefest of comments concerning ancient names and dates and changes, and directing my progress very largely by gestures, as we squeezed through interstices, tiptoed through corridors, clambered over brick walls, and once crawled on hands and knees through a low, arched passage of stone, whose immense length and tortuous twistings effaced at last every hint of geographical location I had managed to preserve. The things we saw were very old and marvelous, or at least they seemed so in the few straggling rays of light by which I viewed them, and I shall never forget the tottering ionic columns, fluted pilasters, and urn-headed iron fence posts, and flaring linteled windows, and decorative fanlights that appeared to grow quainter and stranger the deeper we advanced into this inexhaustible maze of unknown antiquity. We met no person, and as time passed, the lighted windows became fewer and fewer. The street lights we first encountered had been of oil, and of the ancient lozenge pattern. Later I noticed some with candles, and at last, after traversing a horrible unlighted court where my guide had to lead with his gloved hand through total blackness to a narrow wooden gate in a high wall, we came upon a fragment of alley lit only by lanterns in front of every seventh house, unbelievably colonial tin lanterns with conical tops and holes punched in the sides. This alley led steeply uphill, more steeply than I thought possible in this part of New York, and the upper end was blocked squarely by the ivy-clad wall of a private estate, beyond which I could see a pale cupola and the tops of trees waving against a vague lightness in the sky. In this wall was a small, low-arched gate of nail-studded black oak, which the man proceeded to unlock with a ponderous key. Leading me within, he steered a course in utter blackness over what seemed to be a gravel path, and finally up a flight of stone steps to the door of the house, which he unlocked and opened for me. We entered, and as we did so, I grew faint from a reek of infinite mustiness which welled out to meet us, and which must have been the fruit of unwholesome centuries of decay. My host appeared not to notice this, and in courtesy I kept silent as he piloted me up a curving stairway, across a hall, and into a room whose door I heard him lock behind us. Then I saw him pull the curtains of the 3 small-paned windows that barely showed themselves against the lightening sky, after which he crossed to the mantel, struck flint and steel, lighted 2 candles of a candelabrum of 12 sconces, and made a gesture enjoining soft-toned speech. In this feeble radiance I saw that we were in a spacious, well-furnished and panelled library dating from the first quarter of the 18th century, with splendid doorway pediments, a delightful Doric cornice, and a magnificently carved overmantel, with scroll and urn top. Above the crowded bookshelves at intervals along the walls were well-wrought family portraits, all tarnished to an enigmatical dimness, and bearing an unmistakable likeness to the man who now motioned me to a chair beside the graceful Chippendale table. Before seating himself across the table from me, my host paused for a moment, as if in embarrassment, then tardily removing his gloves, wide-brimmed hat, and cloak, stood theatrically, revealed in full mid-Georgian costume from queued hair and neck ruffles to knee breeches, silk hose, and the buckled shoes I had not previously noticed. Now, slowly sinking into a lie-back chair, he commenced to eye me intently. Without his hat, he took on an aspect of extreme age which was scarcely visible before, and I wondered if this unperceived mark of singular longevity were not one of the sources of my original disquiet. When he spoke at length, his soft, hollow, and carefully muffled voice not infrequently quavered, and now and then I had great difficulty in following him, as I listened with a thrill of amazement and half-disavowed alarm, which grew each instant. "You behold, sir," my host began, "a man of very eccentrical habits, for whose costume no apology need be offered to one with your wit and inclinations. Reflecting upon better times, I have not scrupled to ascertain their ways and adopt their dress and manners, indulgence which offends none if practiced without ostentation. It hath been my good fortune to retain the rural seat of my ancestors, swallowed though it was by 2 towns, first Greenwich, which built up hither after 1800, then New York, which joined on near 1830. There were many reasons for the close keeping of this place in my family, and I have not been remiss in discharging such obligations. The squire who succeeded to it in 1768 studied certain arts and made certain discoveries, all connected with influences residing in this particular plot of ground, and eminently deserving of the strongest guarding. Some curious effects of these arts and discoveries I now purpose to show you, under the strictest secrecy, and I believe I may rely on my judgment of men enough to have no distrust of either your interest or your fidelity." He paused, but I could only nod my head. I've said that I was alarmed, yet to my soul nothing was more deadly than the material daylight world of New York, and whether this man were a harmless eccentric or a wielder of dangerous arts, I had no choice save to follow him and slake my sense of wonder on whatever he might have to offer. So I listened. "To my ancestor," he softly continued, "there appeared to reside some very remarkable qualities in the will of mankind. Qualities having a little suspected dominance not only over the acts of oneself and of others, but over every variety of force and substance in nature, and over many elements and dimensions deemed more universal than nature herself. May I say that he flouted the sanctity of things as great as space and time, and that he put to strange uses the rights of certain half-breed Red Indians once encamped upon this hill. These Indians showed Colo when the place was built, and were plaguey pestilent in asking to visit the grounds at the full of the moon. For years they stole over the wall each month when they could, and by stealth performed certain acts. Then, in 68, the new squire catched them at their doings and stood still at what he saw. Thereafter, he bargained with them and exchanged the free access of his grounds for the exact inwardness of what they did, learning that their grandfathers got part of their custom from red ancestors and part from an old Dutchman in the time of the States General. And pox on him, I'm afeard the squire must have served them monstrous bad rum, whether or not by intent. For a week after he learnt the secret, he was the only man living that knew it. You, sir, are the first outsider to be told there is a secret, and split me if I'd have risked tampering that much with the powers. Had you not been so hot after
The
bygone
powers.
days. I shuddered as the man grew colloquial, and with familiar speech of another day, he went on. But you must know, sir, that what the squire got from those mongrel salvages was but a small part of the learning he came to have. He had not been at Oxford for nothing, nor talked to no account with an ancient chemist and astrologer in Paris. He was, in fine, made sensible that all the world is but the smoke of our intellects, past the bidding of the vulgar, but by the wise to be puffed out and drawn in like any cloud of prime Virginia tobacco. What we want, we may make about us, and what we don't want, we may sweep away. I won't say that all this is wholly true in body, but is sufficient true to furnish a very pretty spectacle now and then. You, I conceive, would be tickled by a better sight of certain other years than your fancy affords you. So be pleased to hold back any fright at what I design to show. Come to the window and be quiet. My host now took my hand to draw me to one of the two windows on the long side of the malodorous room, and at the first touch of his ungloved fingers I turned cold. His flesh, though dry and firm, was of the quality of ice, and I almost shrank away from his pulling. But again I thought of the emptiness and horror of reality, and boldly prepared to follow whithersoever I might be led. Once at the window, the man drew apart the yellow silk curtains and directed my stare into the blackness outside. For a moment I saw nothing save a myriad of tiny dancing lights far before me. Then, as if in response to an insidious motion of my host's hand, a flash of heat lightning played over the scene, and I looked out upon a sea of luxuriant foliage unpolluted, and not the sea of roofs to be expected by any normal mind. On my right, the Hudson glittered wickedly, and in the distance ahead I saw the unhealthy shimmer of a vast salt marsh, constellated with nervous fireflies. The flash died, and an evil smile illumined the waxy face of the aged necromancer. That was before my time, before the new squire's time. Pray let us try again. I was faint, even fainter than the hateful modernity of that accursed city had made me. Good God, I whispered, can you do that for any time? And as he nodded and bared the black stumps of what had once been yellow fangs, I clutched at the curtains to prevent myself from falling. But he steadied me with that terrible ice-cold claw, and once more made his insidious gesture. Again lightning flashed, but this time upon a scene not wholly strange. It was Greenwich, the Greenwich that used to be, with here and there a roof or row of houses as we see it now, yet with lovely green lanes and fields and bits of grassy common. The marsh still glittered beyond, but in the farther distance I saw the steeples of what was then all of New York, Trinity and St. Paul's and the brick church dominating their sisters, and a faint haze of wood smoke hovering over the whole. I breathed hard, but not so much from the sight itself as from the possibilities my imagination terrifiedly conjured up. Can you? There you go. Far? I spoke with awe, and I think he shared it for a second. But the evil grin returned. Far? What I have seen would blast you to a mad statue of stone. Back, back, forward, forward. Look, ye puling lack-wit. And as he snarled the phrase under his breath, he gestured anew, bringing to the sky a flash more blinding than either which had come before. For full 3 seconds I could glimpse that pandemoniac sight, and in those seconds I saw a vista which will ever afterward torment me in dreams. I saw the heavens, verminous with strange flying things, and beneath them a hellish black city of giant stone terraces with impious pyramids flung savagely to the moon, and devil lights burning from unnumbered windows, and swarming loathsomely on aerial galleries I saw the yellow, squint-eyed people of that city, robed horribly in orange and red, and dancing insanely to the pounding of fevered kettle drums, the clatter of obscene crotala, and the maniacal moaning of muted horns whose ceaseless dirges rose and fell undulantly, like the waves of an unhallowed ocean of bitumen. I saw this vista, I say, and heard as with the mind's ear the blasphemous Dom Daniel of cacophony which companioned it. It was the shrieking fulfillment of all the horror which that corpse city had ever stirred in my soul. And forgetting every injunction to silence, I screamed and screamed and screamed, as my nerves gave way and the walls quivered about me. Then, as the flash subsided, I saw that my host was trembling too, a look of shocking fear half blotting from his face the serpent distortion of rage which my screams had excited. He tottered, clutched at the curtains as I had done before, and wriggled his head wildly, like a hunted animal. God knows he had cause, for as the echoes of my screaming died away, there came another sound, so hellishly suggestive that only numbed emotion kept me sane and conscious. It was the steady, stealthy creaking of the stairs beyond the locked door, as with the ascent of a barefoot or skin-shod horde. And at last, the cautious, purposeful rattling of the brass latch that glowed in the feeble candlelight. The old man clawed and spat at me through the mouldy air, and barked things in his throat as he swayed with the yellow curtain he clutched. The full moon! Damn you, you yelping dog! You called 'em, and they've come for me. Moccasins feet, dead men. God sink ye, you red devils. But I poisoned no rum of yours, and I kept your pox-rotted magic safe. You swilled yourself sick, curse ye, and you must needs blame the squire. Let go, you! Unhand that latch, I've naught for you here. At this point, 3 slow and very deliberate raps shook the panels of the door, and the white foam gathered at the mouth of the frantic magician. His fright, turning to steely despair, left room for a resurgence of his rage against me, and he staggered a step toward the table on whose edge I was steadying myself. The curtains, still clutched in his right hand as his left clawed out at me, grew taut and finally crashed down from their lofty fastenings, admitting to the room a flood of that full moonlight which the brightening of the sky had presaged. In those greenish beams the candles paled, and a new semblance of decay spread over the musk-reeking room with its wormy paneling, sagging floor, battered mantel, rickety furniture, and ragged draperies. It spread over the old man, too, whether from the same source or because of his fear and vehemence, and I saw him shrivel and blacken as he lurched near and strove to rend me with vulturine talons. Only his eyes stayed whole, and they glared with a propulsive, dilated incandescence which grew as the face around them charred and dwindled. The rapping was now repeated with greater insistence, and this time bore a hint of metal. The black thing facing me had become only a head with eyes, impotently trying to wriggle across the sinking floor in my direction, and occasionally emitting feeble little spits of immortal malice. Now, swift and splintering blows assailed the sickly panels, and I saw the gleam of a tomahawk as it cleft the rending wood. I did not move, for I could not, but watched dazedly as the door fell in pieces to admit a colossal, shapeless influx of inky substance, starred with shining, malevolent eyes. It poured thickly, like a flood of oil bursting a rotten bulkhead, overturned a chair as it spread, and finally flowed under the table and across the room to where the blackened head with the eyes still glared at me. Around that head it closed, totally swallowing it up, and in another moment it had begun to recede, bearing away its invisible burden without touching me, and flowing again out of that black doorway and down the unseen stairs, which creaked as before, though in reverse order. Then the floor gave way at last, and I slid gaspingly down into the nighted chamber below, choking with cobwebs and half swooning with terror. The green moon, shining through broken windows, showed me the whole door half open, and as I rose from the plaster-strewn floor and twisted myself free from the sagged ceilings, I saw sweep past it an awful torrent of blackness, with scores of baleful eyes glowing in it. It was seeking the door to the cellar, and when it found it, it vanished therein. I now felt the floor of this lower room giving as that of the upper chamber had done, and once a crashing above had been followed by the fall past the west window of something which must have been the cupola. Now, liberated for the instant from the wreckage, I rushed through the hall to the front door, and finding myself unable to open it, seized a chair and broke a window, climbing frenziedly out upon the unkempt lawn, where moonlight danced over yard-high grass and weeds. The wall was high, and all the gates were locked, but moving a pile of boxes in a corner, I managed to gain the top and cling to the great stone urn set there. About me in my exhaustion I could see only strange walls and windows and old gambrel roofs. The steep street of my approach was nowhere visible, and the little I did see succumbed rapidly to a mist that rolled in from the river despite the glaring moonlight. Suddenly, the urn to which I clung began to tremble, as if sharing my own lethal dizziness, and in another instant my body was plunging downward to I knew not what fate. The man who found me said that I must have crawled a long way despite my broken bones, for a trail of blood stretched off as far as he dared look. The gathering rain soon effaced this link with the scene of my ordeal, and reports could state no more than that I had appeared from a place unknown at the entrance of a little black court off Perry Street. I never sought to return to those tenebrous labyrinths, nor would I direct any sane man thither if I could. Of who or what that ancient creature was, I have no idea, but I repeat that the city is dead and full of unsuspected horrors. Whither he has gone, I do not know, but I've gone home to the pure New England lanes, up which fragrant sea winds sweep at evening. The Tomb by H.P. Lovecraft. In relating the circumstances which have led to my confinement within this refuge for the demented, I am aware that my present position will create a natural doubt of the authenticity of my narrative. It is an unfortunate fact that the bulk of humanity is too limited in its mental vision to weigh with patience and intelligence those isolated phenomena, seen and felt only by a psychologically sensitive few, which lie outside its common experience. Men of broader intellect know that there is no sharp distinction betwixt the real and the unreal, that all things appear as they do only by virtue of the delicate individual physical and mental media through which we are made conscious of them. But the prosaic materialism of the majority condemns as madness the flashes of supersight which penetrate the common veil of obvious empiricism. My name is Jarvis Dudley, and from earliest childhood I have been a dreamer, a visionary. Wealthy beyond the necessity of a commercial life, temperamentally unfitted for the formal studies and social recreations of my acquaintances, I have dwelt ever in realms apart from the visible world, spending my youth and adolescence in ancient and little-known books, and in roaming the fields and groves of the region near my ancestral home. I do not think that what I read in these books or saw in these fields and groves was exactly what other boys read and saw there, but of this I must say little, since detailed speech would but confirm those cruel slanders upon my intellect which I sometimes overhear from the whispers of the stealthy attendants around me. It is sufficient for me to relate events without analyzing causes. I have said that I dwelt apart from the visible world, but I have not said that I dwelt alone. This no human creature may do, for lacking the fellowship of the living, he inevitably draws upon the companionship of things that are not or are no longer living. Close by my home there lies a singular wooded hollow, in whose twilight deeps I spent most of my time, reading, thinking, and dreaming. Down its moss-covered slopes my first steps of infancy were taken, and around its grotesquely gnarled oak trees my first fancies of boyhood were woven. Well did I come to know the presiding dryads of those trees, and often have I watched their wild dances and the struggling beams of a waning moon, but of these things I must not now speak. I will tell only of the lone tomb in the darkest of the hillside thickets, the deserted tomb of the Hydes, an old and exalted family whose last direct descendant had been laid within its black recesses many decades before my birth. The vault to which I refer is of ancient granite, weathered and discolored by the mists and dampness of generations. Excavated back into the hillside, the structure is visible only at the entrance. The door, a ponderous and forbidding slab of stone, hangs upon rusted iron hinges and is fastened ajar in a queerly sinister way by means of heavy iron chains and padlocks, according to a gruesome fashion of half a century ago. The abode of the race whose scions are here inured had once crowned the declivity which holds the tomb, but had long since fallen victim to the flames which sprang up from a disastrous stroke of lightning. Of the midnight storm which destroyed this gloomy mansion, the older inhabitants of the region sometimes speak in hushed and uneasy voices, alluding to what they call divine wrath in a manner that in later years vaguely increased the always strong fascination which I felt for the forest-darkened sepulchre. One man only had perished in the fire. When the last of the Hydes was buried in this place of shade and stillness, the sad urnful of ashes had come from a distant land, to which the family had repaired when the mansion burned down. No one remains to lay flowers before the granite portal, and few care to brave the depressing shadows which seem to linger strangely about the water-worn stones. I shall never forget the afternoon when first I stumbled upon the half-hidden house of death. It was in midsummer, when the alchemy of nature transmutes the sylvan landscape to one vivid and almost homogeneous mass of green, when the senses are well-nigh intoxicated with the surging seas of moist verdure and the subtly indefinable odors of the soil and the vegetation. In such surroundings, the mind loses its perspective. Time and space become trivial and unreal, and echoes of a forgotten prehistoric past beat insistently upon the enthralled consciousness. All day I had been wandering through the mystic groves of the hollow, thinking thoughts I need not discuss, and conversing with things I need not name. In years a child of 10, I had seen and heard many wonders unknown to the throng, and was oddly aged in certain respects. When, upon forcing my way between two savage clumps of briars, I suddenly encountered the entrance of the vault, I had no knowledge of what I had discovered. The dark blocks of granite, the door so curiously ajar, and the funereal carvings above the arch aroused in me no associations of mournful or terrible character. Of graves and tombs I knew and imagined much, but had on account of my peculiar temperament been kept from all personal contact with churchyards and cemeteries. The strange stone house on the woodland slope was to me only a source of interest and speculation, and its cold, damp interior, into which I vainly peered through the aperture so tantalizingly left, contained for me no hint of death or decay. But in that instant of curiosity was born the madly unreasoning desire which has brought me to this hell of confinement. Spurred on by a voice which must have come from the hideous soul of the forest, I resolved to enter the beckoning gloom in spite of the ponderous chains which barred my passage. In the waning light of day, I alternately rattled the rusty impediments with a view to throwing wide the stone door, and essayed to squeeze my slight form through the space already provided, but neither plan met with success. At first curious, I was now frantic, and when, in the thickening twilight, I returned to my home, I had sworn to the 100 gods of the grove that at any cost I would some day force an entrance to the black, chilly depths that seemed calling out to me. The physician with the iron-grey beard who comes each day to my room once told a visitor that this decision marked the beginning of a pitiful monomania, but I will leave final judgment to my readers when they shall have learnt all. The months following my discovery were spent in futile attempts to force the complicated padlock of the slightly open vault, and in carefully guarded inquiries regarding the nature and history of the structure. With the traditionally receptive ears of the small boy, I learned much, though an habitual secretiveness caused me to tell no one of my information or my resolve. It is perhaps worth mentioning that I was not at all surprised or terrified on learning of the nature of the vault. My rather original ideas regarding life and death had caused me to associate the cold clay with the breathing body in a vague fashion, and I felt that the great and sinister family of the burned-down mansion was in some way represented within the stone space I sought to explore. Mumbled tales of the weird rites and godless revels of bygone years in the ancient hall gave to me a new and potent interest in the tomb, before whose door I would sit for hours at a time each day. Once I thrust a candle within the nearly closed entrance, but could see nothing save a flight of damp stone steps leading downward. The odor of the place repelled yet bewitched me. I felt I had known it before, in a past remote beyond all recollection, beyond even my tenancy of the body I now possess. The year after I first beheld the tomb, I stumbled upon a worm-eaten translation of Plutarch's Lives in the book-filled attic of my home. Reading the life of Theseus, I was much impressed by that passage telling of the great stone beneath which the boyish hero was to find his tokens of destiny whenever he should become old enough to lift its enormous weight. This legend had the effect of dispelling my keenest impatience to enter the vault, for it made me feel that the time was not yet ripe. Later, I told myself, I should grow to a strength and ingenuity which might enable me to unfasten the heavily chained door with ease, but until then I would do better by conforming to what seemed the will of fate. Accordingly, my watches by the dank portal became less persistent, and much of my time was spent in other, though equally strange pursuits. I would sometimes rise very quietly in the night, stealing out to walk in those churchyards and places of burial from which I had been kept by my parents. What I did there I may not say, for I am not now sure of the reality of certain things. But I know that on the day after such a nocturnal ramble, I would often astonish those about me with my knowledge of topics almost forgotten for many generations. It was after a night like this that I shocked the community with a queer conceit about the burial of the rich and celebrated Squire Brewster, a maker of local history who was interred in 1711, and whose slate headstone, bearing a graven skull and crossbones, was slowly crumbling to powder. In a moment of childish imagination, I vowed not only that the undertaker, Goodman Simpson, had stolen the silver-buckled shoes, silken hose, and satin small clothes of the deceased before burial, but that the squire himself, not fully inanimate, had turned twice in his mound-covered coffin on the day after interment. But the idea of entering the tomb never left my thoughts, being indeed stimulated by the unexpected genealogical discovery that my own maternal ancestry possessed at least a slight link with the supposedly extinct family of the Hydes. Last of my paternal race, I was likewise the last of this older and more mysterious line. I began to feel that the tomb was mine, and to look forward with hot eagerness to the time when I might pass within that stone door and down those slimy stone steps in the dark. I now formed the habit of listening very intently at the slightly open portal, choosing my favorite hours of midnight stillness for the odd vigil. By the time I came of age, I had made a small clearing in the thicket before the mold-stained facade of the hillside, allowing the surrounding vegetation to encircle and overhang the space, like the walls and roof of a sylvan bower. This bower was my temple, the fastened door my shrine, and here I would lie outstretched on the mossy ground, thinking strange thoughts and dreaming strange dreams. The night of the first revelation was a sultry one. I must have fallen asleep from fatigue, for it was with a distinct sense of awakening that I heard the voices. Of those tones and accents I hesitate to speak. Of their quality I will not speak. But I may say that they presented certain uncanny differences in vocabulary, pronunciation, and mode of utterance. Every shade of New England dialect, from the uncouth syllables of the Puritan colonists to the precise rhetoric of 50 years ago, seemed represented in that shadowy colloquy, though it was only later that I noticed the fact. At the time, indeed, my attention was distracted from this matter by another phenomenon, a phenomenon so fleeting that I could not take oath upon its reality. I barely fancied that as I awoke, a light had been hurriedly extinguished within the sunken sepulchre. I do not think I was either astounded or panic-stricken, but I know that I was greatly and permanently changed that night. Upon returning home, I went with much directness to a rotting chest in the attic, wherein I found the key, which next day unlocked with ease the barrier I had so long stormed in vain. It was in the soft glow of late afternoon that I first entered the vault on the abandoned slope. A spell was upon me, and my heart leaped with an exultation I can but ill describe. As I closed the door behind me, and descended the dripping steps by the light of my lone candle, I seemed to know the way, and though the candle sputtered with the stifling reek of the place, I felt singularly at home in the musty, charnel house air. Looking about me, I beheld many marble slabs bearing coffins.
Speaking
or
of
remains
bacon,
coffins. Some of these were sealed and intact, but others had nearly vanished, leaving their silver handles and plates isolated amidst certain curious heaps of whitish dust. Upon one plate I read the name of Sir Geoffrey Hyde, who had come from Sussex in 1640 and died here a few years later. In a conspicuous alcove was one fairly well-preserved and untenanted casket, adorned with a single name which brought to me both a smile and a shudder. An odd impulse caused me to climb upon the broad slab, extinguish my candle, and lie down within the vacant box. In the grey light of dawn, I staggered from the vault and locked the chain of the door behind me. I was no longer a young man, though but 21 winters had chilled my bodily frame. Early rising villagers who observed my homeward progress looked at me strangely, and marveled at the signs of ribald revelry which they saw in one whose life was known to be sober and solitary. I did not appear before my parents till after a long and refreshing sleep. Henceforward I haunted the tomb each night, seeing, hearing, and doing things I must never reveal. My speech, always susceptible to environmental influences, was the first thing to succumb to the change, and my suddenly acquired archaism of diction was soon remarked upon. Later, a queer boldness and recklessness came into my demeanor, till I unconsciously grew to possess the bearing of a man of the world, despite my lifelong seclusion. My formerly silent tongue waxed voluble with the easy grace of a Chesterfield or the godless cynicism of a Rochester. I displayed a peculiar erudition utterly unlike the fantastic, monkish lore over which I had pored in youth, and covered the fly-leaves of my books with facile impromptu epigrams which brought up suggestions of Gay, Prior, and the sprightliest of the Augustan wits and rhymesters. One morning at breakfast, I came close to disaster by declaiming in palpably licorice accents and a fusion of 18th century bacchanalian mirth, a bit of Georgian playfulness never recorded in a book, which ran something like this. Come hither, my lads, with your tankards of ale, and drink to the present before it shall fail. Pile each on your platter a mountain of beef, but 'tis eating and drinking that bring us relief. So fill up your glass, for life will soon pass. When you're dead, you'll ne'er drink to your king or your lass. Anacreon had a red nose, so they say. But what's a red nose if you're happy and gay? Gad split me, I'd rather be red whilst I'm here than white as a lily and dead half a year. So Betty, my miss, come give me a kiss. In hell there's no innkeeper's daughter like this. Young Harry, propped up just as straight as he's able, will soon lose his wig and slip under the table. But fill up your goblets and pass 'em around. Better under the table than under the ground. So revel and chaff as ye thirstily quaff. Under 6 feet of dirt 'tis less easy to laugh. The fiends strike me blue, I'm scarce able to walk, and damn me if I can stand upright or talk. Here, landlord, bid Betty to summon a chair. I'll try home for a while, for my wife is not there. So lend me a hand, I'm not able to stand, but I'm gay whilst I linger on top of the land. About this time I conceived my present fear of fire and thunderstorms. Previously indifferent to such things, I had now an unspeakable horror of them, and would retire to the innermost recesses of the house whenever the heavens threatened an electrical display. A favorite haunt of mine during the day was the ruined cellar of the mansion that had burned down, and in fancy I would picture the structure as it had been in its prime. On one occasion I startled a villager by leading him confidently to a shallow sub-cellar, of whose existence I seemed to know in spite of the fact that it had been unseen and forgotten for many generations. At last came that which I had long feared. My parents, alarmed at the altered manner and appearance of their only son, commenced to exert over my movements a kindly espionage, which threatened to result in disaster. I had told no one of my visits to the tomb, having guarded my secret purpose with religious zeal since childhood, but now I was forced to exercise care in threading the mazes of the wooded hollow, that I might throw off a possible pursuer. My key to the vault I kept suspended from a cord about my neck, its presence known only to me. I never carried out of the sepulchre any of the things I came upon, whilst within its walls. One morning, as I emerged from the damp tomb and fastened the chain of the portal with none too steady hand, I beheld in an adjacent thicket the dreaded face of a watcher. Surely the end was near, for my bower was discovered, and the objective of my nocturnal journeys revealed. The man did not accost me, so I hastened home in an effort to overhear what he might report to my careworn father. Were my sojourns beyond the chained door about to be proclaimed to the world? Imagine my delighted astonishment on hearing the spy inform my parent in a cautious whisper that I had spent the night in the bower outside the tomb, my sleep-filmed eyes fixed upon the crevice where the padlocked portal stood ajar. By what miracle had the watcher been thus deluded? I was now convinced that a supernatural agency protected me. Made bold by this heaven-sent circumstance, I began to resume perfect openness in going to the vault, confident that no one could witness my entrance. For a week I tasted to the full the joys of that charnel conviviality which I must not describe, when the thing happened, and I was borne away to this accursed abode of sorrow and monotony. I should not have ventured out that night, for the taint of thunder was in the clouds, and a hellish phosphorescence rose from the rank swamp at the bottom of the hollow. The call of the dead, too, was different. Instead of the hillside tomb, it was the charred cellar on the crest of the slope whose presiding demon beckoned to me with unseen fingers. As I emerged from an intervening grove upon the plain before the ruin, I beheld in the misty moonlight a thing I had always vaguely expected. The mansion, gone for a century, once more reared its stately height to the raptured vision, every window ablaze with the splendor of many candles. Up the long drive rolled the coaches of the Boston gentry, whilst on foot came a numerous assemblage of powdered exquisites from the neighboring mansions. With this throng I mingled, though I knew I belonged with the hosts rather than with the guests. Inside the hall were music, laughter, and wine on every hand. Several faces I recognized, though I should have known them better had they been shriveled or eaten away by death and decomposition. Amidst a wild and reckless throng, I was the wildest and most abandoned. Gay blasphemy poured in torrents from my lips, and in my shocking sallies I heeded no law of God, man, or nature. Suddenly, a peal of thunder, resonant even above the din of the swinish revelry, clave the very roof and laid a hush of fear upon the boisterous company. Red tongues of flame and searing gusts of heat engulfed the house, and the roisterers, struck with terror at the descent of a calamity which seemed to transcend the bounds of unguided nature, fled shrieking into the night. I alone remained, riveted to my seat by a groveling fear which I had never felt before. And then a second horror took possession of my soul. Burnt alive to ashes, my body dispersed by the four winds, I might never lie in the tomb of the Hydes. Was not my coffin prepared for me? Had I not a right to rest till eternity amongst the descendants of Sir Geoffrey Hyde? Aye, I would claim my heritage of death, even though my soul goes seeking through the ages for another corporeal tenement to represent it on that vacant slab in the alcove of the vault. Jarvis Hyde should never share the sad fate of Palinurus. As the phantom of the burning house faded, I found myself screaming and struggling madly in the arms of two men, one of whom was the spy who had followed me to the tomb. Rain was pouring down in torrents, and upon the southern horizon were flashes of the lightning that had so lately passed over our heads. My father, his face lined with sorrow, stood by as I shouted my demands to be laid within the tomb, frequently admonishing my captors to treat me as gently as they could. A blackened circle on the floor of the ruined cellar told of a violent stroke from the heavens, and from this spot a group of curious villagers with lanterns were prying a small box of antique workmanship, which the thunderbolt had brought to light. Ceasing my futile and now objectless writhing, I watched the spectators as they viewed the treasure trove, and was permitted to share in their discoveries. The box, whose fastenings were broken by the stroke which had unearthed it, contained many papers and objects of value, but I had eyes for one thing alone. It was the porcelain miniature of a young man in a smartly curled bagwig, and bore the initials J.H. The face was such that as I gazed, I might well have been studying my mirror. On the following day, I was brought to this room with the barred windows, but I have been kept informed of certain things through an aged and simple-minded servitor, for whom I bore a fondness in infancy, and who, like me, loves the churchyard. What I have dared relate of my experiences within the vault has brought me only pitying smiles. My father, who visits me frequently, declares that at no time did I pass the chain portal, and swears that the rusted padlock had not been touched for 50 years when he examined it. He even says that all the village knew of my journeys to the tomb, and that I was often watched as I slept in the bower outside the grim facade, my half-open eyes fixed on the crevice that leads to the interior. Against these assertions I have no tangible proof to offer, since my key to the padlock was lost in the struggle on that night of horrors. The strange things of the past which I learnt during those nocturnal meetings with the dead, he dismisses as the fruits of my lifelong and omnivorous browsing amongst the ancient volumes of the family library. Had it not been for my old servant Hiram, I should have by this time become quite convinced of my madness. But Hiram, loyal to the last, has held faith in me, and has done that which impels me to make public at least a part of my story. A week ago, he burst open the lock which chains the door of the tomb perpetually ajar, and descended with a lantern into the murky depths. On a slab in an alcove, he found an old but empty coffin, whose tarnished plate bears the single word, Jarvis. In that coffin and in that vault, they have promised me I shall be buried.
Sad. Sad but true. All he wanted was to be buried.
The Good Old Ghost Story by William A.P. White. Well, there ain't no such thing, said Jed Hoskins' old man forcefully. No such thing as what? Queried the stranger with the black bag, who had just seated himself near the group. Haunts, Jed hastened to explain. Grandad Miller there, he says the old Lawrence home's haunted. And my dad, he says it can't be, because there ain't no haunts. Aren't there, though? Said the stranger, half to himself. You believe there be, don't you? Asked Grandad Miller hopefully. Yes, I do. I had a horrible experience once over in England. England? This from Jed, who thought it a place only geography teachers could be familiar with. England it was. Would you like to hear about it? Yes, came a chorus of assent, even from old man Hoskins. All right, and so he began. It must have been about 2 years ago that Lord Phantom Heath invited me to spend the weekend at Phantom Heath Fields, his ancestral domicile. I accepted with pleasure, and promptly forgot all about it. I was to have left London on the... Well, I don't exactly remember the train, but it was somewhere about noon on Friday. I didn't remember my engagement until about 6 Friday evening. Then I hurried down Lo Mas Prono Possible. Lo Mas? Asked Grandad Miller, the only Catholic in Higginsville. Lo Mas Prono Possible. It's a Spanish phrase meaning as quickly as possible. Oh. Percy, that is Lord Phantom Heath. A gasp of surprise went round. A man who could call a lord by his first name was awfully angry at my being late. Harry, he said, if we weren't such good friends, I'd cut you altogether. Well, Percy, said I, as long as you don't cut me all apart, it's all right. But that's just what might happen, he explained. If you stay, you will have to sleep in the chilling chamber, otherwise known as the Bloody Bedroom. It was there that my revered ancestor, Lord Felix of Phantom Heath, committed suicide by slitting his throat with a razor. Since then, every guest that has slept in the beastly boudoir has been found next morning with his throat cut. A shiver ran around the little circle, even though the fire was blazing gaily away. Did you sleep there? Asked Bob Hill. Of course. Would I be afraid of the ghost of a long-dead Englishman? Never. So Percy, at barracks, the butler, showed me upstairs to the horrible haunt of the suicidal spirit. Feeling marvelous, I began to dress for dinner. Now, if it hadn't been for Percy's sister, Alicia, it might never have happened. But I was hopeful of persuading her someday to marry me. She was pretty, rich, and of one of England's best families. Can you blame me? I'd already shaved once that day, but the thought of Alicia inspired me to shave twice in one day for the first time in 5 years. I had lathered my face and was all set to begin. Then I saw in the mirror a horrible form at the other end of the room. It was absolutely and indescribably horrible. It was one of those things that are unmentionable, that should not be. It had a slight semblance of human form, but it was horribly distorted. It was unholy, sacrilegious. It is not healthful for a man to see such things. Slowly it advanced on me. I was helpless, spellbound, standing there motionless with a razor in my hand. An arm appeared from nowhere on the shape, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan. Like the witch of a what? Asked Jed. Never mind. Anyway, an arm appeared. The thing was now standing directly behind me. Slowly it reached out and seized my hand. I could not move. Still more slowly it drew my own razor in my own hand across my throat. But you're not dead, Bob Hill objected. How come? Wait a moment and you'll see. I came to in Alicia's arms. She was supporting me, while Barracks poured brandy down my throat to revive me. My hero, cried Alicia. You freed the family of its curse. It has been foretold that if anyone survived the gruesome ghost's attack, he, I mean the ghost of course, would never be able to appear again. Alicia, I said, I claim but one reward. Will you marry me? And Barracks discreetly turned his head, and so we lived happily ever after. But I don't see, Hill reiterated. How come it didn't kill you? Very, very simple. But how? I was using a safety razor. Now, gentlemen, he went on, opening the black bag. I have here a very fine assortment of Burham Triplex safety razors at very reasonable prices.
Although the safety razors that he's talking about, you can still slit yourself pretty damn bad.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content.
To life with Dickens' signature style. These eerie tales No period within the 4 and 20 hours of day and night is so solemn to me as the early morning. In the summertime, I often rise very early and repair to my room to do a day's work before breakfast, and I am always on those occasions deeply impressed by the stillness and solitude around me. Besides that, there is something awful in the being surrounded by familiar faces asleep, in the knowledge that those who are dearest to us and to whom we are dearest are profoundly unconscious of us, in an impassive state, anticipative of that mysterious condition to which we are all tending, the stopped life, the broken threads of yesterday, the deserted seat, the closed book, the unfinished but abandoned occupation, all are images of death. The tranquility of the hour is the tranquility of death. The color and the chill have the same association. Even a certain air that familiar household objects take upon them when they first emerge from the shadows of the night into the morning, of being newer, and as they used to be long ago, has its counterpart in the subsidence of the worn face of maturity or age, in death, into the old youthful look. Moreover, I once saw the apparition of my father at this hour. He was alive and well, and nothing ever came of it. But I saw him in the daylight, sitting with his back towards me, on a seat that stood beside my bed. His head was resting on his hand, and whether he was slumbering or grieving, I could not discern. Amazed to see him there, I sat up, moved my position, leaned out of bed and watched him. As he did not move, I spoke to him more than once. As he did not move then, I became alarmed and laid my hand upon his shoulder as I thought, and there was no such thing. For all these reasons, and for others less easily and briefly stateable, I find the early morning to be my most ghostly time. Any house would be more or less haunted to me in the early morning, and a haunted house could scarcely address me to greater advantage than then. I walked on into the village, with the desertion of this house upon my mind, and I found the landlord of the little inn sanding his doorstep. I bespoke breakfast and broached the subject of the house. "Is it haunted?" I asked. The landlord looked at me, shook his head and answered, "I say nothing." "Then it is haunted." "Well," cried the landlord, in an outburst of frankness that had the appearance of desperation, "I wouldn't sleep in it." "Why not?" "If I wanted to have all the bells in a house ring, with nobody to ring 'em, and all the doors in a house bang, with nobody to bang 'em, and all sorts of feet treading about, with no feet there, why then," said the landlord, "I'd sleep in that house. Is anything seen there?" The landlord looked at me again, and then with his former appearance of desperation called down his stable yard for Ikey. The call produced a high-shouldered young fellow with a round red face, a short crop of sandy hair, a very broad humorous mouth, a turned-up nose, and a great-sleeved waistcoat of purple bars, with mother-of-pearl buttons that seemed to be growing upon him, and to be in a fair way, if it were not pruned, of covering his head and overrunning his boots. "This gentleman wants to know," said the landlord, "if anything's seen at the Poplars." "Hooded woman with a howl," said Ikey, in a state of great freshness. "Do you mean a cry?" "I mean a bird, sir. A hooded woman with an owl. Dear me, did you ever see her?" "I seen the howl, never the woman." "Not so plain as the howl, but they always keeps together." "Has anybody ever seen the woman as plainly as the owl?" "Lord bless you, sir, lots." "Who?" "Lord bless you, sir, lots. The general dealer opposite, for instance, who is opening his shop. Perkins? Bless you, Perkins wouldn't go a-nigh the place." "No," observed the young man with considerable feeling. "He ain't overwise in Perkins, but he ain't such a fool as—" Here the landlord murmured his confidence in Perkins's knowing better. "Who is or who was the hooded woman with the owl? Do you know?" "Well," said Ikey, holding up his cap with one hand while he scratched his head with the other, "they say in general that she was murdered, and the howl he hooted the while." This very concise summary of the facts was all I could learn, except that a young man, as hearty and likely a young man as ever I see, had been took with fits and held down in 'em after seeing the hooded woman. Also, that a personage dimly described as a whole chap, a sort of one-eyed tramp, answering to the name of Joby, unless you challenged him as Greenwood. And then he said, "Why not?" and even if so, Mind Your Own Business had encountered the hooded woman a matter of 5 or 6 times. But I was not materially assisted by these witnesses, inasmuch as the first was in California, and the last was, as Ike said, and he was confirmed by the landlord, anywheres. Now, although I regard with a hushed and solemn fear the mysteries between which and this state of existence is interposed the barrier of the great trial and change that fall on all the things that live, and although I have not the audacity to pretend that I know anything of them, I can no more reconcile the mere banging of doors, ringing of bells, creaking of boards, and such like insignificances, with the majestic beauty and pervading analogy of all the divine rules that I am permitted to understand, than I had been able, a little while before, to yoke the spiritual intercourse of my fellow traveller to the chariot.
I can only take so much of...
Hi, welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror. If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like button. It's the only kind in the tale entitled The Shambler from the Stars. H.P. Lovecraft. The Shambler from the Stars by Robert Bloch. Weird Tales, September 1935. Chapter 1. I am what I profess to be, a writer of weird fiction. Since earliest childhood I have been enthralled by the cryptic fascination of the unknown and the
What is the similarity between a woman and a mobile phone? Just as you get to know them, a new and better model comes along.
that haunt our minds have always exercised for me a potent and inexplicable
You're
delight.
not wrong.
In literature I have walked the midnight paths with Poe, or crept amidst the shadows with Machen, combed the realms of horrific stars with Baudelaire, or steeped myself with Earth's inner madness amidst the tales of ancient lore. A meager talent for sketching and crayon work led me to attempt crude picturizations involving the outlandish denizens of my nighted thoughts. The same somber trend of intellect which drew me in my art interested me in obscure realms of musical composition. The symphonic strains of the Planet's Suite and the like were my favorites. My inner life soon became a ghoulish feast of eldritch, tantalizing horrors. My outer existence was comparatively dull. As time went on, I found myself drifting more and more into the life of a penurious recluse, a tranquil, philosophical existence amidst a world of books and dreams. A man must live. By nature constitutionally and spiritually unfitted for manual labor, I was at first puzzled about the choice of a suitable vocation. The depression complicated matters to an almost intolerable degree, and for a time I was close to utter economic disaster. It was then that I decided to write. I procured a battered typewriter, a ream of cheap paper, and a few carbons. My subject matter did not bother me. What better field than the boundless realms of a colourful imagination? I would write of horror, fear, and the riddle that is death. At least in the callousness of my unsophistication, this was my intention. My first attempts soon convinced me how utterly I had failed. Sadly, miserably, I fell short of my aspired goal. My vivid dreams became on paper merely meaningless jumbles of ponderous adjectives, and I found no ordinary words to express the wondrous terror of the unknown. My first manuscripts were miserable and futile documents, the few magazines using such material being unanimous in their rejections. I had to live. Slowly but surely I began to adjust my style to my ideas. Laboriously, I experimented with words, phrases, sentence, structure. It was work, and hard work at that. I soon learned to sweat. At last, however, one of my stories met with favour, then a second, a third, a fourth. Soon I had begun to master the more obvious tricks of the trade, and the future looked brighter at last. It was with an easier mind that I returned to my dream life and my beloved books. My stories afforded me a somewhat meagre livelihood, and for a time this sufficed, but not for long. Ambition, ever an illusion, was the cause of my undoing. I wanted to write a real story, not the stereotyped, ephemeral sort of tale I turned out for the magazines, but a real work of art. The creation of such a masterpiece became my ideal. I was not a good writer, but that was not entirely due to my errors in mechanical style. It was, I felt, the fault of my subject matter. Vampires, werewolves, ghouls, mythological monsters. These things constituted material of little merit. Commonplace imagery, ordinary adjectival treatment, and a prosaically anthropocentric point of view were the chief detriments to the production of a really good weird tale. I must have new subject matter, truly unusual plot material. If only I could conceive of something that was teratologically incredible. I longed to learn the songs the demons sing as they swoop between the stars, or hear the voices of the olden gods as they whisper their secrets to the echoing void. I yearned to know the terrors of the grave, the kiss of maggots on my tongue, the cold caress of a rotting shroud upon my body. I thirsted for the knowledge that lies in the pits of mummied eyes, and burned for wisdom known only to the worm. Then I could really write, and my hopes be truly realized. I sought a way. Quietly, I began a correspondence with isolated thinkers and dreamers all over the country. There was a hermit in the western hills, a savant in the northern wilds, a mystic dreamer in New England. It was from the latter that I learned of the ancient books that hold strange lore. He quoted guardedly from the legendary Necronomicon, and spoke timidly of a certain Book of Abon that was reputed to surpass it in the utter wildness of its blasphemy. He himself had been a student of these volumes of primal dread, but he did not want me to search too far. He had heard many strange things as a boy in witch-haunted Arkham, where the old shadows still leer and creep, and since then he had wisely shunned the blacker knowledge of the forbidden. At length, after much pressing on my part, he reluctantly consented to furnish me with the names of certain persons he deemed able to aid me in my quest. He was a writer of notable brilliance and wide reputation among the discriminating few, and I knew he was keenly interested in the outcome of the whole affair. As soon as his precious list came into my possession, I began a widespread postal campaign in order to obtain access to the desired volumes. My letters went out to universities, private libraries, reputed seers, and the leaders of carefully hidden and obscurely designated cults. But I was foredoomed to disappointment. The replies I received were definitely unfriendly, almost hostile. Evidently, the rumored possessors of such lore were angered that their secret should be thus unveiled by a prying stranger. I was subsequently the recipient of several anonymous threats through the mails, and I had one very alarming phone call. This did not bother me nearly so much as the disappointing realization that my endeavors had failed. Denials, evasions, refusals, threats, these would not aid me. I must look elsewhere. The bookstores. Perhaps on some musty and forgotten shelf, I might discover what I sought. Then I began an interminable crusade. I learned to bear my numerous disappointments with unflinching calm. Nobody in the common run of shops seemed ever to have heard of the frightful Necronomicon, the evil Book of Abon, or the disquieting Cultes des Ghouls. Persistence brings results. In a little old shop on South Dearborn Street, amidst dusty shelves seemingly forgotten by time, I came to the end of my search. There, securely wedged between two century-old editions of Shakespeare, stood a great black volume with iron facings. Upon it, in hand-engraved lettering, was the inscription De Vermis Mysteriis, or Mysteries of the Worm. The proprietor could not tell how it had come into his possession. Years before, perhaps, it had been included in some second-hand job lot. He was obviously unaware of its nature, for I purchased it with a $1 bill. He wrapped the ponderous thing for me, well pleased at this unexpected sale, and bade me a very satisfied good day. I left hurriedly, the precious prize under my arm. What a find! I I had heard of this book before. Ludwig Prynne was its author, who had perished at the inquisitorial stake in Brussels when the witchcraft trials were at their height. A strange character, alchemist, necromancer, reputed mage, he boasted of having attained a miraculous age, when he at last suffered a fiery immolation at the hands of the secular arm. He was said to have proclaimed himself the sole survivor of the ill-fated Ninth Crusade, exhibiting as proof certain musty documents of attestation. It is true that a certain Ludwig Prynne was numbered among the gentlemen retainers of Montserrat in the olden chronicles, but the incredulous branded Ludwig as a crack-brained impostor, though perchance a lineal descendant of the original warrior. Ludwig attributed his sorcerous learning to the years he had spent as a captive among the wizards and wonder-workers of Syria, and glibly he spoke of encounters with the jinns and ifrits of elder Eastern myth. He is known to have spent some time in Egypt, and there are legends among the Libyan dervishes concerning the old seer's deeds in Alexandria. At any rate, his declining days were spent in the Flemish lowland country of his birth, where he resided, appropriately enough, in the ruins of a pre-Roman tomb that stood in the forest near Brussels. Ludwig was reputed to have dwelt there amidst a swarm of familiars and fearsomely invoked conjurations. Manuscripts still extant speak of him guardedly, as being attended by invisible companions and starsent servants. Peasants shunned the forest by night, for they did not like certain noises that resounded to the moon. And they most certainly were not anxious to see what worshipped at the old pagan altars that stood crumbling in certain of the darker glens. Be that as it may, these creatures that he commanded were never seen after Prynne's capture by the inquisitorial minions. Searching soldiers found the tomb entirely deserted, though it was thoroughly ransacked before its destruction. The supernatural entities, the unusual instruments and compounds, all had most curiously vanished. A search of the forbidding woods and a timorous examination of the strange altars did not add to the information. There were fresh bloodstains on the altars, and fresh bloodstains on the rack too, before the questioning of Prynne was finished. A series of particularly atrocious tortures failed to elicit any further disclosures from the silent wizard, and at length the weary interrogators ceased, and cast the aged sorcerer into a dungeon. It was in prison, while awaiting trial, that he penned the morbid, horror-hinting lines of De Vermis Mysterious, known today as Mysteries of the Worm. How it was ever smuggled through the alert guards is a mystery in itself, but a year after his death, it saw print in Cologne. It was immediately suppressed, but a few copies had already been privately distributed. These in turn were transcribed, and although there was a later censored and deleted printing, only the Latin original is accepted as genuine. Throughout the centuries, a few of the elect have read and pondered on its lore. The secrets of the old archimage are known today only to the initiated, and they discourage all attempts to spread their fame, for certain very definite reasons. This, in brief, was what I knew of the volume's history at the time it came into my possession. As a collector's item alone, the book was a phenomenal find, but on its contents I could pass no judgment. It was in Latin. Since I can speak or translate only a few words of that learned tongue, I was confronted by a barrier as soon as I opened the musty pages. It was maddening to have such a treasure trove of dark knowledge at my command, and yet lack the key to its unearthing. For a moment I despaired, since I was unwilling to approach any local classical or Latin scholar in connection with so hideous and blasphemous a text. Then came an inspiration. Why not take it east and seek the aid of my friend? He was a student of the classics, and would be less likely to be shocked by the horrors of Prynne's baleful revelations. Accordingly, I addressed a hasty letter to him, and shortly thereafter received my reply. He would be glad to assist me. I must by all means come at once. Chapter 2. Providence is a lovely town. My friend's house was ancient and quaintly Georgian. The first floor was a gem of colonial atmosphere. The second, beneath antique gables that shadowed the enormous window, served as a workroom for my host. It was here that we pondered that grim, eventful night last April, here beside the open window that overlooked the azure sea. It was a moonless night, haggard and wan with a fog that filled the darkness with bat-like shadows. In my mind's eye I can see it still, the tiny lamp-lit room with the big table and the high-backed chairs, the bookcases bordering the walls, the manuscripts stacked in special files. My friend and I sat at the table, the volume of mystery before us. His lean profile threw a disturbing shadow on the wall, and his waxen face was furtive in the pale light. There was an inexplicable air of portentous revelation quite disturbing in its potency.
Movies.
I sensed the presence of secrets waiting to be revealed. My companion detected it too. Long years of occult experience had sharpened his intuition to an uncanny degree. It was not cold that made him tremble as he sat there in his chair. It was not fever that caused his eyes to flame like jewel-incarned fires. He knew, even before he opened that accursed tome, that it was evil. The musty scent that rose from those antique pages carried with it the reek of the tomb. The faded leaves were maggoty at the edges, and rats had gnawed the leather, rats which perchance had a ghastlier food for common fare. I had told my friend the volume's history that afternoon, and had unwrapped it in his presence. Then he had seemed willing and eager to begin an immediate translation. Now he demurred. It was not wise, he insisted. This was evil knowledge. Who could say what demon-dreaded lore these pages might contain, or what ills befall the ignorant one who sought to tamper with their contents? It is not good to learn too much, and men had died for exercising the rotted wisdom that these leaves contained. He begged me to abandon the quest while the book was still unopened, and to seek my inspiration in saner things. I
Doesn't
was a
sell
fool.
for
Hastily, I overruled his objections with vain and empty words. I was not afraid. Let us at least gaze into the contents of our prize. I began to turn the pages. The result was disappointing. It was an ordinary-looking volume after all, yellow crumbling leaves set with heavy black-lettered Latin texts. That was all, no illustrations, no alarming designs. My friend could no longer resist the allurement of such a rare bibliophilic treat. In a moment he was peering intently over my shoulder, occasionally muttering snatches of Latin phrasing. Enthusiasm mastered him at last. Seizing the precious tome in both hands, he seated himself near the window and began reading paragraphs at random, occasionally translating them into English. His eyes gleamed with a feral light. His cadaverous profile grew intent as he pored over the mouldering runes. Sentences thundered in fearsome litany, then faded into tones below a whisper, as his voice became as soft as a viper's hiss. I caught only a few phrases now, for in his introspection he seemed to have forgotten me. He was reading of spells and enchantments. I recall allusions to such gods of divination as Father Yig, Dark Hun, and serpent-bearded Byatis. I shuddered, for I knew these names of old, but I would have shuddered more had I known what was yet to come. It came quickly. Suddenly he turned to me in great agitation, and his excited voice was shrill. He asked me if I remembered the legends of Prin's sorcery, and the tales of the invisible servants he commanded from the stars. I assented, little understanding the cause of his sudden frenzy. Then he told me the reason. Here, under a chapter on familiars, he had found an orison or spell, perhaps the very one Prin had used to call upon his unseen servitors from beyond the stars. Let me listen while he read. I sat there dully, like a stupid, uncomprehending fool. Why did I not scream, try to escape, or tear that monstrous manuscript from his hands? Instead, I sat there while my friend, in a voice cracked with unnatural excitement, read in Latin a long and sonorously sinister invocation. Tibi, magnum in nominandum, Signastellarum nigrarum et bufoniformis sadaque sigillum. The croaking ritual proceeded, then rose on wings of nighted, hideous horror. The words seemed to writhe like flames in the air, burning into my brain. The thundering tones cast an echo into infinity beyond the farthermost star. They seemed to pass into primal and undimensioned gates, to seek out a listener there and summon him to earth. Was it all an illusion? I did not pause to ponder, for that unwitting summons was answered. Scarcely had my companion's voice died away in that little room before the terror came. The room turned cold. A sudden wind shrieked in through the open window, a wind that was not of earth. It bore an evil bleating from afar, and at the sound, my friend's face became a pale white mask of newly awakened fear. Then there was a crunching of the walls, and the window ledge buckled before my staring eyes. From out of the nothingness beyond that opening came a sudden burst of lubricious laughter. A hysterical cackling born of utter madness. It rose to the grinning quintessence of all horror, without mouth to give it birth. The rest happened with startling swiftness. All at once my friend began to scream as he stood by the window, scream and claw wildly at empty air. In the lamplight I saw his features contort into a grimace of insane agony. A moment later his body rose unsupported from the floor and began to bend outward to a back-breaking degree. A second later came the sickening grind of broken bones. His form now hung in mid-air, the eyes glazed and the hands clutching convulsively as if at something unseen. Once again there came the sound of maniacal tittering, but this time it came from within the room. The stars rocked in red anguish. The cold wind gibbered in my ears. I crouched in my chair, my eyes riveted on that astounding scene in the corner. My friend was shrieking now, his screams blended with that gleeful, atrocious laughter from the empty air. His sagging body, dangling in space, bent backward once again as blood spurted from the torn neck, spraying like a ruby fountain. That blood never reached the floor. It stopped in midair as the laughter ceased, and a loathsome sucking noise took its place. With a new and accelerated horror, I realized that that blood was being drained to feed the invisible entity from beyond. What creature of space had been so suddenly and unwittingly invoked? What was that vampiric monstrosity I could not see? Even now, a hideous metamorphosis was taking place. The body of my companion became shrunken, wizened, lifeless. At length it dropped to the floor and lay nauseatingly still. But in mid-air another and a ghastlier change occurred. A reddish glow filled the corner by the window, a bloody glow. Slowly but surely the dim outlines of a presence came into view, the blood-filled outlines of that unseen shambler from the stars. It was red and dripping, an immensity of pulsing, moving jelly, a scarlet blob with myriad tentacular trunks that waved and waved. There were suckers on the tips of the appendages, and these were opening and closing with a ghoulish lust. The thing was bloated and obscene, a headless, faceless, eyeless bulk with the ravenous maw and titanic talons of a star-born monster. The human blood on which it had fed revealed the hitherto invisible outlines of the feaster. It was not a sight for sane eyes to see. Fortunately for my reason, the creature did not linger. Spurning the dead and flabby corpse-like thing on the floor, it purposely seized the opening. There it disappeared, and I heard its far-off derisive laughter floating on the wings of the wind as it receded into the gulfs from whence it had come. That was all. I was left alone in the room with the limp and lifeless body at my feet. The book was gone, but there were bloody prints upon the wall, bloody swaths upon the floor, and the face of my poor friend was a bloody death's head leering up at the stars. For a long time I sat alone in silence before I set to fire that room, and all it contained. After that I went away, laughing, for I knew that the blaze would eradicate all trace of what remained. I had arrived only that afternoon, and there was none who knew, and none to see me go, for I departed ere the glowing flames were detected. I stumbled for hours through the twisted streets, and quaked with renewed and idiotic laughter as I looked up at the burning, ever-gloating stars that eyed me furtively through wreaths of haunted fog. After a long while, I became calm enough to board a train. I have been calm throughout the long journey home, and calm throughout the penning of this screed. I was even calm when I read of my friend's curious accidental death in the fire that destroyed his dwelling. It is only at nights, when the stars gleam, that dreams return to drive me into a gigantic maze of frantic fears. Then I take to drugs, in a vain attempt to ban those leering memories from my sleep. But I really do not care, for I shall not be here long. I have a curious suspicion that I shall again see that shambler from the stars. I think it will return soon without being resummoned. And I know that when it comes it will seek me out and carry me down into the darkness that holds my friend. Sometimes I almost yearn for the advent of that day, for then I shall learn once and for all the mysteries of the worm. End of The Shambler from the Stars by Robert Bloch. This story features the first mentions of Ludwig Prynne and his Mysteries of the Worm, described here as a pinnacle of literary madness. The Secret in the Tomb by Robert Bloch. Weird Tales, May 1935. The wind howled strangely over a midnight tomb. The moon hung like a golden bat over ancient graves, glaring through the wan mist with its baleful nyctalopic eye. Terrors not of the flesh might lurk among cedar-shrouded sepulchres or creep unseen amid shadowed cenotaphs, for this was unhallowed ground. But tombs hold strange secrets, and there are mysteries blacker than the night, and more leprous than the moon. It was in search of such a secret that I came, alone and unseen, to my ancestral vault at midnight. My people had been sorcerers and wizards in the olden days, so lay apart from the resting place of other men, here in this mouldering mausoleum in a forgotten spot, surrounded only by the graves of those who had been their servants. But not all the servants lay here, for there are those who do not die. On through the mist I pressed, to where the crumbling sepulchre loomed among the brooding trees. The wind rose to torrential violence as I trod the obscure pathway to the vaulted entrance, extinguishing my lantern with malefic fury. Only the moon remained to light my way in a luminance unholy. And thus I reached the nitrous, fungus-bearded portals of the family vault. Here the moon shone upon a door that was not like other doors, a single massive slab of iron, embedded in monumental walls of granite. Upon its outer surface was neither handle, lock, nor keyhole, but the whole was covered with carvings portentous of alluring evil cryptic symbols, whose allegorical significance filled my soul with a deeper loathing than mere words can impart. There are things that are not good to look upon, and I did not care to dwell too much in thought on the possible genesis of a mind whose knowledge could create such horrors in concrete form. So in blind and trembling haste I chanted the obscure litany and performed the necessary obeisances demanded in the ritual I had learned. And at their conclusion the Cyclopean portal swung open. Within was darkness, deep, funereal, ancient, yet somehow uncannily alive. It held a pulsing adumbration, a suggestion of muted yet purposeful rhythm, and overshadowing all, an air of black, impinging revelation. The simultaneous effect upon my consciousness was one of those reactions
Why
misnamed
the fuck
intuitions.
does it want
I
to
sense
sell
that
the
shadows
one
know
that's
queer secrets,
attached
and there are
to the
some
fucking
skulls that have reason to grin?
gun?
Yet I must go on into the tomb of my forebears tonight, the
Oh,
last of all.
God.
Our line would meet the first, for I was the last.
Do you want to sell it?
Jeremy Strange had been the first he who fled from the Orient to seek refuge in centuried Eldertown,
I'll buy
bringing with
that.
him the loot of
I'll
many
give you
tombs and a
100K
secret
for it.
forever nameless. It was he who had built his sepulchre in the twilight woods, where the witch lights gleam, and here he had interred his own remains, shunned in death as he had been in life. But buried with him was a secret, and it was this that I had come to seek. Nor was I the first in so seeking, for my father and his father before me, indeed. The eldest of each generation back to the days of Jeremy Strange himself, had likewise sought that which was so maddeningly described in the wizard's diary, the secret of eternal life after death. The musty yellowed tome had been handed down to the eldest son of each successive generation, and likewise, so it seemed, the dread atavistic craving for black and accursed knowledge, the thirst for which, coupled with the damnably explicit hints set forth in the warlock's record, had sent every one of my paternal ancestors so bequeathed to a final rendezvous in the night, to seek their heritage within the tomb. What they found, none could say, for none had ever returned. It was, of course, a family secret. The tomb was never mentioned. It had indeed been virtually forgotten with the passage of years that had likewise eradicated many of the old legends and fantastic accusations about the first strange that had once been common property in the village. The family, too, had been mercifully spared all knowledge of the curse-ridden end to which so many of its men had come. Their secret delvings into black arts, the hidden library of antique lore and demonological formulae brought by Jeremy from the East, the diary and its secret, all were undreamt of save by the eldest sons. The rest of the line prospered. There had been sea captains, soldiers, merchants, statesmen. Fortunes were won. Many departed from the old mansion on the Cape, so that in my father's time he had lived there alone with the servants and myself. My mother died at my birth, and it was a lonely youth I spent in the great brown house, with a father half crazed by the tragedy of my mother's end, and shadowed by the monstrous secret of our line. It was he who initiated me into the mysteries and arcana, to be found amid the shuddery speculations of such blasphemies as the Necronomicon, the Book of Ibon, the Kabbalah of Sabaoth, and that pinnacle of literary madness. Ludwig Prin's Mysteries of the Worm. There were grim treatises on anthropomancy, necrology, lycanthropical and vampiristic spells and charms, witchcraft, and long rambling screeds in Arabic, Sanskrit, and prehistoric ideography, on which lay the dust of centuries. All these he gave me, and more. There were times when he would whisper strange stories about voyages he had taken in his youth of islands and sea, and queer survivors spawning dreams beneath Arctic ice. And one night he told me of the legend and the tomb in the forest, and together we turned the worm-riddled pages of the iron-bound diary that was hidden in the panel above the chimney corner. I was very young, but not too young to know certain things, and as I swore to keep the secret as so many had sworn before me, I had a queer feeling that the time had come for Jeremy to claim his own. For in my father's somber eyes was the same light of dreadful thirst for the unknown, curiosity, and an inward urge that had glowed in the eyes of all the others before him. Previous to the time they had announced their intention of going on a trip or joining up or attending to a business matter, most of them had waited till their children were grown, or their wives had passed on, whenever they had left, and whatever their excuse, they had never returned. 2 days later, my father disappeared, after leaving word with the servants that he was spending the week in Boston. Before the month was out, there was the usual investigation, and the usual failure. A will was discovered among my father's papers, leaving me as sole heir. The books and the diary were secure in the secret rooms, and panels known now to me alone. Life went on. I did the usual things in the usual way, attended university, travelled, and returned at last to the house on the hill, alone. But with me, I carried a mighty determination. I alone could thwart that curse. I alone could grasp the secret that had cost the lives of 7 generations, and I alone must do so. The world had naught to offer one who had spent his youth in the study of the mocking truths that lie beyond the outward beauties of a purposeless existence, and I was not afraid. I dismissed the servants, ceased communication with distant relatives and a few close friends, and spent my days in the hidden chambers amid the elder lore, seeking a solution or a spell of such potency as would serve to dispel forever the mystery of the tomb. 100 times I read and reread that hoary script, the diary whose fiend-penned promise had driven men to doom. I searched amid the satanic spells and cabalistic incantations of 1,000 forgotten necromancers, delved into pages of impassioned prophecy, burrowed into secret legendary lore, whose written thoughts writhed through me like serpents from a pit. It was in vain. All I could learn was the ceremony by which access could be obtained to the tomb in the wood. 3 months of study had worn me to a wraith, and filled my brain with the diabolic shadows of charnel-spawned knowledge, but that was all. And then, as if in mockery of madness, there had come the call, this very night. I had been seated in the study, pondering upon a maggot-eaten volume of Ariarchus's Occultus, when without warning, I felt a tremendous urge keening through my weary brain. It beckoned and allured with unutterable promise, like the mating cry of the Lamia of old, yet at the same time it held an inexorable power whose potence could not be defied or denied. The inevitable was at hand. I had been summoned to the tomb. I must follow the beguiling voice of inner consciousness that was the invitation and the promise. That sounded my soul like the ultra-rhythmic piping of trans-cosmic music. So I had come, alone and weaponless, to the lonely woods, and to that wherein I would meet my destiny. The moon rose redly over the manor as I left, but I did not look back. I saw its reflection in the waters of the brook that crept between the trees, and in its light the water was as blood. Then the fog rose silently from the swamp, and a yellow ghost light rode the sky, beckoning me on from behind the black and bloated trees whose branches, swept by a dismal wind, pointed silently toward the distant tomb. Roots and creepers impeded my feet. Vines and brambles restrained my body, but in my ears thundered a chorus of urgency that cannot be described, and which could not be delayed, by nature or by man. Now, as I hesitated upon the doorstep, a million idiot voices gibbered an invitation to enter that mortal mind could not withstand. Through my brain resounded the horror of my heritage, the insatiable craving to know the forbidden, to mingle and become one with it. A paean of hell-born music crescendoed in my ears, and earth was blotted out in a mad urge that engulfed all being. I paused no longer upon the threshold. I went in where the smell of death filled the darkness that was like the sun over Yuggoth. The door closed, and then came what? I do not know. I only realized that suddenly I could see and feel and hear, despite darkness and dankness and silence. I was in the tomb. Its monumental walls and lofty ceiling were black and bare, lichended by the passage of centuries. In the center of the mausoleum stood a single slab of black marble. Upon it rested a gilded coffin, set with strange symbols, and covered by the dust of ages. I knew instinctively what it must contain, and the knowledge did not serve to put me at my ease. I glanced at the floor, then wished I hadn't. Upon the debris-strewn base beneath the slab lay a ghastly, disarticulated group of mortuary remains, half-fleshed cadavers and desiccated skeletons. When I thought of my father and the others, I was possessed of a sickening dismay. They too had sought, and they had failed. And now I had come, alone, to find that which had brought them to an end, unholy and unknown. The secret in the tomb. Mad eagerness filled my soul. I too would know I must. As in a dream, I swayed to the gilded coffin. A moment I tottered above it. Then, with a strength born of delirium, I tore away the paneling and lifted the gilded lid. and then I knew it was no dream. For dreams cannot approach the ultimate horror that was the creature lying within the coffin, that creature with eyes like a midnight demon's, and a face of loathsome delirium that was like the death mask of a devil. It was smiling too as it lay there, and my soul shrieked in the tortured realization that it was alive. Then I knew it all, the secret and the penalty paid by those who sought it, and I was ready for death. But horrors had not ceased, for even as I gazed it spoke, in a voice like the hissing of a black slug, and there within the nighted gloom it whispered the secret, staring at me with ageless, deathless eyes, so that I should not go mad before I heard the whole of it. All was revealed, the secret crypts of blackest nightmare where the tomb's spawn dwell, and of a price whereby a man may become one with the ghouls, living after death as a devourer in darkness. Such a thing had it become, and from this shunned, accursed tomb had sent the call to the descending generations, that when they came there might be a ghastly feast, whereby it might continue a dread, eternal life. I it breathed would be the next to die, and in my heart I knew that it was so. I could not avert my eyes from its accursed gaze, nor free my soul from its hypnotic bondage. The thing on the bier cackled with unholy laughter. My blood froze, for I saw two long, lean arms, like the rotted limbs of a corpse, steal slowly toward my fear-constricted throat. The monster sat up, and even in the clutches of my horror, I realized that there was a dim and awful resemblance between the creature in the coffin and a certain ancient portrait back in the hall. But this was a transfigured reality. Jeremy the man had become Jeremy the ghoul, and I knew that it would do no good to resist. Two claws, cold as flames of icy hell, fastened around my throat. Two eyes bored like maggots through my frenzied being. A laughter born of madness alone cachinated in my ears like the thunder of doom. The bony fingers tore at my eyes and nostrils, held me helpless while yellow fangs champed nearer and nearer to my throat. The world spun into a mist of fiery death. Suddenly the spell
guessing that's
I wrenched
Belly.
my eyes away from that slavering evil face, and instantly, like a
That was
cataclysmic flash
Belly,
of light,
or that
came
was
realization.
over
This
there.
creature's power was purely mental. By that alone were my ill-fated kinsmen drawn here, and by that alone were they overcome. But once one were free from the strength of the monster's awful eyes. Good. Was I going to be the victim of a crumbled mummy? My right arm swung up, striking the horror between the eyes. There was a sickening crunch, then dead flesh yielded before my hand as I seized the now faceless lich in my arms and cast it into fragments upon the bone-covered floor. Streaming with perspiration and mumbling in hysteria and terrible revulsion, I saw the mouldy fragments move even in a second death. A severed hand crawled across the flagging upon musty, shredded fingers. A leg began to roll with the animation of grotesque, unholy life. With a shriek, I cast a lighted match upon that loathsome corpse, and I was still shrieking as I clawed open the portals and rushed out of the tomb and into the world of sanity, leaving behind me a smouldering fire from whose charred heart a terrible voice still faintly moaned its tortured requiem to that which had once been Jeremy's Strange. The tomb is raised now, and with it the forest graves and all the hidden chambers and manuscripts that serve as a reminder of ghoul-ridden memories that can never be forgot. For earth hides a madness, and dreams a hideous reality, and monstrous things abide in the shadows of death, lurking and waiting to seize the souls of those who meddle with forbidden things. End of The Secret in the Tomb by Robert Bloch. The suicide in the study is notable for the first appearance of the Mythos to m'écoute des ghouls, as well as its fictional author, the Comte d'Erleth. The Count's name is a play on August Derleth's name, which has misled some into thinking that Derleth was the originator of the book. The story also contains the first mention of Louvet Keraf, a fictional priest of Bast from ancient Egypt, whose name is, of course, based on H.P. Lovecraft, well known for his love of cats. The Suicide in the Study by Robert Bloch. Weird Tales, June 1935. To see him sitting there in the dim-lit darkness of the study, one would have never suspected him for what he was. Wizards nowadays are not garbed in cabalistic robes of silver and black. Instead, they wear purple dressing gowns. It is not required of them that their eyebrows meet, their
The
nails
fuck?
grow
All
long
the
as
fucking
talons,
military
and their eyes
areas get
flame like
fucking
emerald
gassed on
imprisoned
this fucking
dreams.
server?
Nor are they necessarily bent and furtive and old. This one was not. He was young and slim, almost imperially straightforward. He sat beneath the lamplight in the great oak-panelled room, a dark, handsome man of perhaps 35 years of age. There was little of cruelty or malice visible in his keen, clear-featured face, and little of madness in his eyes. Yet he was a wizard, just as surely as if he lurked over human
You're a
sacrifices
wizard,
in the
Harry.
skull-strewn darkness of forbidden tombs. It was only necessary for one to survey the walls of his study for corroboration. Only a wizard would possess those mouldering, maggoty volumes of monstrous and fantastic lore. Only a thaumaturgical adept would dare the darker mysteries of the Necronomicon, Ludwig Prin's Mysteries of the Worm, the black rites of Mad Louvet Keraf, priest of Bast, or Comte d'Erlet's ghastly cult des Ghouls. No one save a sorcerer would have access to the ancient manuscripts bound in Ethiopian skin, or burn such rich and aphrodisiac incense in an enshrined skull. Who else would fill the mercifully cloaking darkness of the room with curious relics, mortuary souvenirs from ravished graves, or worm-demolished scrolls of primal dread? Superficially, it was a normal room that night, and its occupant a normal man. But for proof of its inherent strangeness, it was not necessary to glance at the skull, the bookcases, or the grim, shadow-shrouded remains, to know its occupant for what he was. For James Allington wrote in his secret diary tonight, and his musings were far from sanity. Tonight I am ready to make the test. I am convinced at last that splitting of the identity can be accomplished by means of therapeutic hypnotism, provided that the mental attitude conducive to such a partition can be induced. Fascinating subject, that. Dual identity. The dream of men from the beginning of time. Two souls in one body. All philosophy is based on comparative logic, good and evil. Why then cannot such a division exist in the human soul? Stevenson was only partly right when he wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He imagined a chemical metamorphosis, varying from one extreme to the other. I believe that both identities are coexistent, that, once they are separated by auto-hypnotic thought, a man can enjoy two existences simultaneously, his good self and his bad. They laughed at my theory in the club. Foster, that pompous
Episode
old
is
fool,
facto.
called me a dreamer. Dreamer. What does he, a petty scientific chemist, know of the basic mysteries of life and death? A glimpse into my laboratory would shock his smug soul into insanity. The others, too, mob-catering writers, pedantic fossils who call themselves professors, prim biologists who are shocked at the mention of my experiments in synthetic creation of life. What do such as these understand? They would shudder at the Necronomicon, burn it, too, if they could. Burn it as their pious ancestors did 300 years ago. Witch-baiters, skeptics, materialists all. I'm sick of the whole silly pack of them. It is the fate of the genius to dwell alone. Very well then, I'll dwell alone, but soon they will come cringing to my door and beg for mercy. If my work tonight only succeeds, if I can succeed in hypnotizing myself into dual personality, physically manifested. Even modern psychology claims it can be done. Spiritualism credits its possibilities. The ancients have furnished me the key to the problem, as they have done before. Alhazred knew many things. It was only the weight of the knowledge that drove him mad. 2 bodies. Once I can achieve that state at will, I shall hold the key to powers forever denied to men. Immortality, perhaps. It is only a step further. After that, there will be no need of skulking here in secret. No necessity of passing my researches off as a harmless hobby. Dreamer, eh? I'll show them. I wonder what the other shape will look like. Will it be human? It must otherwise, but I'd better not think of that. It is quite probable that it will be an ugly-looking customer. I do not flatter myself. I know that the evil side of my nature, while concealed, is undoubtedly dominant. There is danger, though evil is an uncontrollable force in its purest form. It will draw strength from my body, to energy to manifest itself physically. But that must not deter me. I must make the test. If it succeeds, I shall have power undreamt of power to kill, to rend, to destroy. I shall add to my little collection here, and settle a few old scores with my skeptical friends. After that, there will be other pleasant things to do. But enough of such musings. I must begin. I shall lock the study doors. The servants have gone out for the evening, and there will be no one to intrude upon my privacy. I dare not risk using electrically manipulated machine for fear of some untoward consequences in removing the hypnosis. I shall try to induce a hypnotic trance by concentrating intently on this heavy, polished paper knife here on my desk. Meanwhile, I shall focus my will on the matter at hand, using the soul chant of Sebek as a focal point. I shall set the alarm for 12 o'clock, exactly 1 hour from now. Its ringing will break the spell. That, I believe, is all I need bother to do. As an added precaution, I shall burn this record. Should anything go wrong, I would hate to have all my little plans disclosed to the world. Nothing shall go wrong, however. I have used auto-hypnosis many times before, and I will be very careful. It will be a marvelous feeling to control 2 bodies at once. I can hardly control myself. I find my body trembling in eagerness and anticipation of its forthcoming metamorphosis. Power. Very well. After this report is reduced to ashes, I shall be ready to undertake the greatest experiment man has ever known. Chapter 2. James Allington sat before the shaded lamp. Before him on the table lay the paper knife, its polished blade shimmering. Only the slow ticking of a clock broke the sable silence of the locked room. The wizard's eyes were glassy. They shone in the light, immobile as a basilisk's. The reflection from the surface of the knife stabbed through his retina like the fiery ray of a burning sun, but his betranced gaze never wavered. Who knows what strange inversion was occurring in the dreamer's bewitched brain, what subtle transmutation generated from his purpose. He had fallen into his sleep with the fixed resolve of severing his soul, dividing his personality, bisecting his ego. Who knows? Hypnotism does many strange things. What secret powers did he invoke to aid him in his fight? What black genesis of unholy life lurked within the shadows of his inner consciousness? What demons of leering evil granted him his dark desires? For granted they were. Suddenly he awoke, and he could feel that he was no longer alone in that nighted room. He felt the presence of another, there in the darkness on the other side of the table. Or was it another? Was it not he himself? He glanced down at his body and was unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. He seemed to have shrunk to less than 1/4 of his ordinary size. His body was light, fragile, dwarfed. For a moment he was incapable of thought or movement. His eyes strayed to the corner of the room, trying vainly to see the gloom-obstructed movements of a presence that shambled there. Then things happened. Out of the darkness Nightmare came, stark, staring Nightmare, a monstrous hairy figure, huge, grotesque. Simeon, a hideous travesty of all things human. It was black madness, slavering, mocking madness with little red eyes of wisdom old and evil, leering snout and yellow fangs of grimacing death. It was like a rotting living skull upon the body of a black ape. It was grisly and wicked, troglodytic and wise. A monstrous thought assailed Allington. Was this his other self, this ghoul-spawned charnel horror of corpse-accursed dread? Too late the wizard realized what had befallen him. His experiment had succeeded, but terribly so. He had not realized how far the evil in his nature had outbalanced the good. This monster, this grisly abomination of darkness, was stronger than he was, and, being solely evil, it was not mentally controlled by his other self. Allington viewed it now with new fear in his eyes. It was like a creature from the pit. All that was foul and obscene and anti-human in his makeup lay behind that grinning parody of a countenance. The beast-like body hinted of shadows that creep beneath the grave or lurk entombed within the deepest recesses of normal minds. Yet in it Allington recognized a mad, atavistic caricature of himself. All the lust, the greed, the insane ambition, the cruelty, the ignorance, the fiend-spawned secrets of his soul within the body of a gigantic ape. As if in answer to his recognition, the creature laughed, and tentacles of horror gripped the wizard's heart. The thing was coming toward him. It meant to destroy him, as evil always does. Allington, his tiny body ludicrously struggling to move quickly, while impeded by clothes now ridiculously large for his diminutive frame, raced from his chair and flattened himself against the wall of the study. His voice, curiously treble, shrieked frantic supplication and futile commands to the approaching nemesis. His prayers and curses turned to the hoarse gibberings of madness as the huge beast lunged across the table. His experiment was succeeding with a vengeance. Vengeance! His glaring eyes watched, fascinated, as one great paw grasped the paper knife, and fearsome laughter riddled the night. It was laughing. Laughing. Somewhere an alarm clock rang, but the wizard could not hear. They found James Allington lying dead upon his study floor. There was a paper knife embedded in his breast, and they called it suicide, for no one could possibly have entered that locked and windowless room. But that did not explain the fingerprints on the handle of the knife, the terrible fingerprints, like those left by the hand of a gigantic ape. End of The Suicide in the Study by Robert Bloch. The Laughter of a Ghoul by Robert Bloch. The Fantasy Fan, December 1934. Have you ever heard the laughter of a ghoul? Shrill and high, it rises and ululates with the cadence of a song from the pit. Hearing it brings the soul closer to strange terrors and gives the listener vague glimpses into half-open doorways through which no man should peer too closely. Once I heard that mocking laughter in the silence of the night, and since that evil-fated day the night has held neither silence nor surcease from the haunting memory of that mirth or madness. Ever it lurks and lingers in the shadows of my brain, till only through expression of my torment can I hope to maintain my sanity in a world made hideous by the nemesis of inescapable memory. In all the rude mass realms of nightmare, there is nothing equaling in foulness that grim and fearful monster known to legend as the ghoul. Accursed is he, and accursed the land burdened by his presence. In such a land I dwelt, lord of an ancient, remote line. Slithering secrets dwelt within the archaic avenues of the vast and sombre forest near my manor in the hills. Secrets black and hideous, haunting and unspeakable, such as demonian presences mumble nightly in the aeon dead, abysses beyond the light of stars. Here in this forlorn realm of trickling tarns and baleful solitude, my newly wedded and beloved bride chanced one day to wander, as in rustic holiday. All unbeknowing, I spent the day in town, returning only as eventide drew near. But she, My beloved did not return, even with the coming of darkness. Then it was that the frightened servants who met me at the gate babbled that which sent me racing off, torch in hand, into the depths of the dream wood, looming so loathsomely in the unholy luminance of the autumn moon. Shrieking and cursing I went on, gibbering threats to the skies, but more dreadful still was my silence when at last I reached the end of my quest. Do not ask me how or where I found her. She was not dead, but she would have been better so after what it had done. She never spoke after I found her, and I do not think that she knew me. I pray that she did not. I carried her back to the manor and delivered her to the care of the servants. Then, with a score of retainers, I returned again to the forest to do that which must be done, and to eradicate certain discoveries whose very existence was an insult to sanity. There were bloated trees to cut down, and creepers to be torn from the depths of nameless graves. There were curious holes to be blocked with massive stones, and certain tracks and monstrous footprints over which the good cure must pronounce exorcism. There was another shrub-hidden cavern in the swamps, containing grisly but unmistakable evidences of tenancy. One such place I entered alone, and performed a deed with the long sword my grandsire had wielded in the Orient. Then I collapsed, and was carried home upon a hastily improvised litter of birchen branches, to toss for many weeks thereafter in the delirious agony of mocking, cacodemoniacal memory. After that I spent many days poring unceasingly over disquieting bits of ancient legendary concerning the forest and its ghastly presences, whilst awaiting the birth of my wife's child. For she, in a condition of insensibility precluding her removal from the manor, was about to become a mother, and so slowly passed the dreary months of waiting and expectancy, whilst over all hung the shadow of an impinging dread. At last the day arrived when, as I brooded in my study, poring over the chronicle of a woodsman who had heard the pipes of Pan, the midwife came and gently touched me on the shoulder. In faltering accents she whispered that my wife was dead. I sat there dully for 5 endless minutes. Then, in a voice sepulchrally muted, I asked after my child. She led me silently into the room where dead mother and living infant lay. Yes, the child was alive, still is alive, but I will say no more. May the ultimate powers consign it, and the fate that produced it, to everlasting torment. For it was when I entered that room where the dead mother and the living infant lay that I heard for the first time the laughter of a ghoul. End of The Laughter of a Ghoul by Robert Bloch. The Creeper in the Crypt by Robert Bloch. Weird Tales, July 1937. In Arkham, where ancient gables point like wizards' fingers to the sky, strange tales are told. But then, strange tales are always current in Arkham. There is a tale for every rotting ruin, a story for every little corpse-eye window that stares out at the sea when the fog comes up. Here, fantastic fancy seems to flourish, nourished at the shriveled witch-paps of the town itself, sucking the graveyards dry of legend and draining at the dark dugs of superstition. For Arkham was a queer place once, abode of witch and warlock, familiar and fiend. In olden days the king's men cleared the town of wizardry. Again, in 1818, the new government stepped in to destroy some particularly atrocious boroughs in and about some of the more ancient houses, and incidentally, to dig up a graveyard better left untouched. Then, in 1869, came the great immigrant panic in Old Town Street, when the mouldering mansion of Cyrus Hook was burned to the ground by fear-crazed foreigners. Even since then, there have been scares. The affair of the witch house, and the peculiar episodes attendant upon the fate of certain missing children at All Hallows Time, have caused their share of talk. But that isn't why the G-men stepped in. The federal government is usually uninterested in supernatural stories. That is, they were. Up to the time I told the authorities about the death of Joe Righetti. That's how they happened to come. I brought them. Because, you see, I was with Joe Righetti just before he died, and shortly after. I didn't see him die, and I'm thankful for that. I don't think I could have stood watching if what I suspect is true. It's because of what I suspect that I went to the government for help. They've sent men down here now to investigate, and I hope they find enough to convince them that what I told them is actual fact. If they don't find the tunnels, or I was mistaken about the trapdoor, at least I can show them Joe Righetti's body. That ought to convince anybody, I guess. I can't blame them for being skeptical, though. I was skeptical myself once, and so were Joe Righetti and his mob, I suppose. But since then, I have learned that it is wiser not to scoff at what one does not understand. There are more things on Earth than those who walk about upon its surface. There are others that creep and crawl below. I had never heard of Joe Righetti until I was kidnapped. That isn't so hard to understand. Righetti was a gangster and a stranger in the town. I am descended from Sir Ambrose Abbott, one of the original settlers. At the time of which I speak, I was living alone in the family place on Bascom Street. The life of a painter demands solitude. My immediate family was dead, and although socially prominent through accident of birth, I had but few friends. Consequently, it is hard to understand why Righetti chose me to kidnap first. But then, he was a stranger. Later, I learned that he had been in town only a week, staying ostensibly at a hotel with 3 other men, none of whom was subsequently apprehended. But Joe Righetti was a totally unknown factor in my mind, until that night when I left Tarleton's party at his home on Sewell Street. It was one of the few invitations I had accepted in the past year. Tarleton had urged me, and as he was an old friend, I obliged. It had been a pleasant evening. Brent, the psychiatrist, was there, and Colonel Warren, as well as my old companions of college days, Harold Gower and the Reverend Williams. After a pleasant enough evening, I left, planning to walk home as I usually did, by choice. It was a lovely evening, with a dead moon wrapped in a shroud of clouds, riding the purple sky. The old houses looked like silver palaces in the mystic moonlight, deserted palaces in a land where all but memories are dead. For the streets of Arkham are bare at midnight, and over all hangs the age-old enchantment of days gone by. Trees tossed their twisted tops to the sky and stood like furtive conspirators in little groups together, while the wind whispered its plots through their branches. It was a night to inspire the fabulous thought and imaginative morbidities I loved so well. I walked slowly, contentedly, my thoughts free and far away. I never saw the car following me, or the man lurking ahead in the gloom. I strolled past the great tree in front of the Carter house, and then, without warning, balls of fire burst within my head, and I plunged,
Balls of
unconscious,
fire.
into waiting arms. When I recovered, I was already there in the cellar, lying on a bench. It was a large cellar, an old cellar. Wherever I looked, there was stone and cobwebs. Behind me lay the stairs down which I had been carried. To the left was a little room, like a fruit cellar. Far down the stone wall to the right I could discern the looming outlines of a coal pile, though furnace there was none. Directly in the space before me was a table and 2 chairs. The table was occupied by an oil lamp and a pack of cards in solitaire formation. The chairs were likewise occupied by 2 men, my captors. One of them, a big red-faced man with the neck of a hog, was speaking. Yeah, Righetti. We got him easy. We follow him, like you say, from house, and grab him in front of tree. Right away come here, nobody saw nothing. Where's Slim and the Greek? Asked the man who was playing solitaire, looking up. He was short, slim and sallow. His hair was dark, his complexion swarthy. Italian, I decided. Probably the leader. I realized, of course, that I had been kidnapped. Where I was or who my captors were, I could not say. My throbbing head cleared, and I had enough sense not to bluster or start trouble. These weren't local men, not with those clothes, and there was an ominous bulge in the dark man's coat pocket. I decided to play possum and await developments. The hog-necked man was replying to the other's question. "I tell Slim and Greek to go back to hotel with car," he said. "Just like you say, boss." "Good work, Polak," said the other, lighting a cigar. "I do my best for you, Joe Rigetti," said the big man in his broken dialect. "Yeah, sure, I know you do," the swarthy Rigetti replied. "Just keep it up, and we're going to be all set, see? Once I put the snatch on a few more of these birds, we'll clean up. The local coppers are all stiffs, and as soon as I get a line on some more of these old families, we'll be taking in the dough regular." "I beg your pardon," I said. "Oh, awake, eh?" The thin Italian didn't move from the table. "Glad to hear it. Sorry the boys had to get rough, mister. Just sit tight and everything's going to be swell." "I'm glad to hear that," I replied sarcastically. "You see, I'm not accustomed to being kidnapped." "Well, let me handle it," said Joe Rigetti. "I'll show you the ropes." "Thanks," I retorted. "You already have." And I pointed to the ones that bound my hands and feet. "Sense of humor, eh? Okay, hope your friends come across with the dough after they get this letter I wrote. Or maybe the rest isn't going to be so funny. What next?" I said, desperately hoping that something would turn up to give me an opening
steel
of some
plate
sort.
armor with big ass
"You'll see soon
claymores,
enough,"
one shot your
advised the
ass.
man. "First, I'm going to sit with you down here for the rest of the night." The Pole's face paled. "No, boss," he begged. "You know, stay down here."
As long as you
"Why not?" rasped Rigetti harshly. "What's the matter with you, Polak, turning yellow on me, eh?" "I'm not," whined the man. "But you know what happened has here before, boss. How they find Tony Filippo's leg lying on floor with no body left. Lay off the bedtime stories." Rigetti chuckled. "You yokels make me sick with that stuff. But dot's true, boss. They never was for to find any more of old Tony Filippo, just his leg on cellar floor. Dot why his mob go way so quick. They no want for to die too." "What do you mean, die?" snarled Rigetti testily. The Pole's face paled, and his voice sank to a hushed whisper that blended with the cellar's darkness. A shadow voice in a shadow world. "Dot what everyone say, boss. Dot house is witched, like haunted one, maybe. Nobody put Tony Filippo on spot. Dot fella, he too damn smart guy. But he sit all alone here one night, and something come up from earth and swallow him, all but leg." "Will you shut up?" Rigetti cut in. "That's a lot of hooey. Some wise guy put the heat on Filippo and got rid of the body. Only his leg was left to scare off the rest of his mob. Are you trying to tell me a ghost killed him, Sap?" "Yeah, sure," insisted the Pole. "No man killed Tony. Not like you say, anyhow. Find leg all right, but all over is lot blood on floor, and little pieces skin. No fella kill man like Dot. Only spirit. Vampire, maybe." "Nuts!" Rigetti was scornfully biting his cigar. "Maybe so. But look, here is blood." And the Pole pointed a stubby finger at the floor and cellar wall to the left. Rigetti followed it with his gaze. There was blood, all right. Great, rusty blobs of blood, spattered all over the floor and wall like the pigments on the palette of a mad painter. "No man kill odd a fella like Dot," the Pole muttered. "Not even axe make such mess. And you know what fellas they say about Filippo's leg was all full of tooth marks?" "Right," mused the other, thoughtfully. "And the rest of his gang did get out of here pretty fast after it happened. Didn't try to hide the body or do anything about it." He frowned. "But that doesn't prove any balony about ghosts
There you
or
go, brother.
vampires. You've been reading too many bum magazines lately,
I
Polak."
appreciate you.
He laughed.
I'm always
"What
reading
about
fucking
Iron
mom
Door?"
cards
grumbled the
and stuff.
Pole
You got 'em,
accusingly,
brother.
his red face
You got
flushing.
it. You know,
"What about
buy 'em
Iron Door
all.
back of coal in Coal Pile, huh? You know what fellas down by Black Jim's place say about house with iron door and cellar?" "Yeah," Rigetti's face clouded.
You sure,
You know,
man?
look by iron door yet, boss, the man continued. Maybe you find something behind door
I
yet,
appreciate
like
it,
fellas
dude.
say. Dot where Ting Dot got Filippo came from,
Really do.
dot where it hide. Police they not find door either when they come. Just find leg and blood and shut up
I
house.
do appreciate it,
But
man.
fellas know.
because,
They tell me
that's
plenty
really
about
nice
house with
of you.
iron door and cellar.
I'm starting a
Say
book
it bad
for my
place from
wife,
old days
dude,
when
'cause
witch
she
fellas
played.
live here. It lead to hill back of house,
Yeah,
cemetery
she's,
maybe. Perhaps dot's
She
why
was like,
nobody
"You're
live
in
here so
charge of my
long.
Pokemon cards."
Afraid of
I'm
what
like,
hides
okay,
on other side
shit.
of door.
Well, I'm in trouble.
What come
then,
out and
because
kill Tony Filippo.
I can't even be
I
in
know
charge
about
of
house
myself.
with
That's
iron door and
me in
cellar, all
line.
right. I knew about the house too.
But, yeah, dude.
So that's where I
anytime
was
you're
at.
on, just get a hold
In the old Chambers house on
of me,
Pringle
dude.
Street.
And,
Many a
you
story
got
I've heard
Pokemon
from the
cards
old
with
folks
mine,
when I was
if
a
you ever
boy
wanna do
about the
world
old
boss,
man,
I'll go and
Ezekiel
take
Chambers,
you on, buddy.
whose wizard tricks bequeathed him
You
such
said
an
you run-
unsavory reputation in
You said
colonial
you run
days.
Black Market?
I knew about Jonathan Dark, the other owner, who had been tried
Alright.
for smuggling just before the terrible days of 1818, and the abhorrent practice of grave robbing he had been said
really?
to pursue in the ancient cemetery directly behind the house on the hill. Many peculiar rumors were circulated about the mouldering house
It
with the
is,
iron
in
door
a
in
way.
the cellar at this time. About the door particularly, which Dark was said to use as a passageway for bringing his stolen cadavers back to dispose of.
I'll show you what I mean.
It was even claimed that the door had never been opened when Dark was tried,
so
because
the
of his
one on this
astounding
one
and hideous claim that the key which
is a
locked
little
it
bit
was on
wild
the other side. Dark had died during the
because
trial, while
you
in
go
prison,
through a shit
babbling
ton of
blasphemies
shit to
that
get
no
there,
man dared believe.
and
Monstrous
the turrets and
hints
the
of
fire
what lay beneath
bears
the
are
old
pretty
graveyard on the
fucking
hill,
rough. I mean,
of
do
tunnels
they
and
have the fire
burrows and
bears in
secret
your house?
vaults used in witch days for unhallowed rites.
Yeah, so they're the
He
size of
spoke of
mountains.
tenants in these vaults too,
Like,
and of what sometimes would come to visit the house from below
I
when
did
a wizard invoked it with the
this
proper
one in the
spells
extreme
and
server, and I
sacrifice.
did the math class,
There was
and I
more
got
too,
this one,
but
which
then
is the hardest one to
Dark
get.
was quite mad.
Pretty fun.
At least everyone thought it better to believe so.
But if you run
Old
Black
tales
Market,
die.
I got some for you.
The house had
Greg.
stood
I know
deserted
this
for many
sells
years,
like
until
60K
most men
and
forgot
shit,
the reason for
so,
which it had been forsaken, ascribing its
there you go,
vacancy
brother.
only
I
to
know those
age.
sell for like 50
The public
or
today were
60K a
utterly
pop
unaware of the
at the
legends.
Black Market.
Only the old
And,
ones remembered. The
I got
old ones
that
who
you
whispered
can
their
have.
stories to me when I was a boy. So this was the
That.
dark house to which I had been brought,
Nah, you're straight,
and
bro.
this was the very
That.
cellar of the tales in question.
Another Beowulf.
I gathered from the remarks between Rigetti
About
and the
to drop my
superstitious
cake
Pole
badger
that
and my
another
cake
gang had
vanilla
recently
up
used
and
it for a
that.
hideaway until the death of their leader. Indeed, I even vaguely
Oh,
remembered
not-
some newspaper reports
No,
of Tony
not
Filippo's
you,
murder.
dude. I'm
And now
fucking
Rigetti had
sleep
come
deprived
from
right
New
now.
York
My
to
dumb
use
ass
it as a
would've ran
base.
off and left it, or my
Clever
luck
scheme
dropped
of
it,
his,
would've been the
evidently,
only gun
coming to an
went
old
under
New
that.
England town and kidnapping the
I'm
local gentry to
fucking
hold for ransom,
Not,
then
I'm
hiding
not
them away
lucky.
in some old deserted house
I
so
got bad luck,
conveniently
homie.
protected by superstition. I suppose that there would be more victims after me too.
Let me see what
The
I
man
got
was smart and cunning enough to get away with it.
Those yellow key
These
cards
thoughts
will go
flashed
for
through
like,
my mind during the argument
people
between
buy
the
'em
Pole
between
and
80
his
and
leader.
100K.
But their altercation came to an abrupt halt. I wish you'd get our off here,
Yeah.
the Pole was saying. If you stay only one night, Ting, he
Well,
come.
see,
Dot's all Tony
the
Filippo
USD
stay.
that you
Shut
get
up, you
from there
fool.
sells for 20
Didn't
to
we stay here
25K
last
a
night
pop.
too, before the job,
So
and nothing happened?
It's worth
Yeah,
doing
sure, I know.
because, you know, you
But we
get
stay
enough of those, you
upstairs,
get like
not by
30 or
cellar.
40, there's a
Why not
mill
keep
right off
fella
the rip.
upstairs? Because we can't
And-
afford to risk being seen, Rigetti snapped wearily. Now,
You know,
cut the chatter.
Just stuff like
turned
that,
to me.
brother.
Listen, you. I'm
if you
sending
ever
this guy
wanna do
out with a ransom
collectibles
letter
in
right
this,
now to your friends back at the
dude, I'll
party.
take you.
All you have to do is
You
keep your
probably
mouth
done
shut
it,
and
but
sit
it's
tight.
always nice to have
But any
somebody
funny
else
business means you're through, see?
with you.
I kept
'Cause doing
silent.
these solo runs
Take him
are
in
a
there,
fucking
Polak,
pain,
and tie him up.
especially when the
Rigetti
polys,
indicated a fruit cellar adjacent to the
yeah,
stairs.
especially when the
The
polys
Pole,
messed up.
still grumbling, dragged me across the
Oh,
floor
shit,
and
you-
into the room. He lit a candle, casting strange shadows over the cobwebbed, dust-drowned shelving on the walls. Jars of
Alright,
preserves
yeah.
still stood untouched,
My
storing
wife's the
perhaps
same
the
way,
crop
dude.
of 100 years ago. Broken jars were
I
still
took a
strewn
new guy
about on the
through there the
tottering
other
table.
night, dude.
As I
and,
glanced
like,
about,
8
the pole
Bitcoin
tossed
bears
me into
spawned
a
on us
chair
all at
beside the
once,
rickety board
even though it was a
and
low
proceeded to lash
population,
me
the
to it
poly was
firmly with a stout rope.
up. And
I was not gagged or blindfolded again,
he
though
about
the choking
died.
atmosphere about
I-
me served as
I
a
did
good
die 'cause
substitute
I
for
saved
both.
his ass.
He left me,
My
closing the
buddy had
door.
to carry my body.
I was
body
alone in the
bag all the way
candlelit
out,
quiet.
And then it
I
spawned
strained
like
my
another 8
ears
Bitcoin
and was
bear on him.
rewarded by hearing Rigetti dismiss his
Ooh,
henchmen for
bad.
the night, evidently to deliver the ransom note to the proper authorities. He, Rigetti, would stay behind on guard. "Don't run into any ghosts on your way," he called after his companion as the big pole lumbered up the stairs. A slamming outer door was his only response. From the ensuing quiet, I judged Rigetti had gone back to his solitaire. Meanwhile, I looked about for some means of escape. I found it at last, on the table beside me. The broken jars, glass edges to cut my bonds. Purposefully, I edged my chair closer to the table end. If I could get a piece of that glass in my hands. As I moved, I strained my ears once more to make sure that any noise made by the chair would
They're
be
usually
inaudible to
really
Rigetti,
chill about it,
waiting
man,
outside.
especially if it's something
There
on
was
their
no sound
end,
from the chair
but
as I reached the table, and I sighed
who's
with
the one
relief
that
as I maneuvered
responded
my
to your
pinioned
ticket?
hands until they grasped a piece of glass firmly. Then I began to
For
rub
real?
it against the edge of the rope which bound them. It was
Damn,
slow
bro,
work.
you fucking
Minutes
lucky,
ticked away
homie.
into hours, and still no sound from outside, save a muffled series of snores. Rigetti
Yeah,
had fallen
okay.
asleep over his cards.
Okay, so
Good.
yeah, never
Now,
mind.
if I could get my wrists free
there's
and work on
certain
my feet,
adamins that
I would be able to make it.
see because they don't really
My
need the
right hand was
screenshot,
loose at
they can-
last,
if they're not
though my
lazy,
wrist was
they'll go
damp
back
with
and look at
mingled
the
sweat
log,
and blood.
and they can tell everything
Cutting away
that
from
was on
behind
your
was not
body
a
when you
precise,
died before
calculated
the
sort of
server
job.
crashed.
Quickly,
But
I finished the work on my
Monoxide,
left, then
he's one
rubbed
of
my
those
swollen
mods
fingers
that
and bent over to
he
saw at the
still
ropes on
plays
my
the game
legs.
on his alt and shit,
Then I heard the sound.
and
It was the grating of
just
rusty
wants to
hinges.
rush to get through the ticket
Anyone
and
who has
shit.
lived in archaic
To hurry
houses
up
all his
and,
life
you know,
learns
do
to
whatever
recognize the
he
peculiar,
wants to
eerie
do,
clang,
or like
rusty
you know,
hinges grating from the
working on
cellar beyond.
events or
From
you
an
know,
iron door,
yeah, he just
a
rushes
scuffling
it.
sound among the
he
coal.
doesn't like to do the work.
The
He
iron door
likes
is
the
concealed by the
easy
coal
tickets,
pile.
You know what I mean?
Filippo only stayed down
The
here one
yes or
night.
no answers.
All they found
Like,
was his leg. Jonathan Dark
had an
babbling on his
issue
deathbed.
to where
The door
I
locked from the other
transferred
side.
servers, my
Tunnels
account
to the
another
graveyard.
server,
What lurks in
left that
graveyards,
server to come back to
ancient
my
and
home
unseen,
server, which is
then
this server,
creeps from
201.
crypts to feast.
It wouldn't let me
A
back
scream
in.
rose in my
He
throat, but I
tells me
choked
getting
it
the
back.
calls, share screen,
Rigetti
share
still
my screen
snored.
too.
Whatever was
spends
going on in the
5
outer room,
minutes
I must not wake him
After,
and lose my
before I
only
even
chance
made
of
the
escape.
ticket, I spent an hour doing
Instead,
everything he
I had
wanted me
best
to do
hasten and free my
before
legs.
I even got in the call with
I
him.
worked feverishly,
Spent 5
but my
minutes
ears were
trying
alert
to
for
troubleshoot
developments.
shit and help me
They
figure out a
came.
fix. Just,
The noise in
like
the
a
coal
bug in
pile
their
abruptly
system.
ceased, and I
And
went
then he
limp
was
with
like,
relief.
"Well, man." He was
Perhaps
like, "Well,
rats
man,
were at
I gotta
work.
go. I'm sorry
A
about you.
moment
Like,
later,
hope you can fix it.
I would
gotta
have
go
given
get ready
anything to
for
have
this
heard the
event." I'm
coal
like,
rattling again,
Bro, it's
if only
been
to
5
drown out the
fucking
new
minutes.
noise.
What do you mean?
There was
The
something
ticket's not
creeping
over. It's
across the
not
cellar
off.
floor,
It's like, I'll leave
something
it open.
crawling, as
He
if on
closed it.
hands and knees, something with long nails or
An hour
claws that
later,
rasped
dude, I
and
figured
scraped.
it out on my own.
There was something
and
croaking
then
and
my
chuckling as
buddy
it moved through
Dan,
the cellar
which is,
dark,
just
something
became
that
adamant. He
wheezed
was
with
like, "Man,
bestial
how'd
sickening
you fix
laughter,
it?" Because
like the
Monoxide
death
said he
rattle in the
spent
throat
like
of a
30 minutes
plague-stricken
trying to get it
corpse.
done. I'm like, no, it
Oh,
was
how
like 5
slyly it
maybe
crept,
15
how
at the
slowly,
most, I'm pretty
cautiously,
sure it
and
was like 5.
sinisterly could
He was
hear
like,
it
"Well,
slinking
how'd
in
you
the
fix it? 'Cause
shadows,
it could help
and my
other
fingers
people
raced
in
at
the
their work,
future,
even while my brain
they
grew
have that
numb.
problem. I can
Traffic
help them in
between
a ticket."
tombs
I'm
and a
like,
wizard's
"Well,
house,
you know,
traffic
just
with
gotta
things
make a
the
new
old
character,
wives say
and then
can
it'll
never
send
die.
you to the server log,
Rigetti
like,
snored
to the
on.
server,
What bides below,
where you
in
can
caverns
choose the
that can be
server, like the
invoked by the
server
proper
list,
spell,
and then you
or the
just type
sight
in
of prey,
Cake Factory,
creep,
choose whatever
and then
server is your home server, and inject a new character
Rigetti
into it,
awoke.
and you'll be
I
able to
heard
get
him
back in.
scream once.
It's a
He didn't
PBO
even have
thing.
time to
It
get up
keeps
or
trying to
draw his
load you
gun.
into the previous
There was a
map you were
demoniac
playing, that's what you
scurrying
gotta do.
across the floor, as if made by a giant rat.
Yeah.
Then the faint sound of
Yeah,
shredding
it's
flesh.
fucking annoying, too,
And
dude. It
overall,
took me 2
a
hours to
sudden
figure out
ghoulish
that
baying
fix.
that conjured up worlds of nightmare
I know
horror
people that
in my shattered brain. Above
Yeah,
the howling
see,
came
one
a
of my
series of
buddies
low, almost animal
does
moans,
that,
and
they ran
agonized
into that
phrases in
problem. She
Italian,
ended up deleting
cries for mercy,
entire
prayers,
game.
curses. Claws make no sound as they sink
After
into
that,
flesh,
re-downloading
and
her
yellow
mods
fangs are silent
didn't
till
work,
they grate
so
on
she
bone.
re-verified it all.
My left leg was free, then my
Fucking
right.
all kinds of
Now I
hard
slashed
shit
the
didn't
rope around
fix
my
it.
waist.
And I told her
Suppose
what
it
to do.
came in
Took
here.
like 2 minutes.
They
and she
baying
was so
ceased,
mad.
but the silence was haggard with
Oh.
horror.
Yeah.
There are some banquets
Yeah,
without
it's a trip,
toasts,
bro.
and now once
No.
again moans. My spine shivered.
If you ever want to go
All
to
around me the shadows grinned, for outside was revelry as in the olden days.
the
Revelry, and a thing that
stream
moaned
server, I'll
and
help
moaned
you out. My
and
buddies will
moaned.
run you through there if you ever
Then I was
need
loose.
drugs or anything sold.
As the moaning died away in the darkness,
do you
I
run
cut
like
the final
the,
strands of
military
rope
crate
that bound me
keys?
to my chair. I did not leave at once,
I don't know.
for there were still sounds in the other room which I did not like. Sounds which caused
Yeah.
my soul to shrivel, and my sanity to
Why is there
succumb before a
gun stuff
nameless
there?
dread. I heard that pawing
You
and
not see
padding
that on your
rustle
screen?
along the floor, and
Hey,
after
dude,
the
every
shrieking
time
had
you're
ceased,
walking, it's
a worse
following you
noise
right
took its
now.
place, a burbling noise,
It must be a
as
visual
if someone or
bug on my
something was
screen.
sucking
It's
marrow
weird.
from a bone, and the terrible clicking sound,
Yeah, there's
the
like
feeding sound of
I'll
gigantic
send you a
teeth.
fucking screenshot of it.
Yes, I waited.
swear to you, there's a gun.
Waited until
like,
the crunching
stuck
had
to your
mercifully
feet right
ceased,
now.
and then waited on until the rustling slithered back into the cellar and disappeared. When I heard the brazen clang
No,
of a
it's the
rusty door
Beowulf
grate
I
in the
gave you.
distance, I felt safe. It was then that I left at last,
Yeah.
passing through the
It's a
now
visual
deserted
glitch,
cellar,
man. It's probably
up the
DC.
stairs, and our unguarded doors into the silver
Oh, fuck
security
yeah,
of a
man.
moonlit night.
Alright,
It was
brother.
very good
Well,
to see
it
the
was
street
nice
lights
meeting
again,
you. I'm gonna
and
go
hear
ahead
the
and go to
trolleys
bed, I
rumble
guess.
from afar. My taxi took me to the precinct station, and after I had told my story, the police did the rest. I told my story, but I did not mention the iron door against the hillside
I
that I
am
saved
too,
for
bro.
the ears of the
I
government
feel your
men.
pain,
Now they can do what they like about it, since I am far away.
but I got
Uh,
you, brother.
I did not want anybody prying
you
around
need
too closely
anything,
to
just
that door
holler.
while I remained in the city, because even now I cannot,
Either
dare
if
not,
you see me
say
on
what
or
might
my old
lurk
lady
behind it.
Marie,
The hillside leads
just
to the
give her a
graveyard,
shout. Tell her
and
to
the
give me a
graveyard to
shout.
places
She'll
far
get my
beneath.
ass over there.
And in olden days there was a curious traffic betwixt tomb and tunnel, and a wizard's house, traffic not confined to men alone. I'm pretty positive about all this too, not alone from the disappearance of the Filippo gang, or the wildly whispered tales of the foreign men, not alone from these, but from a much more concrete and ghastly proof. It is a proof I don't care to speak about even today, a proof
Yeah.
that the police know, but which is fortunately deleted from newspaper accounts of the tragedy. What men will find behind that iron door, I will not venture to say, but I think I know why only Filippo's leg was found before. I did not look at the iron door before I left the house, but I did see something else in the cellar as I passed through to the
It's just
stairs.
me and my old lady,
That is why I
dude.
ran frantically up the steps,
It's easier
that is why I
that
went to
way.
the
You
government,
don't have any
and that is why I
confusion.
never want to
We
go back to
split everything
witch-haunted,
down the
age-accursed
middle. All of
Arkham.
our money goes
I
into
found
the group
proof.
account. You don't got to worry about
Because when I
anything.
went out, I saw Joe Rigetti sitting in his
'Cause
chair by
I
the
used-
table in the cellar. The lamp was
I
on,
used to play
and I'm
PvP
quite sure I
servers,
saw no
man, and I was
footprints.
so used to
I'm
people
glad of
trying
that.
to fucking just
But I did see
inside
Joe
me
Rigetti sitting in his
constantly and
chair,
fucking
and then I knew the meaning of
be
the
working
screams
for other,
and the
like,
crunching and the
you know,
padding sound. Joe Rigetti,
be a
sitting
part
in
of
his
another
chair in the
team
cellar
and
lamplight,
fucking
with his
infiltrate
naked
you
body
and steal
chewed
your
entirely
shit,
to ribbons by gigantic
you
and
know, while
unhuman
you're
teeth.
offline, go straight and carry it all back to them. And then
End
they
of
act
the
like they
Creeper
didn't
in
do
the
it,
Crypt
but you just
by
got
Robert Bloch.
AZ'd, so. The day my old lady started playing was the day that all fucking just no more. I got like, but yeah, dude. How big's your team? Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Hell yeah, see dude, you don't have to worry about that problem either. You guys have all known each other for a long time. Good thing. Yeah. That's crazy, bro. Hell yeah. And at least you don't gotta worry about that shit, brother, because I'll tell you what, man, it's a pain in the ass when somebody takes everything you worked for a solid year almost. Damn, bro. Yeah. There.
Blah, 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 blah. Wah, 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 wah. I'm gonna call it a day right here. I'll be back on tonight. Love y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna shave, go take a shower, and then climb into bed. So till later on, love y'all. Thanks for hanging out and chilling, listening to some old short stories. We'll do it again tonight. Love y'all. See you later. Remember, at the end of the day, it is just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Hey.